This video is brought to you by people who like, share, and subscribe to this channel. You can also support my work by buying me a coffee. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the invasion of the World Exotic Forum, WEF, and their digital passport system. Along with Montreal and Bridgewater, Nova Scotia, the Shire won a $10 million prize from the WEF's Smart City Challenge. With thunderous applause, the WEF used the funds to open a Smart Cities office in the Shire. The office mission is to spend the $10 million to increase access to affordable food where waste, quote, becomes a resource. They are targeting a net zero waste with a two-stage mandate. The first stage involves creating a circular economy matrix using a network of 50 businesses in the Shire, otherwise known as 50 by 50 by 50 by 2025. Once that is established, then they can implement the second stage with a circular economy digital passport. Will the $10 million be enough money to successfully implement both stages of the WEF's plans by 2025? The mayor and his dubious business associates celebrated the opening of the Smart Cities office as it set up shop in the Shire, similar to the Scum Bucket restaurant in Bikini Bottom. But unlike Montreal's office, which had won the big $50 million prize, the Shire's Smart City office needed to spend the WEF's funds with a qualitative accounting superiority to complete its goals of net zero waste by 2025. Instead of spending wildly on Blitzkrieg Bob robo-dogs to directly monitor carbon credits, as in Montreal, they plan to build a circular economy matrix connecting the Shire to the Internet of Things to track emissions. Emitting the stench of the WEF's freshly laundered money, the Smart Cities office attempted to lure in 50 local businesses to establish their network for the circular economy matrix. Baiting the businesses with $30,000 in grants, all they had to do was register for the circular economy re-education training sessions, and then they could implement the carbon credit passport. The putrid stench of the WEF's freshly laundered money billowed throughout the Shire, eventually reaching the Council of Elders chambers. As the growing house hippo in the room, the elder elves eventually had to break the ice and address it. They jokingly asked the mayor if he had eaten lunch at Frankenstein's bar, since the smell reminded them of the old bathrooms there. Of course he hadn't, since the mayor always dines at his European-inspired dining district, but the joke was enough to address the smell. Rodrigo of Gawler jumped at the opportunity to find the stench like an eager puppy. He bolted south in the direction of the smell and tracked it to the Westminster Woods. But like most noobs, Rodrigo got lost in the Westminster Woods. Unlike the Lost Woods in The Legend of Zelda, going northwest-southwest doesn't reveal the secret exit. Rodrigo got stuck doing circles in a roundabout until he found a group of homeless students playing Pokemon Go. He figured he would take the opportunity to ask them for directions and see if they're looking to rent a shack for $2,000 a month. Meanwhile, Carly of Klassen had a novice elf idea to instead search for a wise elder to identify the vile smell. She headed north to find Sir Edward of Bench, who she knew had decades of experience with the Shire's unique smells. Carly arrived at the bench to find Sir Edward peacekeeping an argument between trolls over the source of the putrid stench. She asked him if he could identify it, but all he knew for certain was that it was the smell of burning money. It was the unique dank stank to the smell that he couldn't isolate, but it reminded him of one money bonfire in the Shire eons ago, simply known as Mondex. But words have power, and unknowingly to Sir Edward, there is a discarded IBM 486 computer cursed with the Mondex software rotting under a nearby dumpster. Like awakening the Kraken, the Mondex software activated from Sir Edward uttering its name. Normally it would return to sleep mode, but the Mondex machine also caught wind of the WEF's smell in its USB 1.0 ports and instead went into dark mode, activating its blue screen of death. It shot up from the ground, pulling telephone wires and Ethernet cables with it. The earth-shaking damage flicked the dumpster onto Bruce's lantern that was stashed behind it, and it was set ablaze. The dumpster caught fire and shot up into the air like a rocket. For several minutes, it floated around in the air, even catching the attention of NORAD and causing a shutdown of airspace over Lake Michigan. All the inhabitants of the Shire could do is watch the dumpster fire as it flew through the air and eventually landed on top of the Albion. Emerging from the flames in a big blue beam of light was the ghost of Mondex Past. It set out to attack the West carbon credit system and enforce its curse. Mondex can be the only digital currency in Guelph, and since its failure eons ago, no one is allowed to replace it. That's the curse of Mondex. Now the ghost of Mondex Past is flying around the Shire, conducting random cyber attacks against the West carbon currency pilot, coming to the Shire in spring 2023. The entire Shire continues to reek of the West's laundered money, and the Albion is a dumpster fire. Rodrigo is still lost in the Westminster woods, alone in the cold winter with only his spiked codpiece equipped. How will Sir Edward of Bench, Carly of Klassen, and the Elder Elves handle the WEF's smart city stench and the ghost of Mondex Past? Stay tuned or wait until 2025 to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the Reading Week review of rules and resolutions. In Exhibition Park, the dwarves spent the past 6 weekends working on their New Year's resolutions by bulking up at Dano's dwarf gym. With all the extra business, Dano could upgrade his gym's name to Courage Martial Arts, removing the old name and its family/pirate confusion. Whereas on the other side of the Shire, the mayor gave his State of the Shire speech using his 2 favorite words, NIMBY and YIMBY. The Elder Elves and Carly of Klassen humbly honored the rule of the ward, instead of NIMBYism, with a no protest vote on an administrative formality. Rodrigo of Gawler missed out on everything while he was lost in the Westminster woods. Can he return to the council chambers in time for the next vote on another Tower of Sauron proposal? The mayor was at first nervous about giving his annual State of the Shire speech, but not nervous financially, since he used tourism tax dollars to book the largest room at the Delta Hotel and set up the venue as elaborate as the Big Blue Orc's daughter's wedding. He was instead nervous about his speech on building skyscrapers, which maximizes profits for property developer orcs, didn't match his dreams of having a European-inspired SimCity. His plan was to break the news early, then make the crowd forget it by casting his 2 favorite word spells. The mayor's State of the Shire speech attracted a crowd of 850 of his closest fat cacks and orcish friends. They sat at the long tables like gangs of Vikings, drinking beer and ordering takeout from the manor. Happily buzzed, they started making drinking games once the mayor got to the second part of his speech. Everyone joined in with the drinking games, repeating the mayor's word spells and falling into his trap perfectly. NIMBY, drink. YIMBY, drink. NIMBY, drink. So on and so on through the night until everyone passed out drunk. As the sun rose, the entertainment for the evening returned home to the manor, grasping their hard-earned cash with their dirty hands for their full night's work. The next day, the mayor returned to the Council of Elders' chambers for the afternoon meeting. He didn't have time to cover his beer breath, so he tucked in his wrinkled shirt and hoped no one would notice. He figured he would be home soon enough, since the meeting was an administrative formality from an earlier decision set in stone by the lords of the tribunal. But unlike the mayor, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves showed up sober to the meeting. They instead spent the past evening getting new elven haircuts from Diener's salon and reviewing the rule of the ward. Say NIMBY for building above 6 stories, and say YIMBY for buildings with 6 stories in height or less. Following the rule of the ward makes their jobs easy and gives them extra time to focus on more complex decisions, such as their elaborate elven hairdos. The administrative formality was a vote to approve a decision set by the appeal board at the Lords of the Tribunal. It was forcing the Shire to build a smaller version of the original Tower of Sauron at 16 stories instead of the original proposed 25. Either way, it was still above the height for the rule of the ward. One of the wisest elder elves had the heart to speak up first. "I just don't want to be party to agreeing with that hearing," she told council. "Out of principle, I don't want to support the bylaw, and I don't want to be on record as supporting them." The mayor was too hungover to listen and make the obvious connection between the rule of the ward and NIMBYism, so he pushed the call to vote. Carly of Klassen joined in with the elder elf's protest and voted no, even though it was redundant. The protest vote was lost 10-2, but it made sure Carly kept her elven class in check, strengthening her against any future class-changing word spells. Carly and the elder elf chose to do the right thing no matter what, instead of doing what they're told to do no matter if it's right. Meanwhile, Rodrigo of Gawler was lost in the Westminster woods. Sitting in the middle of a roundabout talking on his phone, he blended in perfectly with the students playing Pokemon Go. They welcomed him into their circle to keep warm overnight with the Bonfire app. But Rodrigo knew the charade wouldn't last another day with his battery quickly dying. His phone eventually lost all power after the administrative meeting. He calmly put it away in his spiked codpiece and started talking to his students IRL about directions. That's when the uber nerd in the group noticed Rodrigo's abnormal behavior and flipped down his headset visor into AR IRL mode. Instantly, the uber nerd's bloodshot eye lit up with Rodrigo's LinkedIn profile. "Do I look stupid?" the uber nerd said to Rodrigo as he shared his screen with his pals. Like the Borg activating all at once, the other students joined in. "Do we look stupid?" they cackled at him. Kek, 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 kek. They extended their selfie sticks and pointed them at him. Rodrigo isn't fluent in all Orcish tongues, but he recognized the style of laughter coming from Kekistan. He feared the uber nerd might belong to the Kekistanian mafia. But luckily for Rodrigo, all the students' visors received the same panicked FaceTime call at once. "Dude, some wanker just stabbed me. I'm at the Food Basics Plaza in Ward 2. Taking the call to support their injured bro, the students ran off. Rodrigo watched them head west in the direction of the closest bus stop. Thinking that was the direction of his home in Ward 2, he decided to head west as well, off into the unknown with a dead cell phone. Did Rodrigo take the correct path out of Westminster Woods? Stay tuned to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the stench from the WEF's Smart City office and the search for the lost Rodrigo of Gawler. This weekend, the ghost of Mondek's past flew around the Shire, hitting the Stone Road Mall area with its first cyber attack. The mayor ignored it, along with the WEF's stench, and teamed up with his dubious business associate to find Rodrigo, who was lost in the Westminster woods. Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves were instead trying to devise a plan to deal with the WEF's putrid smell. Can the Council of Elders clear the air of the WEF's Smart City stench and find Rodrigo before spring? Carly and the Elder Elves weren't worried about Rodrigo since he is a grown man and could take care of himself. They were more concerned about dealing with the WEF's putrid stench still billowing across the Shire. After the protest at the administrative formality meeting, Carly returned to Sir Edward of Bench to brainstorm ideas. She arrived at the bench to find Sir Edward fighting the fire still burning at 90 Carden Street and helping the trolls breathe. The WEF's vile stench got so overbearing that the trolls downtown were cutting masks out of Perdita kitchen takeout containers to cover their faces. The sweet scent of delicious curry was just enough to make breathing bearable for the trolls. Carly eventually had to join in and grabbed her own takeout container. While picking carrot pieces out of the container, an idea hit her like an apple on her head. Community gardens. A garden full of fruit trees, herbs, and vegetables would help solve several problems at once. A community garden will clean the air of the smart city stench, have net zero waste without the need for carbon credits, and can feed the trolls outside of the circular economy matrix. If only she could grow the gardens by this spring, then it would help counter the WEF's carbon credit digital currency pilot starting then. Carly ran with the idea and had a hand-drawn design made and proposed its location for Aramosa River Park. The proposal is in the description below, and she is looking for feedback by March 15th. But unknown to Carly, the WEF's Smart City office already had a counter strategy ready to play against community gardens. Hiding their reverse Uno card in plain sight, they instead focused on finding the lost Rodrigo of Gawler. The mayor and his dubious business associates joined the search since they needed Rodrigo's vote to approve the next Tower of Sauron proposal. But like most of their projects, they only wanted to spend money instead of putting in time and effort. The mayor called his friends in Ukraine for support with setting up a virtue smoke signaling event downtown. The DBA obtained $500,000 in funding from the feds to build search spotlights at night, with the extra benefit of distracting the ghost of Mondek's past and its cyber attacks against the Smart City office. The mayor hoped that the combination of the virtue smoke signaling and elaborate lighting would help guide Rodrigo of Gawler home, wherever he was. Meanwhile, in the Westminster woods, Rodrigo headed west into the unknown. He eventually arrived at the bus stop where their previous gang of students had ran off to. But there is already another group of students forming there, so Rodrigo approached them slowly. Learning from his earlier mistake, Rodrigo didn't talk to the students IRL, and they left him alone. They figured he was just another cosplayer dressing as Randy Bovandy, which was common for that guy at the GriffCon. The bus arrived, and Rodrigo snuck on with the crowd through the back door. Finding that sweet spot in the back corner of the bus, Rodrigo took a seat and hoped he was on the correct bus back to Ward 2. But Rodrigo of Gawler got too comfortable in that sweet corner seat and passed out. He slept through the whole day while riding the bus, snoring loudly with his spiked codpiece hanging out. Later that night, Jeff the bus driver shouted, "Last stop," and Rodrigo got woken up, realizing he had passed out. Before he could fully awaken from his long sleep, Rodrigo found himself being escorted off the bus. All he could recall hearing is, "Go home, Carlos," as he was tossed to the curb. Did Rodrigo of Gawler take the correct bus out of Westminster Woods? Stay tuned to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the pledge for 18,000 new homes in the Shire by 2031. The mayor celebrated this pledge on Twitter as he strives for his 200,000 population achievement with his European-inspired SimCity. The property developer orcs and dubious business associates joined the mayor as they shouted "Yimby, Yimby, Yimby" while writing more Tower of Sauron proposals. Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves are now faced with a long-term challenge of committing to 18,000 new homes while still following the rule of the ward. Who will claim the fame for building the first home out of the 18,000 pledge? The mayor took to Twitter with a glorious speech praising the new pledge. He rambled on for several minutes while patting himself on the back more times than his back hat friends. He was gloating about the corporation of the Shire being named the top employer in the area again. This was no surprise given over 400 municipal employees are on the Sunshine List from getting paid over $100,000 last year. As a good mid-level orc, The mayor also groveled to the biggest orc clans in the region by begging the provincial and federal governments for monetary support. His dubious business associates set up a new drinking game for each home built in anticipation of siphoning off some of that money. The mayor prepared his group attack with his fat cat friends in the DBA. With the final support of the 400 Sunshine Listers, the mayor was ready to go full Yimby mode on the 18,000 homes pledge. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves asked the expensive staff for help with finding solutions to building 18,000 homes while still following the rule of the ward. They received a 100-page package PDF report written by some of the Sunshine Listers who still work from home. The report was padded with diagrams, redundant graphs, and a compilation of Google search results. The wise elves knew that the housing crisis was a pricing problem, so they needed to find ways within the report that provided pricing relief using this 18,000 homes quantity solution. The Elder Elves hunted through the report with their red pens and highlighters. They used their elven eyes and red pen to remove the orcish word spells and highlighted the few useful pieces of information hidden in the Google search results. At the end of all the editing and frustration, one Elder Elf shouted, "I don't think they even care." With all the filler cut out and useful information highlighted, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves devised a plan for the 18,000 homes. The first useful news article in the Google search results was about a judge in the neighboring shire who allowed homeless tent encampments to stay due to inadequate social housing. Since the social housing hotel near Riverside Park is still under construction, then they might be able to count the new tent cities popping up across the shire as part of the 18,000 homes pledge. The next part of their plan was to get the mayor and the Sunshine Listers to follow the rule of the ward without them realizing it. Knowing the mayor was seeking a European-inspired SimCity, the Elder Elves used elegant cursive handwriting to add European-inspired onto each of the 18,000 houses. Hidden within the appendix, where the mayor seldom reads, they put that European-inspired means follow the rule of the ward with a height of 6 stories or less. Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves set their plan into action and tried to convince the mayor to follow the rule of the ward through his European inspiration. Meanwhile, at a random bus stop in the Shire, Rodrigo of Gawler sat on the curb wondering where he was. He watched the bus drive off and saw the half-lit sign in the back displaying the number 17. Rodrigo didn't recognize the bus route number since the last time he took the bus was when all of them went downtown or to the university. He had unfortunately taken the only bus in the Shire to operate in a Hamilton-like grid pattern instead of eventually going downtown like he had hoped. He knew he was out of the Westminster woods with the faint smell of a Tim Hortons and a discarded Ty Mac election sign near back. Like Homer Simpson walking through the Shire, Rodrigo took the easiest path from the bus stop. He walked down a steep hill and turned left, hoping he was getting closer to Ward 2. As Rodrigo of Gawler walked down the bumpy path, he dredged through cobblestone hills and giant puddles that only the ballsiest of cyclists would dare ride through. Green fields eventually opened up in front of Rodrigo as he could see faint light off in the distance. He stepped through the free-range dog turds on the field and entered a forest towards the warm glow. A few steps into the forest, a wooden house appeared. Unknown to Rodrigo of Gawler, standing in front of him was the first house to be built for the 18,000 homes pledge. Who is the owner of this handmade wooden building? Stay tuned to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the changing of seasons from Winter 2.0 into construction time. As usual, local Karens complain to the mayor about the snow and lack of immediate plowing on their residential streets. The trolls on Twitter joined the dogpile on the mayor as they asked him multiple times a day about the WEF's smart city stench still billowing across the Shire. Meanwhile, Rodrigo of Gawler was lost in the northern forest looking for a warm place to hide from the coming winter storm. In the Council of Elders chambers, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves were instead planning community gardens and following the rule of the ward for construction time. Can the mayor clear the air of the WEF's smart city stench and find Rodrigo of Gawler before construction season starts? The mayor spent the evening with the Sunshine Listers in his European-inspired dining district downtown. He enjoyed a delicious lamb curry dish at an expensive restaurant where they take an automatic 18% tip for groups larger than 6 people. But the mayor didn't mind, since the Sunshine Listers could easily cover his bill. He returned home to clear his email before bed, since there was a big snowstorm coming the next day. But the mayor got very little sleep that night, since his phone started exploding at 4 a.m. when the local Karens and trolls woke up to tackle the storm. The mayor stared into his phone with a confused face. Karens love bothering the manager, so why aren't they contacting the Shire's operations manager, who is directly responsible for snowplows? The mayor had a similar thought with the trolls complaining about the WEF's smart city stench and the warning from CSIS about the smart city technology. The trolls should be contacting the executive director of the Shire's smart city office, who is the main mother WEFer in town and directly responsible for pushing their agenda. His name is David Messe, and his contact information is available here. Back at the Council of Elder Chambers, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves removed their Curdita kitchen masks and could breathe freely inside from the WEF's smart city stench. They reviewed the long report from the Sunshine Listers, who were still working from home, and edited the 100-page report down to 5 pages of quality information. Carly used her young elven eyes to find the concise feedback given by Sheila McClellan hidden deep within the comments section. McClellan urged the Council of Elders to follow the rule of the ward to avoid the Toronto-like problems with skyscrapers. The Elder Elves combined the quality feedback with their family vacation photos for implementing their plan to get the mayor and Sunshine Listers to follow the rule of the ward. Their plan to casually show the mayor family vacation photos in Europe, where all the buildings in the background were 6 stories or less. The daily viewing of medium-density buildings in Europe would slowly ingrain the rule of the ward into the mayor's subconscious. They plan to continue that until feedback on the community gardens is assembled later this week. Meanwhile, deep in the forest of the Northern Shire, Rodrigo of Gawler found himself facing the winter storm. Rodrigo is no Wim Hof, so he was getting cold with only his spiked codpiece equipped. He slowly walked up to the wooden house, expecting to find a messy den of drugs and despair. As he creaked open the wooden door, his eyes lit up to what he saw. Like Goldilocks and the 3 Bears, the wooden house was actually a perfectly kept home with a central fire pit and comfortable wooden bed. Rodrigo didn't think twice and jumped into the bed. He pulled up the covers and quickly fell asleep. Again. This time, Rodrigo of Gawler was woken up by the warm crackle of a fire and a man sitting on the ground across from him. Rodrigo waved the smoke out of his face to see who it was. All he could see was a bearded man who was calmly sitting barefoot with only a hoodie and shorts on. Rodrigo was immediately drawn to the man's frostbitten foot, as he looked like a cosplay of Link in the new Breath of the Wild game. Who is this bold man that's immune to the cold? Stay tuned to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with a royal visit from the Lord of the Liberals, aka Justin Trudeau. Trudeau traveled across the country to bask in the stench of the WEF's Smart City office still billowing across the Shire. He flew first class from Bridgewater, Nova Scotia, where he was also visiting for the same reason. The mayor and Lloyd of the Longfields nervously prepared to welcome their great political lord and set the stage for his speech on St. Paddy's Day. Meanwhile, Rodrigo of Gawler was still lost in the northern forest and couldn't get back in time to see Trudeau. Can the mayor and Lloyd of the Longfields successfully direct Trudeau's visit without any blunders? The mayor prepared for Trudeau's visit by assembling a committee of the most fashionable sunshine listers to stage the event. Along with Longfields, the mayor didn't know which color scheme to choose, red for Liberals or green for St. Patrick's Day. The committee spent 2 full days in meetings making a decision, but finally agreed on a hybrid color scheme and a dress code of not outdressing the bride, aka Trudeau. Lloyd of the Longfields gladly followed the committee's decision and pulled out his frumpy old green suit jacket from the dusty boxes in the back of his office downtown. Whereas the mayor had a harder time preparing for the event since he also needed a haircut and had to write a speech. He already had a black suit and red tie, so he hastily got the cheapest haircut he could find at Willow West Mall and then got to work on his speech. Like a student cramming for finals, the mayor stayed up late and finished his homework. With the help of ChatGPT, he finished his work by 2 a.m. and was ready for the big day. The mayor was nervous about Trudeau's visit since he had seen the footage of his earlier appearances in Bridgewater and Hamilton. Like in the introduction of Diablo 2, wherever the Lord of the Liberals goes, he is known for pulling the rats out of the woodwork, and the mayor wanted to avoid that happening in the Shire. Trudeau arrived and Longfields rolled out the rainbow crosswalk carpet for his grand entrance at Grace Gardens. Immediately, Lloyd was starstruck by Trudeau and couldn't stop staring at him. He didn't break his gaze for the whole time. Whereas the mayor was not as impressed, since he was more nervous about giving his speech he had written down on a paper in his breast pocket. He was busy rehearsing it in his head while Trudeau took the podium. Trudeau rambled on for an hour in both English and French, announcing something called the Housing Accelerator Fund and potential projects for his immigrant friends. The mayor picked the perfect venue for the announcement as Trudeau was standing near another bloated government housing project. The backdrop for group photos was a 32-apartment affordable housing project that's taken 2 years to build with a cost of $10 million so far. Trudeau couldn't be prouder of such a display of government competence as he could smell the sweet aroma of freshly laundered money nearby. It combined perfectly with the stench from the West Smart City office billowing through the windows. After the successfully staged event, Trudeau returned to Ottawa to his newly renovated $1 million home. The mayor and Lloyd of the Longfields relaxed and celebrated over green beers as they gave Trudeau the exact royal treatment he had mandated. Meanwhile, in the Shire's northern forest, Rodrigo of Gawler missed out on Trudeau's visit. Inside the wooden hut, he rolled out the stranger's bed to see who it was. "Good morning, Mr. Gawler," said the stranger as Rodrigo stood up. Rodrigo asked the stranger how he knew his name and who he was. "I'm Bruce the Bold. People call me that because I'm immune to the cold," he replied as he pointed to his foot. "Would you like some tea?" Bruce poured water into 2 used Tim Horton cups from a teapot that was boiling on the fire. Rodrigo gladly accepted the warm beverage and gulped it down. Knowing that Trudeau was visiting the Shire that day, Rodrigo wanted to get back home right away. He told Bruce that he had to go, but Bruce said that was a bad idea with the storm outside. Like a stubborn Luke Skywalker, Rodrigo ignored him and ran out the door and into the snow. "No, you don't know the way," Bruce shouted as Rodrigo ran off. Rodrigo got 50 paces out before he hit whiteout conditions with the snow over 2 feet in height. He drudged through the snowstorm with big long steps, but eventually got overwhelmed by the cold and was frozen in place. He slowly got covered in snow and lost consciousness. An hour later, Rodrigo regained consciousness and sharp pains in his back and leg. His eyes were frozen shut, and all he could fear was himself being dragged on the ground by the hair in his back. There was a sharp pain in his leg from his frozen codpiece digging into his skin. As he was being dragged back to the wooden shelter, barely conscious Rodrigo heard a faint voice say, "I don't believe you, Sam. I will teach him to find the way home." Will Rodrigo of Gawler recover from the cold and learn to find the way home? Stay tuned or subscribe on Rumble to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the rebuilding of the double safety obstacle course. The annual competition brings out the greatest in the locals as they travel around the Shire, earning style points on the seasonally constructed double safety road measures. Classic obstacles such as speed bumps in a 40 zone and redundant stop signs will be seen around the Shire this summer. Featuring your favorite characters such as Macho She-Man Karen Savage and Xena the Winter Road Warrior Princess. A new competitor from outside the Shire has joined the battle this year with support from your tourism tax dollars. Who will win this year's competition with the most style points on the Shire's double safety obstacle course? The Sunshine Listers spent all winter long working from home to create this year's double safety obstacle course and its new traffic infrastructure. They are planning to install new traffic and bicycle signals this year, as well as all-way stops and pedestrian crossovers to further improve road safety and accessibility to style points. Speed cushions, curb extensions, and traffic islands are also planned for key traffic calming areas such as near Waverley Drive School and down Victoria Road. The big bonus obstacle to avoid this year is a traffic trap on Speedvale Bridge. They are closing the bridge down to one lane, with the hidden driving trap of no left turns allowed. Once Winter 2.0 season fully melts away, the construction of the double safety obstacle course can begin. The usual big competitors in the Shire began training and planning their routes through the next double safety obstacle course to get the maximum style points. Sadly, not all the usual riders signed up this year, such as Darth Vader on a unicycle. He unfortunately had to drop out due to an injury from a tear in his bagpipes. With him out of the competition, it would mainly be a fight between Macho She-Man Karen Savage and Xena the Winter Road Warrior Princess. Darth Vader was courteous enough to contact the mayor beforehand by telepathy in a shirtless Kylo Ren style to notify him of the low turnout. The mayor felt sorry for Darth Vader and figured the best way to solve the problem was to spend money. He had the Sunshine Listers use tourism tax dollars to advertise the Shire as a sporting tourist destination, hoping to attract foreign competitors to fill the gap. Luckily, a bro from Brampton replied and signed up for the obstacle course. The mayor celebrated and took the day off to ride a bicycle on Mars with Xena, since he had successfully used tourism tax dollars for once. The bro from Brampton arrived at the Shire early to register for the competition, but like most bros, he was more concerned with making money over winning the competition. His plan was to do Uber Eats deliveries while earning style points, so that way he made a buck if he wins or not. His wallet would win either way, so all he had to do was cover his gas costs there and make sure it was legal. The bro drove to Woodlawn Road Plaza to register for the competition, but couldn't complete the process. He failed his driving test from some bad driving advice he got due to disinformation. He was relying on the disinformation he heard on the CBC instead of looking up the rules of the road himself, resulting in his failed test. That's when all hell broke loose. The bro from Brampton freaked out at the failed driving test and went full-out Hulk smash mode on the registration desk. He yelled at the staff, calling the drive test requirement undemocratic, and got into his vehicle and sped through the parking lot. He drove through the walkway, nearly hitting 4 people, and then did a number of burnouts in the plaza parking lot. The staff called the police, and they arrived quickly to find the bro still sitting there in his car. The bro from Brampton was charged with dangerous driving and stunt driving. He was banned from driving for a month, and his vehicle was impounded for 2 weeks. The news of the dramatic event quickly spread across the Shire and eventually reached the mayor on Mars. Meanwhile, the local competitors planned out their strategies for the double safety obstacle course. Macho she-man Karen Savage booked her kids' summer schedule using the momtrepreneur skills she learned at an MLM to get the most style points. She signed all her kids up for day camp instead of the funner overnight camp to get more driving time in. She planned to score big style points road raging to and from camp each day. With their weekends taken up with sports and family visits, Karen made driving her kids into a full-time style point scoring job. Trying to win on pure attrition, Karen was ready for the summer. Back on Mars, Xena, the Winter Road Warrior Princess, and the mayor headed back from their joyride. They were reviewing her strategy for scoring big style points in the competition. As a Winter Road Warrior cyclist, she had the competitive advantage of being able to ride on roads, bike lanes, as well as sidewalks. The mayor pointed out that she could capture style points that Karen cannot while driving in a car. Xena's strategy also included getting big multipliers on her points from the gaps between the speed cushions near Waverly Drive School. Riding free-handed while starting up, she can wave at all the children inside the school at Mrs. Tara's class. If all the 30 children wave back, then Xena scores a huge 30 times multiplier on that single speed cushion gap. Xena rode herself and the mayor back to the Shire to get ready for the summer. Will she get the most style points and win this year's double safety obstacle course? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the federal and provincial budget lotteries. The mayor and the Smart Cities office crossed their fingers in hopes of winning some freshly laundered tax dollars. The big lottery winners this year were the Shire's hospital and grocery stores, as the Big Blue Orc promised to cover 90% of the cost of a new hospital, and the Lord of the Liberals handed out food discounts at grocery stores. Unfortunately for the Smart Cities office, their proposal for AI sensors on garbage trucks was left out this year. Meanwhile, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves were following the rule of the ward, and Rodrigo of Gawler was still stuck in the frozen woods. Can the mayor raise the extra funds and find the best place in the Shire for the new hospital in a European-inspired SimCity? The mayor returned to the Shire from his joyride with Xena on Mars. Upon re-entry through the atmosphere, his phone reconnected to the internet via Starlink, and he received an important text message. Congratulations, you earned a new SimCity achievement. Click here to install hospital. The mayor was overwhelmed with excitement as he was finally receiving the kickback from the Big Blue Orc for the 18,000 home pledge, and also from Trudeau for giving him a tour of his Smart Cities office in the Shire. But as with most government funds, the money came with strings attached. The Big Blue Orc will only cover 90% of the hospital's cost, so the mayor had to also raise another $100 million to cover the rest. He prepared his orcish word spells to convince the Council of Elders to approve paying for the remainder through a special tax levy. They already approved a similar amount for the new library, so the mayor figured they would vote the same for a new hospital. but he will have a tough time convincing Klassen and the Elves, since they also recently approved the largest tax increase in the Shire's history last fall. Back at Grace Gardens, the rats had vanished with Trudeau's departure, but the stench of the Smart Cities office remained stagnant in the air. The Lord of the Liberals had moved on to another town where he was staging his photo opportunity to announce the winners of the federal tax dollar lottery. Pretending to shop in a grocery store like a normie, Trudeau took glamour shots of himself talking to crisis actors about food scarcity and inflation. Sticking to the script, Trudeau announced a grocery rebate program for low-income families. Unfortunately for Dave Messier, Trudeau didn't fund the Shire's Smart City AI garbage truck project, which is the missing technological piece to fully implement the World Economic Forum's carbon credit digital currency. But Dave Messier and the Smart Cities office have until 2025 to get there, so Trudeau simply nodded to them for next time. Meanwhile, in the Council of Elders chambers, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves were hard at work dealing with food scarcity and the Smart Cities office stench still billowing across the Shire. Unlike Trudeau, they were looking for no-strings-attached solutions to food scarcity that actually helps everyone in the Shire, no matter their status or class. The feedback from the community gardens has been compiled, and the food bank is launching a food drive this spring. Even with all the commotion and conflicting federal and municipal projects doing the same thing, Carly and the Elder Elves kept their discipline and followed the rule of the ward by approving a 6-story seniors complex in the main corridor through Guelphissauga, aka Ward 6. In the deep northern forest, Rodrigo of Gawler woke up again inside Bruce of Bold's wooden house. This time, he was sleeping in a chair with blankets draped over him, and his feet were inside buckets filled with cold water. Rodrigo tried to get up, but couldn't since his feet were frozen solid in cubes of ice. The door opened and Bruce entered and noticed Rodrigo was finally awake. "Good morning, Mr. Gawler," he said as he was zipping up his jacket. Bruce poured another cup of tea in a used Tim Hortons cup and handed it to Rodrigo. "I have to go. My friends need me." Bruce handed a newspaper with a muddy fingerprints on it to Rodrigo. Bruce slowly walked out the door and into the storm, leaving Rodrigo alone in the forest. Rodrigo couldn't move until his feet thawed, so he picked up the muddy newspaper to see what Bruce meant. There were 3 articles in the paper circled with muddy fingerprints, so he figured that's what Bruce was talking about. The first 2 pieces of news were about Airbnb-style rentals now requiring licenses in the Shire and an encampment near the Hanlon getting cleared out. Rodrigo figured the encampment was a black market Airbnb and it was clearing out instead of getting a license, like most illegal businesses do. The last article was about a fire at 148 Wyndham Street North, where the former tenants are still homeless and hadn't had their belongings returned. Rodrigo figured Bruce ran off to help with those friends in need. Will Rodrigo of Gawler ever find a way out of the forest? And can the mayor successfully place the new hospital in the Shire? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the construction of the Big Guelph Letters downtown. Funded directly from tourism tax dollars, the giant letters provide a convenient location check for those lost in the Shire, reminding them where they are. It was a big challenge for the mayor getting the letters here, since they were located in the Big Blue's Orc's office in Queen Lizard's Park, and he had to deliver them to the Shire in spotless condition. It was a tough 2-man job, so Dominic of the O'Rourke's offered to help with the road trip. Meanwhile, another cyber attack by the ghost of Mondek's past was revealed, eventually, by the university. Can the mayor and Dominic of the O'Rourke's successfully deliver the big letters to the Shire and set them up without any typos? The mayor set up this plan a long time ago with the help of the Big Blue Orc and his Fat Cat friends. By first implementing a tourism tax, he was able to raise enough tax revenues to fund copycat projects to launder the money through his fat cat friends. His first big copycat tourist project was to buy overpriced and oversized letters spelling the Shire's name downtown. Motivated by the depths of Hollywood and most big cities, the mayor replicated the same selfie trap common elsewhere. He had collected enough tourism tax dollars to buy the giant letters, but didn't have enough money to spend on the full delivery cost. Instead of paying full-price expedited shipping, the mayor found a cheaper way to pick up the items by renting a flatbed and driving there himself. He could have saved even more by collecting carbon credits by carpooling and double counting his big mayor's meeting as a second trip. But unfortunately, Dave Messier at the Smart Cities office hasn't completed that World Economic Forum project yet. The mayor had a long road trip ahead of him and a big two-man lifting job to do. He walked around the Shire's offices looking for a strong travel buddy to help. While searching an empty room for Rodrigo of Gawler, the mayor saw Dominique of the O'Rourke's walking down the hallway and asked her for help. She gladly agreed to help him pick up the giant letters while he was at his big mayor's meeting. All they had to do was rent the flatbed, pack extra clothes for the big meeting, and do the heavy lifting. The mayor and O'Rourke set their alarms for the crack of dawn the next day to head out on their big lettered journey. As the sun rose the next day, the mayor and O'Rourke pulled into the Red Brick Cafe in their rented flatbed to grab coffees for the long road trip. Dominique had stayed up late making a mixtape with a collection of tragically hip and bare naked lady songs. The mayor brought along his best blue suit and the 20-page report from the Sunshine Listers for reviewing the correct spelling and size of the giant letters. As the mayor drove down the open highway, they chatted about office banter. On the topic of tourism tax dollars, Dominique told the mayor about a CBC Marketplace episode she recalled watching years ago about an earlier tourism tax in Niagara Falls. The documentary tracked the money and the people after the implementation of the tourism tax. As with most taxes and CBC reports, there was a severe lack of any transparency and accountability. The true part about the documentary was with the impact of the tourism tax. The locals living in Niagara Falls quit going to tourist restaurants during the off-season, and with the Big Blue Orc lockdowns in 2020, those businesses shut down. The mayor heard O'Rourke's words, but it didn't register. He was too distracted rocking out to If I Had $1 Million by Bare Naked Ladies. The mayor and O'Rourke eventually arrived at Queen Lizard's Park as the mayor pulled up to the ballet. Seeing all the other politicians and fat cats walking by, that's when Dominique noticed the huge fashion mistake she had made. Like Heisenberg's wife at an elaborate birthday party, Dominique of the O'Rourke's didn't get the memo from the mayor about the implied dress code. When visiting with the Big Blue Orc, it's implied that you dress in your best blue suit. As a member of the Orc Club, the mayor already knew that and wore his best and shiniest blue suit. Whereas Dominique stuck out like a sore thumb, as she was wearing a big yellow jacket and looked like a cosplay of April O'Neil. Her plan was to use it as an opening joke for remembering her last name while meeting strangers. But that plan went out the window, and Dominique wanted to get out of there as quick as possible. She sat through the big meeting, packed up the giant letters with the help of the big blue suits, and she volunteered to drive back right away. The mayor was tuckered out from the long day, so he gladly agreed to let her drive back. Dominique of the O'Rourke's pulled into the Shire that evening and backed the flatbed perfectly into position downtown. The mayor had fallen asleep along the way, and he was still snoring in the front seat. Frustrated from the long day, Dominique put on a fresh layer of lipstick and started lifting the giant letters into place on her own. Suddenly, one of those magical moments in the Shire happened. Out of nowhere, several friendly people started helping O'Rourke with setting up the heavy letters. Before she could notice, several Jaunettes showed up to help her with the heavy lifting, and the job was done quickly. She thanked them and drove home. The next day, the mayor woke up in the front seat of the rented flatbed in O'Rourke's driveway. He luckily had woken up in time to get to the staged photo op for the new giant letters at the university. He hopped over into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove across town to steal the credit with the administrative fat cats. The university's fat cats needed this photo op to distract from the cyber attack that hit them back in September, so the mayor made sure to get there on time. How long will the Guelph letters remain standing? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the Big Blue Orc changing the rules of the game. Like a spoiled brat in a kindergarten playground, the Big Blue Orc changed the rules again so that he and his property developer orc friends always win. The news of allowing 23-story buildings to be constructed in the downtown core spread across the Shire like wildfire, as Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves dealt with becoming swamp creatures of the province. Meanwhile, Conestoga College purchased the old cooperative building downtown with the plans of opening a new campus with on-site residences, making the university's fat cats jealous. How will Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves handle the Big Blue Orc's new rule change and the insanity that follows? Before the Big Blue Orc announced his rule change, its effects were already felt by those closest to the ground level. Like the destruction of Alderaan, a sudden drop in the force was felt by the wisest in the Shire, and Sir Edward of Bench fell ill. He lay bedridden for a day and couldn't help with the bench from the headaches. But the bench didn't suffer from Sir Edward's absence, as his 100% transparency on the bench's donations gets a 110% return from the bench's volunteers. Once the Big Blue Orc officially announced his rule change, the local legacy media jumped on board the YIMBY train before Elon Musk could give them gold stickers. They contacted the mayor and the Council of Elders for their opinions, but like most legacy media, they simply reported the first opinion they liked as the news instead of waiting for the other elders to reply. The mayor was overjoyed from the news and went full YIMBY mode with excitement, similar to Grogu inside a nanny bot. YIMBY, 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 YIMBY was heard downtown as the mayor walked through the Shire, agitating the trolls on Twitter and the apes of Reddit. In the Council of Elders chambers, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves prepared for the insanity from the looming invasion. The swamp creatures of the province were already standing at the Shire's gates with permits for the new residential builds hitting a record high last year. Now that the Big Blue Orc changed the rules of the game, the property developer orcs can skip the approval process for any Tower of Sauron proposal, as the Council of Elders is mandated to become creatures of the province. Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves protested the mayor's stance and separated themselves from the YIMBYism. But eventually the rule change will catch up to them, and Carly could lose her elven class and the Elder Elves will go insane as they stop following the rule of the ward and slowly morph into creatures of the province. The apes of Reddit and trolls of Twitter came to the same realization and started flipping tables and throwing mud everywhere. Their misdirected anger spread across the Shire, even hitting Carly of Klassen, who is on their side. Meanwhile, at the OG Tower of Sauron, aka the old Cooperators building downtown, the fat cats at Conestoga College made a $90 million power move on the university. Conestoga purchased the tower to build a new full-service campus with a focus on health, business, industry, IT, and social services programs. They are planning both student housing and academic space in the building, but are vague on the amount and pricing of the residential units. They say, "We know that for our students, the price point is lower than for university students in general." But that could simply mean $1 lower. The fat cats at the university were jealous of Conestoga's new fancy building and prepared to compete. They are looking at hiring a for-profit company, likely the highly subsidized Apply Board, to recruit foreign students who they can charge a huge price tag for international tuition. The university is also pausing intake for certain programs such as art history and European studies. Back at the council chambers, the elder elves studied the rules of the game to find possible solutions to the looming disaster. They needed to act quickly before they lose their elf classes and their beautiful elven hair falls out from going insane. One angered troll downtown attempted to solve the problem by copying the French approach from across the pond. Similar to burning down BlackRock headquarters in France, a local troll took it upon themselves to burn a building. She unfortunately picked the wrong building on Wyndham Street North and was arrested. The Elder Elves wanted a more peaceful solution, so they looked to inspiration from the Cooperators Building and other failing businesses in the Shire. Carly of Klassen noticed in the tomes of records that a local couple had converted a schoolhouse into a home. With the extra residence rooms being developed at Conestoga's new campus and the eventual opening of Grace Gardens, the council was slowly completing the 18,000 homes pledge without building any towers. Carly noticed the trend of converting abandoned commercial buildings into housing and had a bright idea. If only the Elder Elves could find enough empty commercial units to flip into residential units, then they could continue to follow the rule of the ward while still playing the Big Blue Orcs games with the 18,000 homes pledge. Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves hunted across the Shire to find businesses where their employees are now working from home and continued their count towards completing the 18,000 homes pledge without building a single Tower of Sauron. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves keep their elf class and avoid turning into swamp creatures of the province? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with Mike of the Shriners challenging the Big Blue Orc to a duel of insults. Mike poked the obese orc's stomach by calling him out on the new rules of the game change and his intent to sprawl into the Greenbelt. The Big Blue Orc chuckled it off with his property developer friends in the background and dogpiled on the smack talk, insults, and mud throwing. Meanwhile, Rodrigo of Gawler tried to build an e-scooter program to help him escape the northern frozen forest. But he also had to battle with the trolls on ice who wanted to steal his ride. Who will win the duel of insults, and can Rodrigo of Gawler escape the frozen forest safely on an e-scooter? At Queen Lizard's Park in the depths of the swamps of Toronto, Mike of the Shriners attempted to call out the Big Blue Orc for the lack of affordable housing legislation. Instead of addressing the topic at hand, the Big Blue Orc improvised a reply. His speechwriters didn't have a scripted answer prepared since he didn't start his reply with "my friends," so he went off script and hurled insults back at Shriner. Accusing him of all talk and no action, the Big Blue Orc mocked Shriner for not being an orcish property developer. There's 444 municipalities in this entire province. Guess who has the lowest housing starts? It's his riding of Guelph. The Big Blue Orc gawked at Shriner. But Mike didn't catch the compliment for not being an orc, and he clapped back, "I don't vote for legislation that doesn't work. That's just kind of how I roll over here." The The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing got excited at the mention of a big role from the hippie-infested Shire, so the Speaker of the House had to stop the smack talk before the conversation got derailed when Schreiner changes the subject to climate change, like he always does. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves were dealing with the looming invasion of the property developer orcs. They had to act quickly before another 20-plus story Tower of Sauron proposal was tabled. Carly could lose her elf class, and the Elder Elves' beautiful hair could start falling out if they're forced to approve 20-plus story Tower of Saurons downtown as creatures of the province. The first financial barrier was dealing with Bill 23, which reduced the ability of the Corporation of the Shire to collect development charges and other fees from some new builds. The Sunshine Listers spent several weeks working from home to estimate this loss at more than $1 million annually. But that didn't stop Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves from keeping their commitment to the rule of the ward, as they approved new bylaws to expand low-density residences into medium-level buildings without the need for any Tower of Saurons. Splitting the gray hairs between the Elder Elves, the Council of Elders approved a bylaw to allow basement apartments to have 3 bedrooms, up from 2 bedrooms, as well as low-density properties are now allowed to have 2 accessory units in addition to the main residence. The extra accessory building policy benefited Rodrigo of Gawler as a low-level orcish landlord with his backyard shack. But unfortunately, the news hasn't reached him yet. Meanwhile, inside Bruce the Bold's wooden shack in the northern frozen forest, Rodrigo of Gawler recovered from the cold. His feet had finally melted and regained their color thanks to Bruce's experience with tending to frostbite. Rodrigo thought about another attempt at escaping the frozen forest, but without his Black Rock spellbook, he couldn't conjure up any unique ideas. He had to instead rely on his basic copycat skills as a low-level orc. As someone who is currently homeless in the forest with a dead cell phone, Rodrigo couldn't search the internet with Ctrl-C and V tabs open to solve his problems. But that's when he recalled what he heard from a traveling salesman in a blue suit pitching e-scooters at a free lunch one day in Kitchener. The blue suit joked that the technology was so simple that you could strap a battery to a plank of wood to make the e-scooter work. Rodrigo ran out the door with the idea as Bruce reluctantly shouted, "No, you don't know the way." Rodrigo of Gawler rummaged through the trash pile of bikes and boards behind Bruce's wooden house. He found an old lawnmower battery, some wheels from a broken bike, and then ripped wooden boards off of Bruce's roof. 4 hours later, Rodrigo had a homemade e-scooter that would make Link jealous in a new Breath of the Wild game. He started the engine, gained some traction, and headed off into the blizzard with a derpy grin on his face. At a steady pace, Rodrigo scooted through the forest, dodging trees by barely seeing through the snow. But Rodrigo of Gawler wasn't traveling alone. The noise from him scooting over the snow was noticed by the nearby trolls on ice, who started tailing him. The trolls on ice are no one to be messed with, as they commit most of the crimes in the Shire, such as breaking into cars, stealing bikes, and ripping out home grow from people's backyards. 2 trolls were chasing Rodrigo of Gawler as they huffed the snowy air with their giant noses. With each breath, the snow empowered them like white liquor as the hits boosted them up to Rodrigo, causing him to crash his e-scooter into the ground with a loud crack. Realizing he was on a sheet of ice, Rodrigo scurried away from the crashed e-scooter as the trolls on ice surrounded it. Before the trolls could find Rodrigo in the blizzard, there was another giant crack as he watched the e-scooter fall through the ice, taking the trolls with it. Rodrigo lay on the ground, relieved in the silent chill of the air. He passes out. An hour later, Rodrigo of Gawler regains consciousness from being dragged in a sled back to the wooden house by Bruce. He overhears him say, "You might be right, Sam. He might never learn the way home." Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves continue to follow the rule of the ward? Will Rodrigo of Gawler ever find his way home? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the mayor chasing rainbows. After binging on alphabet soup and drinking too much Kool-Aid, the mayor and the Sunshine Listers started chasing the gold at the end of rainbows. They traveled all the way from the intersection of Gordon and Wilson Street to Denver, Colorado for a meeting with their UN and WEF friends at the Smart City Summit. Meanwhile, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves dodged a Tower of Sauron proposal from the orcs at Fusion Homes. Whereas at the bench downtown, Sir Edward of Bench and the Banana Guy were challenged to a nutritious food battle by the feds. Who will win the nutritious food battle, and can the mayor complete his kaleidoscopic vision of a rainbow-colored European SimCity? An entire committee of Sunshine Listers, including traffic engineering, anti-racism and indigenous initiatives, and community engagement, brainstormed ideas on the best spot in the Shire for a rainbow crosswalk. Applying the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion, the rainbow crosswalk will be made up of a slip-resistant thermoplastic product that is expected to last at least 3 years. For durability, it is also being installed at a location that has no planned construction for the foreseeable future. The Rainbow Crosswalk will be maintained as part of the Shire's public art collection, particularly through community engagement. The mayor and his dubious business associates also jumped on board the Rainbow Road train. They were betting on it attracting more tourists to the Shire for transgender sports, thus increasing the sales of Bud Light in the dining district downtown and collecting more tourism tax revenue for the mayor to play with. Other places, such as Kitchener and Leamington, have successfully increased community engagement through rainbow crosswalks. Even the small shire of Norwich, that banned interest group flags on their property, received an extreme level of community engagement. According to the president of the Oxford Community Pride Committee, their lack of rainbow flags perpetuates homophobia, discrimination, and oppression, and that she was left with no choice but to file a human rights complaint. In a similar fashion, more interest groups across the province took action for proper representation. Taking motivation from the canon at the university, people in Kitchener, Leamington, and Dawson's Creek, BC started adding their own stripes to the rainbow crosswalks with tire tracks and paint thinner. Similar to bike lanes petition in Hamilton, the construction companies will be the big winners here since they get paid each time they have to repaint the road. But this was all a distraction as the mayor and David of Messier split town the next day. Motivated by the Lord of the Liberals' elaborate trips, the mayor and David of Messier took flight to the airport in Denver, Colorado to meet the WEF's overlords who live underneath it. They attended an elaborate venue at the Smart City Summit of Americas and enjoyed Bud Light at an open bar as they flipped through the event schedule. The conference was sponsored by some of the most swamp-infested corporations such as Amazon, Walmart, and the Government of Canada. The mayor was excited to see the Strengthening the Climate Change Agenda for Afro-Descendant Populations event, whereas David of Messier signed up for the Smart Cities Foundation's workshop. It was essential that David participate in this workshop since he has already spent the $10 million from the World Economic Forum to commence the Smart City projects. He also recently awarded 10 businesses in the Shire with $2,000 in grants to promote the food circular economy. The businesses who accepted the funding and now reek of the West stench include Agape Farms, Everdale, and Corrite Presbyterian Church. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves dodged a bullet. Since last week, whenever they comb their elven hair in the morning and look themselves in the mirror, they wonder if there will be anything left after the big blue orc is done. With his new bill changing the rules of the game, the Elder Elves could lose all their hair as they now transform into creatures of the province. Luckily, Carly of Klassen avoided this dilemma, as the next Tower of Sauron proposal, which was meant to be a 23-story building from Fusion Homes, was retracted. In their statement, the senior vice president of Fusion Homes didn't say why they reconsidered building a Tower of Sauron, but Carly and the Elder Elves gladly accepted the retraction to avoid any hair loss. They instead focused on finding volunteers for the Community Gardens project to help with access to nutritious food. Meanwhile, at the bench downtown, Sir Edward of Bench and the Banana Guy were challenged to a tag team nutritious food battle. The County of Wellington and researchers at the university teamed up to flex their funding muscles at Ed's team. The county bragged about the success of their Market Bucks program for increasing access to nutritious food. In the past year, it contributed over $9,000, or $750 per month, worth of goods purchased solely at participating farmers market vendors. Sir Edward chuckled it off, since the bench receives over $2,000 in donations each month, so he could easily outflex the county in half the time. But the county had backup with the $764,000 in funding the university received from the Public Health Agency of Canada's Health Canadians and Communities Fund. The goal was to distribute the funds to projects that are trying to reduce chronic disease among Canadians by mitigating risk factors. Laundering the money through the Smart Cities office, the $764,000 will be mainly used to cover the paychecks of 13 community advisors for FUN. FUN is one of the projects of Our Food Future, an initiative which aims to implement the WEF's circular food economy in the Shire. But Sir Edward of Bench Banana Guy tagged Dean to take on the second challenger. Whenever you get sick of peanut butter jelly time, the Banana Guy is there to cheer you up. Equipped with a bag of bananas each week, he increases access to nutritious food without the need for market bucks, 13 paid community advisors, or FUN. Funded purely on his own compassion and dependability, the Banana Guy stepped up to face the $764,000 nutritious food challenge. How long will the Rainbow Road crosswalk last? And can Sir Edward's bench outmatch the feds on nutritious food? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the springtime rain of tax dollars from the annual Community Grant Lottery. Over 50 nonprofit organizations were given a total of $323,000 of our tax dollars in grants ranging from $1,500 to $12,000. The mayor and Sunshine Listers took the week to review the books to confirm they could afford to pay all the grants with their $13.7 million operating surplus. Meanwhile, a skirmish broke out between the dubious business associates as they fought internally over who had the biggest chair at the table. But even with this dispute, the property developer orcs continued their plans to privatize student housing with their new homeless student hotel at Stone Road and Scottsdale. Can the 50 nonprofit organizations successfully spend their community grants? And will the homeless student hotel fix the housing crisis? Like the upcoming lines at EB Games this weekend, dozens of groups pre-ordered their tickets to the annual Community Grant Lottery. Over $700,000 in grants were ordered, but the Corporation of the Shire gave out less than half of that, with $323,000 in total going to 56 nonprofit organizations. The biggest winners with multi-year grants over $10,000 were the Action Read Community Literacy Center of Guelph, Chalmers Community Services Center, and Torchlight Services. The grants are funding activities that enhance quality of life, inclusivity, and social supports across the Shire. Earning a one-time $5,000 grant, Rainbow Programs for Children can now fund activities to help children learn about inclusivity and the true meaning of double rainbows. To help with quality of life for the Shire's volunteers, Hillside Community Festival was granted $8,000 for 2 years to properly feed the volunteers at Hillside and help minimize the number of people rage quitting on them each year. Guelph Enabling Gardens received $6,000 over 3 years, coincidentally making 3 6s on their application. They could use the grants to update their enabling signs at Riverside Park, since the current ones still have the same swirly symbol as the Trudeau Foundation. Art Not Shame was granted $11,000 for 3 years, which was essential for them since the key difference between art and shame is a government grant. Back at the mayor's spacious office, he and the Sunshine Listers reviewed the year-end operating budget report. Driven by staff vacancies, energy conservation, and increased revenues from taxation, it was no surprise they finished 2022 with $13.7 million in operating surplus. The report outlined the money shuffling into favorable and unfavorable positions. The Sunshine Listers faced an unfavorable year-end position for fuel costs due to its actual cost being 57% higher than budgeted, whereas they had a favorable position of 2.4% lower labor cost due to a high staff turnover rate, which was caused an increased vacancy rate due to prolonged government mandates. The mayor got bored with reading the numbers in the report, since he was more interested if the new library will go over budget before it even starts. He instead picked up a copy of the local newspaper to check out the Curdita Kitchen lunch specials. Meanwhile, in the South End student ghetto, the dubious business associates skirmished over the best seat at the table. For the past 3 months, the DBA has been without an executive director since their longtime director of 11 years stepped down. Several low-level orcs fought over the comfy open seat, but they have yet to finish the infighting. They paused the skirmish to feast with Shabkiba of Shayani, the Guelph Chamber of Commerce president and CEO, who was awarded the Bernie Gillespie Memorial Award. She was honored for holding the best seats on local committees and councils while promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion as part of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce's DEI Council. But the shiny awards didn't distract the property developer orgs from implementing their plans for the new homeless student hotel. Motivated by the prison-like structure of South's residents, the owners of the Alma Hotel, aka Forum Asset Management, announced their intent to expand their homeless student hotel. Located directly across the street from the LCBO at Stone Road and Scottsdale, the new student hotel will be built behind the old Holiday Inn on the university-owned land. Forum Asset's lease with the university forces them to only rent to students, so this was the only way to expand their market share once it gets approved by the fat cats in the ivory tower. There is no indication as to how many more units it might involve, which doesn't help solidify its impact on the 18,000 homes pledge or the housing crisis. Currently, the Alma Student Hotel, 1-bedroom units range from $1,500 to $1,600, whereas 2-bedroom units are $1,425 per person. The Shire's housing crisis is a pricing problem, so these inflated prices will have little to no impact on the student rental market. It's still cheaper for students to live on the other side of the Hanlon, where historically you can get 2-bedroom units for half the cost, or the other option is to live in the Batchlands for free with a Starlink connection at $140 per month. Will the 50 nonprofit organizations spend our tax dollars responsibly? And can the homeless student hotel help the housing crisis? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with poking the province in the eye and the Rainbow Road crosswalk getting ratioed on Twitter. The Elder Elves pushed back against the Big Blue Orcs' new rule change with Bill 23 and directed the mayor to write a protest letter on behalf of the Council of Elders to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Meanwhile, a Sunshine Lister got trigger-happy with the block button on Twitter, overwhelming them with feedback on the Rainbow Crosswalk. Back in the Northern Forest, Rodrigo of Gawler took another attempt at building an e-scooter program with a predictable outcome. Can the Elder Elves protect the Shire from the 23-story Eye of Sauron before they lose their hair from turning into creatures of the province? The air was thick with the stench of the WEF's Smart City office and burnt wood from the Greenbelt as the Council of Elders entered their chambers. The Elder Elves had prepared all week long for the meeting to fight against the Big Blue Orcs' Bill 23 that was turning them into creatures of the province. They created a 7-part motion that pushed back on 18 changes made to the city's latest official plan amendment. Trying to play politics through policy and procedure, the Elder Elves conjured up their positive word spells to protect the downtown's view corridor from the Eye of Sauron. They proposed adding more view corridors to protect the Shire's natural beauty, such as the view from Starkey Hill. They also directed the mayor to write a protest letter on behalf of the Council of Elders to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Steve of the Clarks. But the mayor complained about the changes since it involved him doing work and looking bad in the eyes of his big mayor friends. Voting against all of the Elves' motions, the mayor said that they were going to have intergovernmental issues. I think this is poking the province in the eye. I don't think it's helpful. Maybe it's because we're the problem. He was correct that he's part of the problem, as it's the mayor's YIMBYism that's not addressing the housing cost crisis. Pretending to have a bee in his bonnet, the mayor didn't want to write a protest letter that would also be sent to Mike of the Shriners and all the big city mayors. He didn't care about Shriner reading the letter, since he's currently distracted over picking a red or green tie each day. It was his orcish friends from the big city mayors group that Guthrie didn't want to poke, since he wanted to keep his good seat at their table while he plays politics with his European-inspired SimCity. Meanwhile, within the corporate depths of the Shire, a lone Sunshine Lister got ratioed on Twitter. It all started when they politely asked for feedback on the proposed Rainbow Crosswalk on the Corporation of the Shire's Twitter page. Immediately, undesirable opinions started pouring in as Laura of Massau got overwhelmed with the work, resulting in a huge mistake being made. At exactly 8:56 a.m. on Tuesday, or 4 minutes before starting work that day, the flawed decision was made to block the comments section for the first time ever. Like pouring water on gremlins, blocking the trolls' comments made the problem worse. The trolls multiplied like gremlins, doubling with each iteration. 1 troll, 2 trolls, 4, 8, 16, and so on until it reached over 500. Before Laura could react, she was getting ratioed on Twitter in an amount of 500 to 1. But not all the blocked comments were hateful or discriminatory, as Laura alleges. Taking screenshots and using the Wayback Machine, the 500 plus trolls on Twitter started collecting their receipts and submitting them to the Shire's official Have Your Say feedback page. That this was the purpose of the original post on the Rainbow Crosswalk, so the goal was achieved. The lingering issue now was the 500 plus gremlin trolls now barraging across the Shire. Some of them suggested painting a Canadian flag crosswalk instead of a rainbow flag to unify everyone under a common banner. The patient trolls of the 500 took screenshots and used the Wayback Machine to collect receipts for the next stage of the battle. They anticipate the Sunshine Listers using sampling bias to get their desired result from the official feedback, since a common spellbook for them is How to Lie with Statistics 101. If their recorded comments don't appear in the official Have Your Say report, then the trolls will have to call in the Karens to visit the manager in every department with all the collected receipts in a big red binder. Back in the frigid northern forest, Rodrigo of Galler took another shot at the e-scooter program. Over the past week, Bruce the Bold was feeding and housing him rent-free as he recovered from the cold. Again. Rodrigo could only rely on his copycat skills to escape the forest as a homeless, low-level creature of the province and committed to building an e-scooter program. Like Link building a wagon without a motor, his policy changes were doomed from the start since they were proposed without any public consultation. The provincial e-scooter pilot program that Rodrigo is pushing would allow e-scooters to operate anywhere a bicycle can, but they cannot go any faster than 24 kilometers per hour, must have a horn or bell, and weigh no more than 45 kilos. Luckily, the goods exchange is this weekend, so it's a good opportunity to toss your e-scooter to the curb, where it belongs. Can the Elder Elves protect the Shire from the Big Blue Orc and the 500 plus gremlin trolls? Will Rodrigo of Galler ever find the way home? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with missing the target on affordable housing. The property developer orcs remain committed to their goal of building Tower Saurons in the Shire to profit from their unaffordable rent and condo fees. In our local Ward 2, HB Developments proposed a 3-story 10-unit building at 14 Stevenson North with zero intent of charging affordable rent. This was no surprise given a recent CMHC report showed that most new buildings in Guelph sold for unaffordable prices last year. Meanwhile, at the top of the university's ivory tower, the fat cats pushed the limits of guaranteeing residence spots for their students. Can the Elder Elves fight back against the property developer orcs and return us back to the days of affordable housing? For the 6th straight year, the Corporation of the Shire missed its target of 1 in 4 new housing units having a purchase price below an affordable housing benchmark price, according to an annual report from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. The affordable price benchmark used by the Corporation of the Shire is based on the standard 30% of income rule of thumb in the real estate industry. Some real estate agents learn about this in school, unlike the hundreds who cheated on their licensing exams at Conestoga last year. Using this income-based approach for 2023, the benchmark price is $429,000 for purchased homes and $1,400 per month for rent. According to the CMHC report, of the 428 new residential units that were added to the Shire in 2022, 0 units were affordable since none sold for under $450,000. Of the new housing units, 96% were apartments and the remainder were townhouses. More than 50% of those units sold for more than $750,000. But missing the target for 6 years in a row didn't stop the Big Blue Orc from trying to win the affordable housing game by moving the goalposts. Hidden within the details of Bill 23, the new official affordable housing metric used by the creatures of the province will become a price-based instead of income-based metric of affordability. Measuring affordability as houses priced 10% below market value, an affordable home in the Shire would be considered affordable if it sold for $750,000 or less. By increasing the affordability threshold almost 75%, the Big Blue Orc can claim that over 50% of houses in the Shire were affordable, automatically doubling the 25% target and making him and his property developer friends the big winners as they tear up the Greenbelt. Meanwhile, in Ward 2, the property orcs at HB Developments are attempting to take over the abandoned lot at 14 Stevenson North. They are proposing a 3-story building with 10 housing units and 13 parking spaces. By following the rule of the ward and having more parking spaces than units, HB Development's proposal appears reasonable at first in the eyes of Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves. Requesting a rezone to medium-density residential from low-density, their proposal is reasonable but not affordable. The planning report did note the big red flag in the proposal, as HB Developments is not committing to affordable housing that meets the city's defined affordable housing benchmark as part of the proposed redevelopment. A public meeting with the Council of Elders is required before approval, but is yet to be scheduled. The next planned meeting is currently scheduled for June 13th. Back at the university's ivory tower, the fat cats pushed the limits of guaranteeing residence spots for their students. But not for all students, as international students are still guaranteed a spot over domestic students who may face a lottery system for their beds. Over the past decade, the university has steadily increased the number of students, especially international students, resulting in hundreds of excess applications for residence. Last year, they already pushed the residence buildings to capacity, overloading them with an extra 400 beds to reach 5,100 spots for the 5,150 applicants that year. Similar to the double cohort year in 2003, they increased the number of spots in residence to 5,100 by converting double rooms to triples and turning some lounges, common rooms into bedrooms. Those who were there at the time recall students living in open lounge areas with shower curtains or office wall dividers as their privacy rooms. This year's residence application numbers are still unknown, but the university is considering housing 40 students at the Days Inn like they did last year. If the homeless student hotel at Stone Road gets approved, then those who can afford the $1,500 rent per month can live there instead of in residence. As mentioned earlier in the CMHC report, the $1,500 rent is considered unaffordable according to the income-based approach. So we will see what happens this fall as students hunt for unaffordable housing again. Will the Shire's housing cost crisis get any better? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the Lord of the Liberals giving a grand NIMBY speech and the Rainbow Crosswalk not being inclusive enough. More than 1,500 municipal politicians traveled to the swamps of Toronto for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities annual conference to receive programming from their federal overlords. Meanwhile, the property developer orcs at Dotty Lake Retreats prepared a sneak attack on the Council of Elders with the lords at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Back at the intersection of Norfolk and Waterloo, the advocates for the Rainbow Crosswalk were upset with its quiet reveal and not including the Somerville family. Will the mayor ever learn anything useful at the FCM conference? And can the Rainbow Crosswalk unify the Shire? At the intersection of Norfolk and Waterloo, a few dozen people attended a quiet reveal of the Rainbow Crosswalk. It was supposed to be a grand celebration of rainbows, glitter, and unicorns, but the event flopped due to the lack of public consultation or inclusion. The corporation of the Shire removed Twitter comments they didn't like, as shown in detail by Canada Poly, and so the information on the big reveal didn't reach the public in time. Several people were busy last week with the sale on children's clothing and sportswear at the back of Target stores, while others were starting fires at Home Depot. In particular, the Somerville family, who have been campaigning for a rainbow crosswalk since 2016, weren't invited to the unveiling of the crosswalk or involved in the planning process whatsoever. The family gained attention when their 11-year-old daughter, Matea Somerville, launched a petition of her own, collecting over 1,900 signatures. Sadly, Matea died suddenly last year, and her parents continued her wishes for a rainbow crosswalk. They didn't reach out to really anyone in the community. That was really not what we had wanted for, Jake Somerville said. It was pretty shocking, exclaimed Michelle Somerville. We found out about it through online videos that counselors and police were posting to social media. Somehow, the information didn't reach the Somerville family in time, even though they were campaigning for the Rainbow Crosswalk for over 6 years. But the Rainbow Crosswalk commotion was simply a distraction, as the mayor split town that week. He flew all the way from the Shire to the swamps of Toronto to attend the Federation of Canadian Municipalities' annual conference and trade show. He wanted to get there early to catch the keynote NIMBY speech given by the Lord of the Liberals on the housing crisis. Luckily, the mayor somehow managed to run into Trudeau in public with photographers around. Like Lloyd of the Longfields at Grace Gardens, the mayor was starstruck from seeing the Lord of the Liberals in public without any rats around. More than 1,500 municipal elected officials gathered at the FCM conference to take selfies with National Party leaders and representatives. Through a series of workshops, the municipal politicians received programming from their federal overlords. They debated 3 key resolutions designed to address the modern national challenges of mental health, homelessness, and funding. The mental health programming pushed for it to be acknowledged as a national emergency and to develop a strategy for implementing their planned solution. The homelessness programming called on the federal government to provide long-term funding to fight homelessness through expanding the homeless hotel programs. Whereas the last part of the agenda wanted municipal politicians to call for linking municipal financial capacity to federal population and growth targets, finding new sources of revenue, and tightening the leash from the Lord of the Liberals on local housing decisions. Back at the Shire, the property developer orcs at Dottie Lake Retreats prepared a sneak attack on the Council of Elders. Using tactics mastered by previous property developers, they immediately filed an appeal with the Ontario Land Tribunal, citing the council's lack of decision regarding its initial proposal for 24 stacked townhouses at 140 Haddadi Road. Going over the heads of the entire Council of Elders, the orcs at Dottie Lake Retreats are appealing to the OLT to transform the council into creatures of the province to get exactly what they want. On the timing of the appeal, Councillor Aaron Caton said, "It's surprising they went to the OLT before a final council decision was made." But the timing of the OLT appeal was actually no surprise if Caton had been paying attention and not distracted by the Rainbow Crosswalk. She would have known that OLT appeals are becoming common practice among the property developer orcs as they are using the OLT to transform the Council of Elders into creatures of the province. No amount of cancer-causing glitter or rainbow crosswalks can stop the transformation thanks to the Big Blue Orc and his Bill 23. Even Caton isn't immune from losing her colorful hair as she transforms into an ugly creature of the province. How long will the Rainbow Crosswalk last, and can the Council of Elders avoid becoming creatures of the province? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the start of Bike Pride Month, and the mayor having a garage sale. Celebrating the diverse rainbow of cyclists and cycling culture, Bike Pride launched this month with family-friendly events and DEI programming. Meanwhile, in the Council of Elders chambers, the property developer orgs at Reed Heritage Properties and Gemini Homes proposed building more townhouses and apartment buildings in the Shire. Whereas on a burning hot driveway, the mayor hosted his own garage sale motivated by the Shire's $13.7 million surplus allocation. Can Bike Pride Month unify the Shire cyclists, and will the mayor cash in at his garage sale? Cycling fans across the Shire celebrated the start of Bike Pride Month this week with family-friendly events and public policy directives. They gathered at the OG painted crosswalk in the Shire, aka the Green Bike Box at Stone Road and Gordon, to promote this year's Bike Pride Month DEI agenda. Focusing on driving e-scooters and inclusion, Bike Pride Month welcomes all types of cyclists to their events, even those who self-identify as drivers, pedestrians, or both. Events include busking shows from the hands-free riders and guest appearances from Darth Vader on a unicycle. Celebrating the diverse rainbow of cyclists and cycling culture, Bike Pride Month launched with a big event downtown for those who choose to identify as drivers. Hosted by Price Adventures, the Shire's exotic car show drew big crowds to Carden and McDonald Streets on Sunday to raise funds for Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Both actual drivers and cyclists who choose to identify as drivers walked in unison as they discussed the common driving safety concerns, such as the death trap drive-thru at McDonald's downtown. Another inclusive event for cyclists later this month is the 10th annual Tour de Guelph, presented by Label Design Limited. They are looking for 100 volunteers for the event on Sunday, June 25th, so hopefully the nighttime glow riders and winter road warriors sign up to help. The final part of Bike Pride Month DEI agenda is the E for e-scooters. The e-scooter program is being pushed by Rodrigo of Gawler and the creatures of the province through their overlords at Queen Lizard's Park. To participate in the program, the Council of Elders is required to pass a bylaw by next month that allows e-scooters in the Shire and where they can be used. Identifying e-scooters as a device without pedals, a seat, or exceeding a maximum speed of 24 kilometers per hour, they cannot carry passengers or cargo, which is unfortunate for Uber Eats delivery drivers. The bylaw would identify e-scooters as drivers, cyclists, or pedestrians, so conflicts could arise between these groups. The Council of Elders could easily identify which groups to not mix together, such as cyclists and e-scooters, but they won't get that information in time since they waive the standard requirement for public consultation on the e-scooters bylaw. Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves will have to instead rely on their elven intuition as public feedback was blocked again, just like the Corporation of the Shire did last month with their Twitter account. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the property developer orgs at Reed Heritage Properties and Gemini Homes propose building more townhouses and apartment buildings in the Shire. Reed Heritage is proposing a 7-story, down from 9-story apartment building at 1373 to 1389 Gordon Street. The original 9-story plan received numerous complaints from nearby residents, and with proper public consultation in March 2021, Reed Heritage Properties modified the proposal down to 7 stories, almost reaching the desired rule of the ward. Whereas the orcs at Gemini Homes want to build 32 stacked townhouses at 103 to 105 Victoria Road North. They originally proposed 44 townhouses on the lot, but again, through proper public consultation in November 2021, they revised the proposal down to 32 units. Carly of Klassen and the elder Elves must now decide if these height-cutting revisions are enough to approve the orcs' proposals. There's little mention of affordability, which is the key pricing factor behind the Shire's housing crisis, so they are looking more for the public feedback, as the process should be, by June 9th. Meanwhile, on a burning hot driveway in the Shire, the mayor hosted his own surplus allocation garage sale this weekend. Motivated by his wife's desire to clean the house and the Shire's $13.7 million surplus allocation, he bartered with Carly of Klassen and his neighbors over his excess possessions. The news of the surplus allocation was no surprise, since the corporation of the Shire increased property taxes for the largest amount ever last year. But it was a surprise to the mayor's wife that he was willing to cut down on his used blender collection. Carly of Klassen showed up early to hunt for deals on the best and cleanest items at the garage sale. She spotted a sweet deal on a new couch that was in decent condition. All she had to do was drive it home and wash it clean of that old mare smell. She could have assembled a series of e-scooters together, similar to Link in Tears of the Kingdom, but unfortunately, the proposed bylaw for e-scooters doesn't allow cargo on them. Luckily, like most people, Carly had a friend with a truck, so she successfully got her new couch home with the cost of a few beers. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with a game of What's That Smell? And the mayor's strings getting pulled. From faraway lands, a burning smell engulfed the Shire and neighboring towns this week, so a nationwide game of What's That Smell began. But the stench didn't stop everyone from enjoying the multicultural fair this weekend and dreaming of the new library. Meanwhile, the mayor and his dubious business associates hatched a plan to address the Shire's housing cost crisis. Can someone find the source of the smell, and will the mayor do anything about the Shire's housing crisis? Carly of Klassen took a break this long weekend to relax in comfort on her new couch. She did the best she could to clean it of that old mare smell by emptying a bottle of Febreze onto it before she settled in for a Netflix binge. Swimming in the scent of purple lavender, Carly eventually fell asleep in comfort. 2 hours later, the boom boom of the next Netflix episode woke her up from her dreams of the new library, and that's when she caught wind of a bad smell. Thinking it was the couch, she got up and flipped the cushions around to check for the source. But it wasn't the couch. Carly went outside to investigate and noticed the smell got worse. Like last time the bad smell spread across the Shire, Carly of Klassen decided to go downtown to find Sir Edward of Bench, since he's an expert in the Shire's historical stank. Carly of Klassen arrived at the bench downtown to find a large crowd at Rachel's Saturday table. It was the weekend, so Sir Edward wasn't there, but Rachel and the banana guy were running the show by helping people deal with the smell and the hunger pains. People were already wearing Curdita kitchen face masks to cover the smell with the scent of delicious curry, and even local high school students showed up to help with the bench. No one really knew what the smell was or where it was coming from, but a nationwide game of What That Smell had already started. Unfortunately, Rodrigo of Gawler couldn't play this time, since he's still lost and homeless from the last time he ran off chasing a scent. Everyone joined in on the game, including the Lord of the Liberals, the Big Blue Orc, and Mike of the Shriners. The burning smell was coming from the forest fires that were suddenly and mysteriously spreading across the nation. The Big Blue Orc started off the media blitz by taking selfies in firefighting gear. The Lord of the Liberals and his friends at CBC joined in by claiming that climate change was making the problem worse. But that was quickly debunked by Ross McKittrick in the 7th floor of the university's ivory tower. He, along with a geological professor at the University of Alabama, have shown in 2 separate studies that the number of forest fires has steadily decreased in the past decades as greenhouse gas emissions have increased, so forest fires must be associated with something else. Meanwhile in Alberta, The RCMP Forestry Crimes Unit has charged a woman with 32 counts of arson following an in-depth investigation into a series of suspicious wildfires across the Bonnyville and Lac La Biche areas. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the mayor's strings were getting pulled from the housing cost crisis. Last month, the Elder Elves pushed his buttons and forced the mayor to poke the province in the eye with a protest letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. He didn't get a direct reply from the minister, but his orcish friends at the Guelph Chamber of Commerce did write back. 9 business suits signed their names on a letter addressing possible remedies to the housing crisis and the blame game. The corporations behind the GCC are those familiar with perpetuating the housing crisis, such as Skyline, Fusion Homes, and Tricar Developments. They proposed a 4-point call to action for solving the crisis by producing more homes at an unprecedented level. The first suggestion in the letter was to appoint a housing commissioner in the Shire to be publicly accountable for the crisis and results. Like most people who are to blame, the property developers wanted to shift attention away from the blame game and instead focus on accelerating new housing projects to build back better with their selected housing commissioner. Their second point was to ensure that emergency housing infrastructure is in place this fall for when the student housing games arrive in September. They also want the Council of Elders to work with the university's Fat Cats to increase affordable housing units for the students. The university already has plans to house their 400-plus excess resident students in nearby hotels, charging them over $1,500 per room. Even though this is not considered affordable, according to the standard income approach of affordability, they believe this will help reduce the cost of housing. The mayor replied to the letter on the same day on Twitter after he finished depositing the cash he made at his garage sale. He didn't want to walk around the Shire with a pile of cash in hand for fear of it being stolen like the $4,000 eviction payments at 90 Carden Street. The mayor replied to the letter with a video covering the housing cost crisis and future discussions for accountability. He acted surprised by the news of the housing crisis and reviewed the recent statistics on average rental prices in the Shire. According to the report, this month's average cost of a single-bedroom rental in the Shire was $2,300 per month, which represents a 62% increase over the past 4 years. Applying the income-based approach for affordability, anyone making less than $80,000 per year can no longer afford to live here. Over the last year, the average rental unit increased 27%. The mayor was smart enough to see that we are going to be hit with a crisis moment in the next couple of months, alluding to the incoming student housing games this fall. "I can't sit around and hope for the best," said the mayor, since he sold his spare couch to Carly of Klassen. The mayor is planning for a special emergency meeting over the next month to talk to the Sunshine Listers and others to address the housing cost crisis. But he is going to have difficulties hearing solutions since the corporation of the Shire is considering limiting public comments to 5 minutes in meetings, and his staff are hiding comments on Twitter. The Council of Elders has been working on the master plan for the Shire for several years, but the mayor and the property developers are ignoring it. Can the Council of Elders clear the air? And will the mayor fix the Shire's housing cost crisis? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with Bike Pride Month events and the mayor defending his title of biggest tool in town. The second week of Bike Pride Month featured events celebrating those who choose to identify as cyclists or pedestrians. The pedestrians took selfies on the Rainbow Crosswalk, whereas the cyclist watched the biggest tool in town competition. But the mayor gave up his title as biggest tool to upgrade his big mayor powers with a giant red YIMBY button, thanks to the big blue orc. Can the Elder Elves find solutions to the housing crisis, and will the mayor use his new veto powers? The first week of Bike Pride Month celebrated riders who identified as vehicles with the car show, so the second week was for those who identify as cyclists or pedestrians. The self-identifying pedestrians took to the streets at the Rainbow Crosswalk with the Somerville family this weekend. Before taking selfies with masked children on the crosswalk, they had a moment of silence for those who recently died suddenly in their sleep. After their successful crosswalking, the pedestrians gathered at picnic tables with their community to enjoy ice cream and popsicles while wearing masks in the summer heat. For riders who identify as cyclists, as most do, the 10th annual Love Your Bike event welcomed everyone to St. Andrew's Church this weekend. A large crowd of cyclists gathered to watch the annual competition for the biggest tool in town. The usual candidates for biggest tool were there to flex their skills and compete at who could change a bike tire the fastest. Last year, the mayor was easily named the biggest tool in town, so Lloyd of the Longfields and Mike of the Shriners had to step up their game. Before the competition began, St. Andrew's Church had a moment of silence for those who recently died while cycling on the road. The mayor used this moment of silence to pray to the Big Blue Orc. He would gladly give up his title of biggest tool in town to achieve victory over NIMBYism. Before the competition began, the mayor devised a plan to take a dive for achieving his larger aspirations. Wearing his favorite cycling shirt, which is a t-shirt with a picture of a bike on it, the mayor and Mike of the Shriners did their best to not get grease on their pants. Lloyd of the Longfields wore a big red shirt and brought his red bike pump as the Lord of the Liberals mandated in the party rules. The biggest tool in town competition began when Grandpa found his phone and the 3 top tool candidates grabbed their bike tiles and tubes. The mayor took an early lead by realizing that both items were circular, whereas Mike had to take a knee since he got distracted by climate change. At the 1-minute mark in the competition, both Lloyd and the mayor had replaced their tires and were on to pumping it up. Using the Big Blue Orc's one-arm method, Lloyd of the Longfields caught up to the mayor as they both raised their greasy hands in victory with a time of 68 seconds. It was a tie. But the tied outcome was exactly what the mayor had devised as he held out for larger aspirations with his left hand. He intentionally slowed down to match Lloyd's slow pace for blowing hot air, and then kept his bike pump tube attached with his left hand so that he lost on a technicality. The grandpa judging the competition agreed with the technicality, and so Lloyd of the Longfields earned the title of biggest tool in town. He was awarded a gift of bike-related products, but once he realized he didn't want any of it, Lloyd took the opportunity to donate it to the community draw. The cycling community gladly accepted the donation since the total number of households reliant on Ontario Works for larger than 5 years has increased by 21% since 2019, and the share of the Shire's residents seeking employment is at the highest point since 2017. After Lord of the Longfield successfully dethroned the mayor for being the biggest tool in town, the cyclists gathered at picnic tables at the Woolly Pub to enjoy burgers and beer in the summer heat. The mayor returned home to relax with a grin on his face after executing his plan perfectly. After just resting his eyes for a couple of minutes, he fell asleep on the couch from the extensive workout of pumping up a bike tire. The mayor dreamed of his recent Guelph Chamber of Commerce Awards and how he wished he had been awarded with a giant red YIMBY button to fight against NIMBYism with his Orcus pals. But when the mayor woke up the next morning, his wishes were granted by the Big Blue Orc. As a reward for his ritual sacrifice of his title of biggest tool in town, the Big Blue Orc gave the mayor a giant red YIMBY button. "Yimby, yimby, yimby," shouted the mayor as he realized his dreams had come true with the strong mayor powers. The new powers allowed the mayor to veto council-approved bylaws, create committees and decide who leads them, hire senior city staff, reorganize municipal departments, and more. The news of the mayor's new powers quickly spread across the Shire as the Elder Elves dealt with the looming threat. If the mayor uses his new red Yimby button, it would instantly transform a random elder on the council into a creature of the province. Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves can't take the risk of losing their elven hair and are fighting back before the Shire's democracy dies with a giant red Yimby button. The Shire's inhabitants have joined the battle against the mayor's strong powers. Chatter has already begun among the apes of Reddit and the trolls on Twitter about the situation. Even the cyclists and pedestrians have teamed up to address the housing cost crisis. The mayor attempted to go quiet on Twitter, similar to Bud Light, but eventually he had to write a short statement 3 days later. In the statement, he echoed the Association of Municipality of Ontario's opinion that the strong mayor's power can help increase the pace of growing the housing supply. The housing cost crisis is a pricing issue, so committing to a supply-side quantity solution is a very indirect way of addressing the problem, and is unlikely to work in a market failure. If only the mayor had the powers to directly decrease the cost of housing, such as cutting real estate taxes in the Shire, then he could use his strong mayor powers to fight the housing cost crisis directly. A $13.7 million operating surplus would sure help with that. But for now, the mayor's sweating more than someone trying to eat ice cream with a mask on. Can the Elder Elves do anything to avoid turning into creatures of the province? And will the Shire's democracy die when the mayor pushes his giant red Yimby button? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the groundbreaking of the new library and the looming big mayor powers. Even James of the Gordons returned to the Shire from his retirement in British Columbia for celebrating the new $62 million library. Meanwhile, the housing cost crisis spread across the Shire with the eviction of the Hamlin Bridge campers and more appeals to the Lords of the Ontario Land Tribunal. After going quiet for several days, the mayor finally wrote a lengthy tweet about his new big mayor powers looming on the horizon. Can the Elder Elves find solutions to the housing cost crisis, and will the mayor use his new veto powers? The Council of Elders and longtime supporters of the new library gathered at a paved-over cemetery downtown to celebrate the groundbreaking event. After years of consultation and red tape, the construction of the $62 million library had finally begun. Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves arrived with their hair down as they enjoyed the summer breeze billowing through their dresses and open-toed sandals. They would have gone barefoot, like true locals, but going barefoot on a construction site is a safety issue, and they would have likely stubbed their toes. If Bruce the Bold wasn't taking care of Rodrigo of Gawler in the Lost Forest, he would have been there to show the Elder Elves how to shovel barefoot without stubbing their toes. Whereas Aidan of Caton was sweating buckets in the summer breeze. She missed the memo and instead thought it was Halloween in June, so she showed up dressed like a giant fruit in a full orange suit. But the mayor wasn't sweating at all, since he was pumped up in full Yimby mode with his new big mayor powers. Other longtime supporters of the new library, such as James of the Gordons, returned to the Shire to celebrate with songs and dance. James arrived downtown just in time for the art show this weekend as he paddled down the Speed River on his boathouse from BC. He finally completed his cross-country musical tour with his popular anti-convoy song called Convoy Crybabies. It rose to become a #1 hit with the Sleeping Seniors at Norfolk Manor and Breezy Corners, so James was awarded with the glamorous artist-in-residence position at the Corporation of the Shire. Unlike his time on the Council of Elders, the artist-in-residence position is better suited for James since he won't face any conflicts of interest complaints. Previously, he was conflicted every Tuesday afternoon between playing his guitar and working for the people. But now, as the artist in residence, he can freely play his guitar on Tuesday afternoons since Carly of Klassen has taken his seat on the Council of Elders. Her election promise was to work for the people on Tuesday afternoons instead of playing guitar, so the conflict of interest has been resolved. Back at the line of shovels, the mayor flexed as he flew dirt into the air. He was grinning about the big mayor powers he's gaining next month thanks to the big blue orc. The new powers allow him to veto council-approved bylaws, hire senior city staff, reorganize departments, and more. With big mayor power comes big mayor responsibility, so the mayor is attempting to put the right foot forward. In a lengthy tweet, he described the details of the specific veto powers he wants to keep in his YIMBY toolbox. The mayor delegated away the obviously democracy-destroying powers, such as the ability to fire the Shire's chief accountability officer and reorganizing departments. But he did keep some big mayor powers to help him go full YIMBY mode later on. Meanwhile, the housing cost crisis rampaged across the Shire. At the long-time encampment below the Speedvale-Hanlon Bridge, officials from the Ministry of Transportation gave notice to the 10 to 12 residents living there to vacate within a week. The property developer orcs at Terracotta Group offered to help with a public meeting on June 29th to talk about building more residential units at 115 Watson Parkway North. Their proposed building range in height from 6 to 10 stories, with around 500 apartments and 190 townhouses. Unfortunately, the residents living under the Hanlon Bridge can't afford to rent these new apartments since they make less than $80,000 per year. But the property developer orcs weren't done with their attack plans. Silver Creek Wealth Development Limited have teamed up for a massive development at their former Lafarge lands. They are appealing to the lords at the Ontario Land Tribunal to speed up the approval process. They are appealing to enforce bylaws and official plan amendments that would allow for the creation of a 370-unit apartment building along with 170 townhouses and 200 apartments. But the property developers won't have to rely on the OLT much longer to get around the elected Council of Elders with the incoming big mayor powers. The mayor didn't delegate away his power to veto bylaw proposals or to table an urgent matter to council without notice. His fat cat friends are pushing the mayor to use his strong powers to instantly approve their Tower of Sauron proposals by vetoing bylaw changes. With the combination of the OLT and the big mayor powers, the property developer orcs are set up to take over the Shire, similar to their plans with the 26th Tower of Sauron's proposal in Kitchener-Waterloo. Can the new library stay on budget, and will the mayor use his big mayor powers? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the housing cost crisis bringing the heat in the East End food desert. 40 residents of the Shire spoke out against the lack of a grocery store in the Turcotte Homes proposal on the abandoned Loblaws lot. Meanwhile, the mayor shouted "Yimby, Yimby, Yimby" as he celebrated Canada Day with his strong mayor powers. Using his one-third majority power, he can now veto bylaws to accelerate his quantity-based solution to a pricing problem and a market failure. Can the East End food desert get a grocery store, and will the mayor destroy our democracy with his strong mayor powers? The housing cost crisis heated up this week with HelloSafe and Jessica of Lawwell taking its temperature. HelloSafe, a finance and insurance website, used housing data from June to calculate affordability. They found that an average household income of $221,000 is needed to buy a home in the Shire, compared to $175,000 on Ontario average. According to this calculation, only Sunshine listers can now afford to live here. Whereas Jessica of Lowell at the Mercury Tribune took to Realtor.ca to measure housing affordability. She found the lowest priced listing in the Shire was a one-bedroom condo for $400,000. Luckily, her husband is a mortgage agent, so he could do the math. Factoring in property taxes and monthly maintenance fees, he estimated monthly cost for this property to be $2,395. This number is very familiar to renters in the Shire since the average rent for one-bedroom apartments is now over $2,300. Meanwhile, in the East End food desert, 40 residents of the Shire stood up against the property developer orcs at Turcotte Homes. The East End has grown into a food desert when Loblaws bailed on building a grocery store in the early 2000s. Loblaws planned to build a supercenter, but backed off after Walmart opened on Woodlawn and hired their tackle-happy security guard. Originating from the swamps of Toronto, Turcotte Homes is wanting to build 2 Tower of Saurons at 115 Watson Parkway North. Each building is proposed to have 2 towers between 6 to 10 stories tall, joined by a shared podium. But breaking the rule of the ward wasn't the main concern for the 40 residents at the meeting since they needed to feed themselves first. "We need a grocery store, plain and simple," shouted a starving East Ender. "We don't want to have to drive across town for one," in reference to the lengthy drive across town to Costco land. With construction season in full force on Speedvale and Woolwich, it now takes double the time to get across town by car. Riding an e-scooter to Costco would be faster for the East Enders, but unfortunately the corporation of the Shire made a bylaw forbidding cargo on e-scooters. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the mayor loaded up the last save file for his European-inspired SimCity. He watched the new $64 million library being built as he pondered what to do next with the $13.7 million surplus and his strong mayor powers. By sacrificing his title of biggest tool in town to Lloyd of the Longfields, the mayor was awarded with strong mayor powers from the Big Blue Orc. These powers allow him to veto bylaw changes with a 1/3 minority rule. The mayor got bored watching the roads break down in his city, so he opened his phone and started scrolling through social media. Whereas Lloyd announced that he'll be retiring in glory with the title of biggest tool in town. Like most politicians, the mayor started his social media blitz with virtue signaling. Wearing an oversized hat and holding the flag with his left hand, the mayor wished everyone Happy Canada Day as he shook his head side to side. Luckily, his tweet wasn't considered newsworthy, so it wasn't blocked by the lords of the Liberals' new Bill C-18. The mayor did get the news from Elon Musk about the Twitter's new daily read limit and used it to mess with the trolls. He started tweeting 600 posts a day so that the trolls following him had their Twitter feeds blocked. The mayor enjoyed the brief moment of silence before a local superhero reappeared from the shadows. Similar to Steve the Spider-Man, Susan of Watson appears in the Shire to help those in need. To avoid getting blocked by Bill C-18, she wrote an open letter about the mayor's democracy-destroying strong powers. His camdad Twitter advice to stop worrying about legislation we have no control over is disingenuous, she wrote. Calling out the mayor and the creatures of the province for being puppets of the Big Blue Orc, Watson used her elven eyes to focus on the democracy-destroying power of 1/3 minority rule. We need a commitment from Guthrie that he will never exercise his power and that likewise, councillors would unite in unanimously voting against such a bylaw on principle. Whereas David Messer at the Smart Cities office finally ran out of money. The office was founded on $10 million from the World Economic Forum's Smart Cities Challenge. The office mission was to spend the $10 million to increase access to affordable food where waste becomes a resource. They targeted a net zero waste with a 2-stage mandate. The first stage involved creating a circular economy matrix using a network of 50 businesses in the Shire, otherwise known as 50 by 50 by 50, by 2025. Once that was established, then they could implement the second stage with a carbon credit digital currency. The Smart City office will close its doors in December, 2 years earlier than the World Economic Forum had planned. They successfully completed the first stage of their plans with the circular economy matrix, but couldn't develop the real-time AI garbage sorting technology on the garbage trucks. They also failed at implementing the WEF's carbon currency pilot this spring. The RFID tags are still in place on our garbage bins, but for now the ghost of Mondex Pass has defeated the WEF's carbon credit digital currency. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor destroy our democracy with his strong mayor powers? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the good games bringing the not-so-good grades. The Good Games is a mid-year check-in with the Lord of the Liberals to see who has behaved so far this year. Local Karens kept bylaw officers on call as they graded everyone's behavior, including tie of the max election funding. The Toronto Region Board of Trade also joined the games by giving the Shire's bus system a near-failing grade at the protest of the mayor. Meanwhile, the Corporation of the Shire is finally addressing the housing cost crisis as the mayor and his dubious business associates push a quantity-based solution to a pricing problem and a market failure. Will the Shire get good grades, and can the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? Local Karens have been planning the Good Games since the start of this year. Every weekend they were out and about with their cell phones hunting for bylaw complaints against their neighbors. They upped their game this year with a total of 250 formal complaints and 503 inquiries so far, which represents a 33% increase from last year. The highest number of bylaw complaints were for property standards, parking, clean yards, and animal control. The officer reviewing the statistics attributed the increase to population growth, since no specific complaint dominated the data, but it could be due to bylaw officers now wearing body cameras. It has proven to be a useful tool when bylaw officers encounter people who have no contract with the Corporation of the Shire and their bylaws don't apply to them. But the Good Games took a darker turn for Tie of the Max in Ward 1. After placing third in the election last fall, Ty returned to the shadows to focus on more important things caught in Guelph. Somehow, a local Karen was still butthurt from his election loss, so she filed an election finance complaint accusing him of violating campaign financial reporting rules. Ty reported spending $7,700 on his campaign that all came from him and his spouse, compared to the mayor's $85,000 spent on his re-election campaign last year. The Karen's complaint alleges that Ty didn't provide a complete list of campaign donations and donors, excluded expenses related to his campaign website, and failed to report advertising expenses. None of the allegations have been proven. When Guelph Today contacted him by email, Ty said to go to his website for a reply, unlike what they reported in their hit piece article. The next event in the Good Games was the grading of the buses. Similar to livestock grading, the Toronto Region Board of Trade graded the bus system in the Shire and 10 other cities. No blue or red ribbons were awarded since the grading was all over the map, just like our bus routes and schedules. In the original report, the Shire's bus service was given a grade of D+. This was the third lowest grade, with only Milton and Oakville scoring lower. The mayor pouted at the low grade and blamed the Board of Trade for their lack of on-time rate data. He called it a hit piece that deliberately omitted the facts, data, and metrics. The mayor was correct about the report missing data, as the initial report didn't include reliability data for the Shire, which accounted for 35% of the grade. The Shire's buses are in fact 88% reliable, or 12% unreliable to be on time, so the Board of Trade updated their report. Even with the new data, the grade was only raised from a D+ to a C+. The mayor was hoping for a regrade to a B+, but he couldn't get that with the lack of 24-hour bus service, limited intercity connection, and transit service in the Shire decreasing 34% between 2010 and 2019. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the Sunshine Listers prepared for the final event with the housing cost crisis meeting this week. In what the mayor calls first of many drawn-out meetings, he has a 64-page slideshow ready for the live-streamed orientation and educational workshop. The meeting's goal is to encourage community members to contribute their thoughts and ideas on how to fix the Shire's housing cost crisis. They are looking for solutions to a pricing problem when the corporation of the Shire doesn't have the tools to implement a direct pricing solution, such as a rent cap. They need to react soon before the budget decisions and student housing gains return in the fall. Whereas the mayor and his dubious business associates have different aspirations. The mayor is being a good creature of the province by pushing a quantity-based solution to the pricing problem. His 64-page presentation praises the Lord of the Liberals Housing Accelerator Fund that is still working at building affordable housing at Grace Gardens. Affordable housing is a growing issue in the Shire, as those living in the most affordable places under the Hanlon Bridge are currently getting kicked out by the MTO. The mayor's presentation also fails to mention the two elephants in the room causing the market failure: immigration and foreign home ownership. BlackRock and Vanguard are monopolizing the housing market by buying up our neighborhood, while the Lord of the Liberals has opened the floodgates on immigration. With these two economic levers at full blast, any quantity-based solution will fail to fix the pricing problem due to the market failure. Unfortunately, it will take many drawn-out meetings for the mayor to realize that. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor find a pricing-based solution to a pricing problem? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with Ty of the Max being cleaner than the Tide Guy. On Monday afternoon, a rare gathering of Sunshine Listers formed the Municipal Election Compliance Audit Committee to humor the witch hunt. Amanda of Turner summoned the committee to investigate Ty's election donations and website advertising. Meanwhile, the housing cost crisis expanded into Riverside Park as Reg of Struyuk wrote an open letter about it, and the rent strikes began in the swamps of Toronto. Can the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will Ty of the Mac survive his election compliance audit? In the half-empty Council of Elders chambers, a rare event occurred this week with the gathering of the Municipal Election Compliance Audit Committee. They were summoned by Amanda of Turner to request an audit of Ty of the Mac's election funding. Scheduled right in the middle of his family vacation, the committee humored Amanda's request. In a shaky voice, Amanda started the meeting by announcing her pronouns, and then asked the committee to inspect Ty's election spending in relation to his donations and website. She had two concerns about his lack of donations and unequal advertising opportunities on his website. But Ty of the Max didn't have to say a word to counter the first of the two accusations in the witch hunt. He was open and transparent with his online donations and provided screenshots of his empty accounts before the meeting. Amanda couldn't argue against those receipts and apologized for the accusation, having no further concerns about donations. The second concern was in relation to his website and online advertising. Another candidate in the election, Erin of Caden, had emailed Ty about advertising her election campaign on his Cotton Guelph website and group. Ty replied with, "In the near future, there may be equal sponsorship opportunities for all Guelph municipal candidates." Amanda of Turner interpreted the "maybe" and equal in Ty's email to Caton to mean that there currently existed unequal advertising opportunities for election candidates on his website. She could not provide any additional evidence outside of the publicly available information, the email from Aaron of Caton, and the receipts provided by Ty. Within 15 minutes, the eldest on the committee asked a key question to Amanda of Turner. Is your concern that no donations were recorded? Is there something more to that? She explained how her concern came from his popularity without receiving any donations. She couldn't understand how someone so transparent and accountable could be so popular in an election. There were hundreds of signs on lawns across the city, she exclaimed. She was so surprised to hear that not 1 cent was received in contributions, and it raised concerns with me that something had been missed. She had no concerns about any particular donation, so that's when the meeting should have ended. But it went on for another hour. When the committee finished asking Amanda questions, Ty of the Max took his turn at the mic. By being cleaner than the Tide guy, he easily dodged Amanda's concern about his lack of election donations with his receipts. Ty said that Amanda hasn't presented any official evidence that suggests I had received any donations from anyone. He calmly stated that the audit was unjust and had vindictive nature to it. He asked the committee to humor the request to investigate that, but they called the question irrelevant to them. They are the Election Compliance Audit Committee, not the Vindictive Reporting Audit Committee. That committee may or may not exist, but who knows now that the mayor has its strong mayor powers and can dismantle committees at will. After hearing Ty of the Max reply, the committee voted to close the doors to the public as they made their decision. They walked out of the council chambers to grab a coffee and check their emails in the hallway. With full bellies and empty bladders, they eventually returned to the chambers to give their decision. The committee has determined that we have not been presented with reasonable grounds to request an audit, Chair Robert O. Williams declared. Ty nodded in approval to the obvious decision as Amanda of Turner sat there in silence. The committee didn't give any reasons for the decision yet, but will be publishing it next week, in case it isn't obvious. Meanwhile, in the Shire, more open letters were written about the housing cost crisis as it expanded into Riverside Park. Reg of Struyuk wrote about, "We seem to miss the real questions that need to be answered instead of wasting time with election audit committees." He criticized the mayor's supply-side solution to the pricing problem. Why is housing so expensive? Do we think it is really supply? He questioned openly. The Corporation of the Shire proposed $5.5 million every year in development reduction fees to contribute to new housing supply. So yet again, reduce the cost for businesses and transfer to whom? That would be Guelph taxpayers to fund profiting developers, Reg exclaimed. If only there was a more general way to cut the cost of housing for both homeowners and home builders, such as cutting residential taxes in the Shire, then the Council of Elders could address the pricing problem more generally. But the mayor is having difficulties giving up his $13.7 million surplus as he plays European-inspired SimCity on the used Game Boy he picked up 2 weeks ago at a garage sale. He will have to act quickly before the rent strikes in the swamps of Toronto come to the Shire. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will Ty of the Max find the Vindictive Reporting Audit Committee? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with Grace Gardens finally opening its doors to fight the housing cost crisis. After millions of dollars were spent and months of delays, the mayor joined the celebration for the opening of Grace Gardens. But he was more concerned about Bill 23 and the $232 million shortfall that could ruin the $13.7 million surplus in his European-inspired SimCity. Meanwhile, The Shire's police force spent our tax dollars on new tools for hunting criminals and traffic violations. The camera and e-bike upgrades will help them catch more crimes, such as those consistently being committed in the south end of town. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will Grace Gardens and the police help those most in need? On a humid Tuesday afternoon, the Mayor, Micah the Shriners, and Lloyd of the Longfields gathered with Sunshine Listers to celebrate the official opening of Grace Gardens. With the smell of new paint and freshly laundered money, the building finally opened its doors to 32 individuals experiencing homelessness under the Hanlon Bridge and Riverside Park. The old motel was bought 2 years ago by Stepping Stone, aka Welcome In Drop In, for $13.8 million, with $1.2 million coming from the County of Wellington and $884,000 from the Corporation of the Shire. The Lord of the Liberals also chipped in $6.4 million to help with the operating costs and construction delays. Last month, he visited the Shire to celebrate the access spending with Lloyd of the Longfields and was welcomed with limp handshakes from the construction workers. By the end of the month, 32 individuals experiencing homelessness will move into their new bachelor-style rooms, furnished with a bed, kitchenettes, and private bathrooms. The rooms were built with extra features in the bathrooms and kitchens, such as blocking off the pipes and copper wire to prevent them from getting stolen for scrap money. As the official blue ribbon was cut, Lloyd of the Longfields wondered if his man-crush would return before he retired, and Micah the Shriners had his head in the clouds from being distracted by climate change. Whereas the mayor was thinking about his European-inspired SimCity and how to spend the $13.7 million surplus to speedrun his goal of becoming a 15-minute city within 14 minutes and 27 seconds. But the $13.7 million surplus was pennies in comparison to the $232 million potential loss from the Big Blue Orcs Bill 23. The bill changed the Development Changes Act to limit the development charges that the Corporation of the Shire can collect from the property developer orcs. Accessory units, university use, and non-profits are also exempt from development charges. According to Watson and Associates' background study, this could stall the Shire's 18,000 homes pledge and leave the Shire with a financial shortfall larger than 3 new libraries. The Council of Elders pointed out the absurdity of the Big Blue Orcs' gift to the property developers. This could put a municipality in financial jeopardy, said Councillor Phil of the Alts. As much as we're committed to hit these targets, you cannot do it with these reductions. So somebody has to make us whole, said the Shire's Chief Accountability Officer, Scott of Stewart. But local superhero Susan of Watson, who just happens to be a member of the Development Charge Peer Review Committee, pointed out the irony of this statement. I don't see why I or any other citizen should be subsidizing growth. Why would we want to act like Clark Griswold in the film Christmas Vacation, buying a swimming pool on the basis of hope of a Christmas bonus? This DC subsidy siphons money away from renters and current homeowners, including low-income seniors. If development fees were waived, we could be subsidizing individual homes to the tune of $85,000 each for one single detached home, she said. Watson used her elven eyes to focus on the Shire's lack of funding to keep up with the 18,000 homes pledge and proposed freezing both growth and the pledge instead of having infrastructure crumble, debt grow, and property taxes rise to cover the shortfall. But the property developer orcs weren't the only ones wanting more of our tax dollars. Sitting in their newly built air-conditioned police station downtown, the Shire's police force played with their new tax-funded toys. They updated their external license plate reading cameras on their cars into internal dash cams and readers. For those who ride instead of drive, the Shire's police started using their new e-bikes this month. With a price tag of $5,400 each, the cost to charge the e-bikes is between $75 to $100 per month, and they take 4 hours to charge, unlike traditional bikes that take 0 seconds to fully charge. They also want to build a new shooting range for $7.4 million and expand the new police station at a cost of $14.5 million. In the future, they are looking to install 14 surveillance cameras in the Shire next year, with most of them being downtown. Hopefully all these new police toys will help them fight crime in the Shire. Following a 3-year stretch of decreases, the crime rate in the Shire rose by 7.7% last year. But at the same time, the clearance rate, or the rate of solving crimes, went down by 2.1%. To deal with the higher crime rate and lower clearance rate, 4 officers are being hired. The estimated cost of the police officers is $570,000 this year. The new tools will help free up the officers' time to look for real crimes in the Shires, such as those occurring in the south end of town, instead of buying new toys for hunting for traffic violations. Back at the university's ivory tower, the Fat Cats pushed for more diversity, equity, and inclusion. The Department of Sociology and Anthropology is looking to hire a new assistant professor, but eligible applicants must identify as Black or Indigenous. The recruitment is part of the university's Black and Indigenous Hiring Initiative, funded by $13.6 million DEI program. The university is facing another $3 million cost with a lawsuit from Dr. Byram Birtle and 11 other staff members for their medical mandates in 2020. Dr. Byram Birtle is an associate professor of viral immunology who freely chose not to follow the university's medical mandates, requiring all faculty to have both doses of COVID-19 vaccine or medical exemption. Birtle said he was banned from campus for at least the next year, along with other staff, students, and members of the public. I have been undergoing daily attacks either through email or people attempting to call me, said Birtle. I should also mention I am experiencing harassment, lots of harassment in the workplace. Even with all the harassment, Dr. Birtle was still awarded with the LifeSite News 2023 Medical Heroism Awards, along with Dr. Chris Shoemaker. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will Dr. Byram Birtle win his court case? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the housing cost crisis and the not-so-permanent patio program. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, and StatsCan presented their new numbers this week on the housing cost crisis and the reasons for people living in Riverside Park. Meanwhile, the United Way attempted to get a cool $500,000 from the Corporation of the Shire to fund their last-minute projects. But the mayor didn't notice his European-inspired SimCity deteriorating as he got distracted by climate change and virtue signaling downtown. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor do anything about the multiple crises at Riverside Park? The housing cost crisis heated up this week with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, and StatsCan showing their numbers. Using the standard 30% of income measure of affordability, the CCPA calculated that the Shire's residents now require an hourly wage of $25 an hour to afford to live here. With minimum wage being far below that level, there are 0 neighborhoods in the Shire with affordable apartments for minimum wage workers. No wonder people have set up camp in Riverside Park and under the Hanlon Bridge. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation instead tracked our tax dollars going to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. According to their website, the CMHC exists for a single reason: to make housing affordable for everyone in Canada. Using access to information requests, the Canadian Taxpayer Federation discovered that this Crown Corporation gave $27 million in bonuses last year. Their number of sunshine listers also increased by 27% between 2018 and 2022 to 931 people. But this was just fine, according to a new report from Statistics Canada. Their Municipal Quality of Life dashboard reported the Shire as having fewer people in poverty, more people with post-secondary education, and fewer people in need of things like affordable housing. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the United Way made another last-minute request for $500,000. Facing a funding shortfall and an approaching deadline, the United Way asked the Corporation of the Shire for another cool $500,000 to support their housing projects. If they can't raise the money by August 15th, the campaign organizers acknowledged they don't have a backup plan for a 5-story, 32-unit project from Kindle Communities. They should have saved 10% of their income in a rainy day fund, like most people are supposed to do. I cannot in good faith support it, said Councillor Linda of Busuttil. Councillor Michelle of Richard also expressed her concern for the last-minute request. Right now, in good conscience, I can't support this because I feel like I'm making a blind decision. I don't know if there's other groups out there that could use this money. Is this the best use of our money? She said, alluding to the need to help the homeless people living in Riverside Park and those getting fed by Sir Edward of Bench. The Elder Elves used their experienced eyes to see through the United Way's pattern of behavior. They pointed out their trend of requesting urgent requests for funds with a tight deadline to act. Meanwhile, in the dining district downtown, the patio program expanded to become not so permanent. The Sunshine Listers convinced the Council of Elders to unanimously approve the patio program as a permanent initiative with extra annual funding. Participating businesses are now required to pay $659 per season, along with an additional $10 per square meter of public space used each month during the program. Brian Steele, owner of La Reina downtown, said his restaurant will no longer be participating in the patio program. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into this patio. It does not make any financial sense, he said. No business owner would decide to do this. He explained that at the new rate of $10 per square meter per month, the cost of his restaurant would be $2,500 a month for 5 months, or $12,500 in total. Other Partytown businesses joined Brian's protest, such as Jimmy Jazz, Royal Electric Bar and Public Eatery, Western Hotel, Trapper's Alley, Frankenstein's, and McCabe's Iris Pub. A community poll on Cotton Guelph also showed that close to 40% of the 2,600 respondents did not support the permanent patio program. But the mayor didn't notice that his European-inspired SimCity was slowly falling apart. He was instead distracted by the future of climate change and virtue signaling in front of City Hall. On Tuesday evening, the Council of Elders approved Future Guelph, the Corporation of the Shire's 2024 to 2027 strategic plan. The plan includes a new focus on growth and all the supporting elements needed to make the Shire a more livable city. It also empowered the community to help fight and adapt to climate change. Climate change has been a growing concern for Mike of the Shriners with the regular summer heat waves and cool winter temperatures. Climate change hit Riverside Park hard this week with a huge tree getting knocked over. It happened to land exactly on the spot where the Bible pushers have been standing each day trying to help those people looking for their new family. The Corporation of the Shire hired workers to break down the tree and repair the broken fence. It's unknown if they donated the premium firewood to those living on the other side of the bridge in Riverside Park. The Shire's parks are also under scrutiny as the last affordable place to live for minimum wage earners. Released this week for public feedback, the updated draft of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan included 97 recommendations for the Council of Elders to consider. The recommendations include a focus on accessibility, park use, and the creation of additional facilities such as pickleball courts and skate parks. The parkland efforts have been impacted by targets and costs set by the Big Blue Orcs Bill 23. The citywide parkland target of 3.3 hectares per 1,000 people identified in the official plan will be impossible to meet using parkland dedication alone, the document reports. The report expects the property developer orcs to build 0.6 hectares of parkland per 1,000 people under Bill 23, down from 1.6 hectares. It also removed the Council of Elders' final say on what land is suitable for parks, allowing the property developer orcs to decide which portion of a site will be used for parkland. The developer orcs were also given the ability to count privately owned public spaces towards parkland dedication requirements. To avoid the troubles at Riverside Park, the mayor joined the Rotary Club downtown this weekend to bring awareness to the United Nations World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. Along with Ken Yi of Chu, he joined the Rotary Club to bring awareness to human trafficking occurring in the Shire by raising flags and promoting lawn signs. Our area is in the middle of the 401 corridor. This is where it happens, says the mayor in his virtue signaling speech. Human trafficking is a heinous crime, and Rotarian Linda of Maine at their flag raising ceremony. It thrives in dark corners and shadows. It is our responsibility to shine a light on the abusers and users of human trafficking. Knowledge is the greatest prevention, she explained. The more we know, the more we can do. Taking their own advice, the Rotary Club should have been at Riverside Park where they can easily shine a light on human trafficking. Instead of raising a flag downtown, they should have been pointing out the chicken lover symbols painted all over the enabling gardens at Riverside Park. These symbols are commonly used by human traffickers to signal drop-off locations. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor do anything about the multiple crises at Riverside Park? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the mayor missing his lunch and the university eventually balancing their books. The Shire's university can no longer draw on reserves to manage their million-dollar deficits, according to their academic vice president, Gwyneth Chapman. In their budget plans for the next several years, they plan to cut programs and increase tuition fees, especially on international students, to balance their books. Meanwhile, the mayor missed his lunch in the dining district downtown, and Rodrigo of Gawler reviewed bylaws unnecessarily. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis, and will the university ever balance their books? At the Shire's University, the fat cats in the ivory tower attempted to balance their books. In their budget plan for 2023 to 2027, they're cutting costs and programs to deal with their ongoing deficits. They are facing a total operating budget deficit of $17.3 million this year and $13.5 million deficit next year, and more million-dollar deficits in the following years. Eventually, they might get a projected $8.7 million surplus in 2027 by cutting costs, programs, and increasing fees in the meantime. According to Gwyneth Chapman, the university's provost and academic vice president, they have, quote, weathered our structural deficit through incremental base budget adjustments and drawing down on reserves. This approach is no longer tenable. The university is now forced to make fundamental changes to transform their business operations to deal with the multi-year million-dollar deficits. Chapman explained in their game plan to eventually balance their books. I recognize that change, even as necessary and future-oriented, can be difficult. Our commitment to truth-telling and reconciliation, alongside equity, diversity, and inclusion, will provide a lens to guide our efforts. In March 2023, the Ministry of Colleges and Universities announced a continuation of the unfunded tuition freeze for domestic Ontario students. But they did allow an increase of up to 5% for out-of-province domestic students, so the Shire's university increased tuition by the full 5% on them. Whereas undergraduate international enrollment continues to be a priority for the university as their main cash cow program. New international students are now facing a 5% to 12% increase in tuition based on their program, and current students have a 5% increase for all programs. Some international graduate student programs have the largest tuition increase, such as Masters of Engineering tuition going up by 10%, and the Masters of Public Health tuition increasing by 31%. But that's not the end of it, as there's also all the other hidden fees for being a university student. Non-academic student fees are increasing 6.8% to 9.8%, and food services prices are expected to increase 2.5%. Residence fees are increasing by 5%, and family housing for new tenants is going up by 10%. For students who are living in their cars due to the Shire's housing cost crisis, they are also facing increased costs. Yellow and red parking permits will cost 2.6% more, and the hourly parking rate will increase by 8.3%. Campus Parking Services historically generates $4 million in annual revenue, and with the extra parking fees, they anticipate their revenue will increase to $5.5 million. Back at the Council of Elder Chambers, the mayor watched his European-inspired SimCity deteriorate in front of his eyes. On the faint screen of his Game Boy, he zoomed into the south end of the Shire where several streetlight poles were crumbling down. He called up Electra Electric to get it repaired and chatted with Lee of DAP, the digital communication specialist, who says there's no cause for alarm. After a conversation with our operations team, I was assured that the poles are structurally safe and secure, he said. The mayor was relieved by the reassurance from Electra, so he took a quick lunch break before his next meeting. He wandered downtown looking for a place to dine, but there was nowhere to sit and eat. His favorite places for lunch in the dining district were busy closing their street-level patios from the extra fees and taxes, and all the inside seats were taken. Whereas Double Dragon, the best spot to get cheap Chinese takeout, was also closing their doors after 13 years in business. It joins the other dead businesses on the same street, such as Disarray's and the dumpster fire known as the Albion. With nowhere else to eat, the mayor returned to his office, starving from not having eaten any lunch. From all the dead businesses, the streets of downtown were empty and quiet. The mayor could hear his own footsteps as he jogged back to his office in time for his next meeting. But apparently that was not the case according to Rodrigo of Gawler. From all the way up in the northern forest, he claimed that the Shire is in need of noise cameras downtown, similar to the revenue-generating red light cameras. He's also wanting to review the bylaw prohibition on backyard fires, noisy cars, and the sale and setting off of fireworks. Rodrigo of Gawler said these reviews were requested by his constituents in Ward 2, but that's unlikely true since most residents in Ward 2 enjoy their illegal fire pits, fireworks, and loud noises on the weekend. The minimum wage earners living in Riverside Park also rely on their fire pits to survive the wintertime. The request of noise cameras is also unlikely to happen since those cameras are not legally allowed in the lands of Ontario yet. Rodrigo of Gawler should be focusing on finding the way home instead, since that's why he's still lost in the northern forest. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will the university ever balance their books? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with Bill C-18 blocking the news on the housing cost crisis. The Lord of the Liberals took another tiptoe towards tyranny with the implementation of Bill C-18. The bill was designed to force big tech companies to compensate news outlets for their content, but instead they chose to ban all news sites, whether they were real news or not. Meanwhile, the mayor dealt with the floods on Victoria Road and the road rage assaults that ensued. Can Carly of Klassen and the elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will Bill C-18 stop us from sharing the real news? The Lord of the Liberals took another tiptoe towards tyranny with the implementation of Bill C-18. He took his first big step into tyranny during the truckers' convoy by blocking the bank accounts of Canadians supporting them, and is now taking another step with Bill C-18. The bill was designed to force big tech companies such as Meta and Google to compensate media outlets for stealing their content and selling lucrative ads around it. Instead of paying out, Meta and Google decided to block all Canadian news content on their platforms, even if it was proper news or not. Several satirical news reporters were also caught up in the ban, such as the Beaverton and the Toronto Herald. The Toronto Herald was able to get unblocked after dealing with Meta's tech support, whereas the Beaverton took a different approach. In a letter posted on Twitter, the Beaverton threatened Meta's CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, with what they call a clearly fake lawsuit for defaming the Beaverton by calling them a legit news organization. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the mayor replaced the batteries in the back of his Game Boy and loaded up the save file of his European-inspired SimCity. He wanted to go full YIMBY mode with his $13.7 million surplus, but instead had to deal with the red alerts filling up his screen. In the early morning, a giant water main broke on Victoria Road and was flooding the streets. It was causing huge traffic jams and pissed off the local Karens and drivers, especially the guy in the blue Mazda Protege who constantly speeds down Victoria with a joint in his hand. The mayor panicked as he called the corporation of the Shire's construction workers during their morning siesta time. The construction workers took the call on the 10th ring and agreed to fix the problem. They eventually showed up to repair the water main, but by then the damage had already been done. The immense flood caused the hair on the back of Karen's neck to rise, and local bros got enraged at the slight inconvenience while driving. Just before 9 a.m., police were called to the intersection of Aramosa and Victoria Road. Some guy was just walking his dog when he saw an angry bro standing on the corner yelling and swearing. He said he tried to avoid him, but the bro still approached him and punched him in the face from all the road rage. After arriving in the hospital and paying for parking, it was confirmed that the guy's nose was broken as well, just like the water main on Victoria Road. Whereas a local green store took a more humorous approach to the traffic problem. They had front row seats as they watched all the lost drivers turn around in the Speedvale Plaza. They seized the opportunity to remind people that during construction season, it's illegal to make left turns at Speedvale and Woolwich, unlike their products which are now legal and available for purchase in their store. But this was all just fine according to S&P Global Ratings, who gave the Corporation of the Shire another AAA credit score rating. According to S&P's report, the Shire's credit profile benefits from strong management, as evidenced by generally good political consensus in passing budgets and effective revenue and expenditure planning practices. The mayor smirked as he received the redundant perfect score from S&P Global Ratings. Unlike regular households, the Corporation of the Shire has control over municipal fiscal policy and can simply vote to increase their income at will, just like they did last fall. No wonder they got a perfect score from the S&P Global Ratings. If only the residents at 90 Carden Street also had the power to increase their incomes at will. They're facing eviction and cash buyouts to vacate the last affordable rentals in the Shire. Most have already left, and those who are still there have until the end of September to leave. With rent ranging from $560 to $1,000, there's no way they can afford the current market rate of $2,000 plus for a standard apartment. I'm not sure what to do. Nobody listens, nobody wants to help, nobody even acknowledges we're existing in that building, said Letty of Jones, who has lived in the second-floor apartment for the last 7 years. The few options left for those families are to set up camp under the Hanlon Bridge or in Riverside Park. Meanwhile, in the homeless encampment in Riverside Park, the minimum wage earners did their best to survive the Shire's housing cost crisis. Their tent city has expanded across the river with a new dining tent set up beside the bridge. They're also picking up new light fixtures to prepare for the shorter days ahead. A turf war looms on the horizon as they encroach on the disc golfers and Bible pushers' territories in the park. The Bible pushers were forced south due to climate change knocking over a huge tree on their usual spot, similar to the tree falling on the wading pool in Exhibition Park this week. They now have to defend their turf each day as they try to help people looking for their new family. Whereas the disc golfers are actually looking forward to the new features on their small 9-hole course. The extra tents, disassembled bikes, and trash piles will provide them with a more technical game. Soon enough, the entire disc golf course at Riverside Park will be just like hole number 7, where it's a penalty stroke if you hit someone's car or house with your disc. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will Bill C-18 stop us from sharing the news? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the housing cost crisis dwindling down the Shire's reserve funds. The housing crisis boiled over this week, with Urban Nation taking its temperature and the Corporation of the Shire giving away a cool $500,000. Meanwhile, the university faced a big lawsuit that could ruin their plans for a financial surplus in 2027. Whereas on the ground level of the housing crisis, the banana guy took a tumble, causing hanger levels to rise across the Shire. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will the university go broke in 2027? The housing cost crisis boiled over this month, with Urban Nation taking its temperature. Using data from rentals.ca, they reported the Shire as the 12th most expensive city for monthly rental prices. According to July's rental data, the average cost of a one-bedroom apartment in the Shire was $2,000, and a two-bedroom apartment cost $2,400. Canada's rental market is currently facing a perfect storm of factors, driving rents to new highs, said Sean of Hildebrandt, president of Urban Nation. These include the peak season for lease activity, an open border policy for new residents, quickly rising incomes, and the worst ever home ownership affordability conditions. But this was no surprise to those paying attention to the incoming storm and the student housing games looming this fall. The housing cost crisis has pushed the minimum wage earners into Riverside Park, even with the opening of Grace Gardens down the road. The mayor finally had enough of people trolling him on Twitter, so he decided to do something and proposed activating the $500,000 sitting idle in the Shire's Affordable Housing Reservation Fund. With the help of his orcish friend, Rodrigo Galler, the mayor requested that the Corporation of the Shire's Sunshine Listers partner with the Home for Good campaign using the cool $500,000 in reserve. Led by the United Way Guelph and the Guelph Community Foundation, The Home for Good campaign was launched last year in support of the Kindle project, as well as Stepping Stone's Grace Gardens. The request for an additional $500,000 would help build Kindle Community's 32-unit project at 10 Shelldale Crescent, already under construction. It would also reduce the balance on the Shire's affordable housing reserves to a mere $75,000. But the Council of Elders only had 3 weeks to decide if this was a good use of our tax dollars. In what was supposed to be their last-minute council meeting for the summer, they received the late request last month. Councillors Richardson and Bizutel initially raised concerns over the rapid request for a large pile of money, and the Elder Elves pointed out that this was the second year in a row they received this kind of request with such short notice. Councillor O'Rourke, who just happens to be a board member for the United Way and the Community Foundation, asked for the request to be moved to an emergency meeting in August before the deadline on the 15th. Normally, the Council of Elders doesn't meet in August, but they met anyways to approve this last-minute request. In a meeting that lasted only 20 minutes, they unanimously voted to approve the request to give $500,000 to the affordable housing project. The mayor took to Twitter to announce the victory for the Kindle project and the United Way. Solving homelessness is not fully on governments, he said, as he blocked people on Twitter from commenting on the post. Councillor Phil of the Alts and Michelle of Richardson joined the mayor on Twitter with their own video. "We need the support of the province, and that means millions of dollars put into housing," said Phil of the Alts as he sat at a picnic table and twiddled his thumbs. Michelle of Richardson finished the video by suggesting we donate more to the United Way and Homes for Good as she shook her head side to side and winked at the camera. Meanwhile, at the university's ivory tower, the Fat Cats prepared for the incoming student housing games. Similar to the Corporation of the Shire, their financial reserves are dwindling as they face multi-year million-dollar deficits until the year 2027. But their strategic plan for an $8 million surplus in the future might go up in smoke as they're faced with a $4 million lawsuit. Back in 2021, a first-year student was injured during a shopping cart incident on campus. As reported in the lawsuit, around 11 p.m. on the day of the incident, the student was sitting on a ledge at the university's main campus when a supposedly drunk man riding down a ramp in a shopping cart ran into her legs. She fell backwards off the ledge and hit her head on the concrete 5 feet below. From the tumble, she suffered serious and permanent injuries, including a traumatic brain injury, post-concussion syndrome, headaches, and cognitive deficits. The university's initial reaction to the incident was to place the man on non-academic probation for breaching their student policy. In the current lawsuit, they deny any responsibility and claim the student riding the shopping cart should be held liable. Hopefully that's the case, as a $4 million hit to their budget would ruin their plans for a financial surplus in 2027. The university is also taking extra safety precautions this fall, motivated by the stabbing in a gender studies class in Waterloo earlier this summer. As we prepare for fall semester, we are in the process of removing identifying information such as room locations and instructor names from public-facing pages and keeping them behind the university's secure login, said Director of Communications Deidre Healy. As with their budget plans, the university's Fat Cats used this opportunity to expand their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. They encourage their staff to use the university's training and resources for fostering safe and inclusive spaces, which includes sexual and gender-based violence training, as well as anti-oppression and anti-racism training. But the essential research and learning will continue on at the Shire's university either way. In the Department of Food Science, Dr. Alejandro of Maragoni discovered a more sustainable way to make plant-based meats while keeping the delicious meaty texture. Using a waste product from corn called zine, which is traditionally used for animal feed or as a natural herbicide, he found a technique to utilize it in plant-based meat. We learned how to mess around with this protein and plasticize it, which made it gooey like bread dough, he said. Whereas in neuroscience studies, the Shire students can look forward to a new course called Mime Over Mind. This experiential learning class, with only 20 spots, teaches students how to become fluent in mime as a technique for treating movement disorders like Parkinson's disease. Anyone at the university is welcome to take it, though it's targeted specifically for students interested in fields like art therapy. Back at the ground level of the housing cost crisis, the banana guy at Sir Edward's bench also took a tumble. For the entire summer, the banana guy was fighting the nutritious food battle against the Shire Smart Cities office. Armed only with a bag of bananas, he fought tirelessly against the WEF's agenda to implement a circular food economy matrix by handing out bananas for free. But even the banana guy needed a break after falling ill, and the Shire started to suffer. With the banana guy taking a well-deserved break, the hunger levels quickly rose in the Shire. His supporters started dressing up in banana costumes in solidarity, but it was little help. According to a recent survey of 1,500 people across the nation, the people of the Shire were the most likely to ignore dog waste, ranked third for most likely to apologize, and second for people swearing the most. This was no surprise given the recent repeated assault on dog walkers. For the second week in a row, a hunger-fueled rage took over someone walking down the street, and they took it out on another dog walker. This time it happened to a woman walking her dog near Water Street and Maple Street instead of on Aramosa Road. Some lady was just walking her dog when another hangry female walking in the opposite direction turned and began following her. She eventually got in front of her and started yelling at her about her dog not being on a leash. The hangry female pushed the dog walker in the chest, causing her to fall backwards into a hedge. Luckily, she wasn't injured, since she could afford to eat bananas. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves fix the housing cost crisis? And will the university go broke in 2027? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the housing cost crisis impeding the student housing games. Hundreds of international and domestic students trashed the Shire this week to win the grand prize, an affordable housing unit at a reasonable price. But the mayor missed out on the ribbon-cutting ceremony as he split town after blocking people's comments on Twitter. The Big Blue Orc also avoided the games since he was facing trouble with the Greenbelt fiasco. Who will win the student housing games, and can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the Shire's housing cost crisis? The student housing games began this week with the fat cats in the university's ivory tower scratching each other on the back. Similar to last year, they overpromised the available number of spots in residence, so they booted the families living in the Days Inn on Stone Road. 7 households were moved out of the hotel earlier this month as the university began leasing the hotel for student housing. Our community has lost quite a few hotels and affordable rental units, and this loss is very concerning, especially with the housing crisis, said Laurie of Richer, the Housing Stability Manager for the County of Wellington Social Services. Hundreds of hangry students lined up for the housing games to win the grand prize spots in the homeless student hotel. This year's battle was between the domestic and international students. The number of international students nearly matched the amount of domestic students, with the university using them as their main cash cow to cover their multi-year million-dollar deficits. The students gathered at the newly renovated football stadium on campus and prepared for the Student Housing Games triathlon. Normally the mayor would be there to cut the red ribbon to start the games, but instead, a bunch of kids from Courage Martial Arts showed up to karate chop the ribbon. The event was designed in 3 parts to teach students how to deal with being homeless, which the majority of participants will face this semester. Their first task was to travel across the Shire from the stadium to Guelph Lake without spending a dime. If they could beat the average time of 30 minutes, set by Xena the Winter Road Warrior Princess, then they could move on to the next round. The wealthier domestic students had no issue with this task, as they simply called their parents for a ride, and they arrived within 15 minutes. Whereas the international students also had no problem with the first part of the triathlon. From growing up in India, they already knew how to take the bus for free. They simply jumped on the side of the next available bus and rode it across town. Sadly, the less fortunate domestic students couldn't complete the task. They had planned on riding their bikes to Guelph Lake, but all their bikes got stolen during the ribbon-cutting ceremony and were currently getting dismantled under the Hanlon Bridge. The second task in the Student Housing Games triathlon was to build a fire pit and start a fire. This skill will be essential in winter for the students earning minimum wage and forced to live in the growing tent city in Riverside Park. The international students and remaining domestic students quickly ran into the parks to collect rocks and wood. They had no issue finding firewood with the recent climate change disasters in Riverside and Exhibition Parks. This summer, 2 large trees were toppled over due to climate change, and there were still piles of premium wood lying about. But finding big stones to build fire pits proved to be the more difficult task. There were no rocks left in Riverside Park since the current minimum wage earners living there had already taken them. The remaining students walked around town looking for historical buildings to salvage rocks from the foundation. The domestic students knew the Albion was the oldest building in town, so they headed there. But they couldn't pick any rocks off the building due to its current state. The Albion is still a dumpster fire, so no one could get near it. The international students were more successful with the second task. They wandered through the forest and ended up in the OR, where they discovered a large stone wall still standing since 1920. Between Wednesday night and Thursday morning, the 4-meter-long portion of the wall was taken apart. The wall was left in ruins as the students removed all the good stones to build their fire pits. The local seniors who walked their dogs off-leash each morning at the OR were disappointed to see the historical wall in ruins the next day. The city is in ongoing discussions with the property owner and cannot comment further at this time, said Colleen of Gammy, a project manager at the Corporation of the Shire. The last task in the Student Housing Games triathlon was to repaint the Shire's fire hydrants. Only the international students remained to learn this skill to prepare for their minimum wage jobs. The university provided the gray paint to cover the hydrants with a base coat, but it was up to the students to find red paint in the Shire to complete the task. The first person to paint a hydrant red would win the Student Housing Games. The remaining international students ran around the Shire painting the fire hydrants gray and looking for red paint to win. But they had no luck. As international students, they didn't know that all the red paint in the Shire was used up a long time ago on the Rainbow Crosswalk downtown. They searched through both Walmarts and all the paint stores in the Shire to no avail. Since no one could paint a single fire hydrant red, no one won this year's student housing games. The university's fat cats enjoyed the show as they went to the keg for dinner, and the Shire was left in ruins with gray fire hydrants everywhere. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the room was silent and empty. The mayor missed out on all the excitement as he split town for the week. After blocking replies to his posts on Twitter, he took off to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference in London, Ontario, with his YIMBY friends. He brought along his best suit, his favorite black polo shirt, and got a new haircut for the occasion. The Big Blue Orc kicked off the conference with his announcement of the Building Faster Fund. Pushing a quantity-based solution to a pricing problem in a market failure, the creatures of the province will provide up to $1.2 billion over 3 years for municipalities that meet or exceed the housing targets they pledge to achieve by 2031. The mayor put on his best behavior to get his hands on these funds, as the corporation of the Shire has already completed 1/3 of their 18,000 homes pledged so far. But the promise of all this money won't necessarily balance the corporation of the Shire's books. Last year, the Big Blue Orc cut the fees gathered from developers for infrastructure costs. He promised to make the corporation of the Shire whole for the loss, but at this stage the effect is unknown. According to Deputy CAO Jane of Holmes, it's too soon to tell. We don't have the details yet. The Shire's role in solving the houses crisis is limited, as we don't actually build houses, Holmes pointed out. There's only so much we can do. A recent analysis also found that the corporation of the Shire could have a deficit of $232 million for growth-related infrastructure thanks to the Big Blue Orc. This could completely ruin any plans the mayor has for his European-inspired SimCity. Did anyone win the student housing games? And can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the Shire's housing cost crisis? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the mayor going on a Labor Day selfie tour to bring awareness to the housing cost crisis. His goal was to hammer out an entire week's worth of virtue signaling selfies in a single day. That way, he could slowly release the selfies once a day on Twitter and enjoy the rest of the week off. 7 selfies, 7 locations, all done in 7 hours. The mayor had a genius plan. All he had to do was stay on schedule to pull it off. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor complete his cost town selfie tour on time? The mayor was confident in his plans he laid out for completing the 7-hour challenge. By putting in the old college try, he counted to 7 and booked his meetings across the Shire for a single day. He had limited time, but he wanted to do all the events in 1 day of work so he could take the rest of the week off. He mapped out his locations and noticed it made the shape of a letter S. S for strong mayor powers, he joked as he drew a line north to south, connecting the dots on his map. He set his YIMBY brand alarm clock for early the next day and fell asleep. Buzz, 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 screamed the mayor's alarm as it woke him up the next morning at 6:00 a.m. He set his alarm an hour early before his first selfie shoot meeting with Lloyd of the Long Fields. The mayor knew Lloyd would be up early since he's the oldest person in his list of bookings and would be riding his bike near Guelph Lake in the morning. With his camera fully charged and a selfie stick on the back, the mayor jumped in his car by 6:30 a.m., sped across town, and found Lloyd on a bumpy road in the north end of the Shire. The mayor snapped his selfie with Lloyd and then tried to get on to his next meeting. It took him longer than expected, since Lloyd kept rambling on about the $1.8 million the Lord of the Liberals spent on harm reduction around substance abuse in the Shire. He eventually said, "Have a good day, Lloyd," as the mayor hustled back to his car. The second meeting, scheduled for an hour later, was another visit at Grace Gardens in the north end of the Shire. There were rumors of Christia the Freelander, the Lord of the Liberals' right-hand gal, would be there helping the homeless. If she was there or not, either way, Grace Gardens was the perfect second location for a selfie. The mayor loved staging events there to show how those few dozen housing units will fix the housing cost crisis and lower the cost of rent across the Shire. He drove down Woodlawn Road without any delay and had enough time to grab a coffee at McDonald's on the way. The mayor pulled him into Grace Gardens at 8:45 a.m., got out of his car, and walked around Grace Gardens awaiting Freeland's grand arrival. After walking around for 10 minutes and finding no one to talk to, the mayor took a seat on a bench and took out his Game Boy. He figured he could check on the state of his European-inspired SimCity while he waited. He loaded his game, and his screen started flashing red with the words, "Earthquake! Incoming earthquake!" It took a bit for the mayor to catch on, but he eventually clued into the severity of the warning as his coffee spilled over beside him. He forgot that it was move-in day, where all the students move into the Shire. The mayor looked up and realized he was slowly getting surrounded by a zombie phone-watching army of homeless students. Turning into a thick wall of people, if the mayor didn't stay clear, the growing mob of students would slowly overtake him. He got up and started pushing through the crowd towards his car. As he broke a sweat, the mayor arrived at his car, jumped inside, and sped off. But unfortunately, he didn't get too far. It's still construction season in the north end of the Shire, so Speedville Bridge is always under construction. As the main bridge for traveling in the north end, it was, of course, again blocked off. The mayor sat in his car at the roadblock with the wave of homeless students coming his way. He sighed in defeat and said, "Hey, might as well take a selfie," as he pointed his camera at Grace Gardens in the background. The mayor knew the only way to his next meeting downtown was if he kept pushing through the growing wall of students by foot. He got out of his car and headed south into the crowd. An hour later, the mayor had made some progress south. He shoved through the crowd of students as he approached the end of downtown. To his surprise, a calmness overcame the crowd as a line formed around the mayor, and he was getting marched single file towards a series of tables. Like an army of ants, the mayor joined the students as they were given hot food and warm clothing. All he could do was accept it with kindness as he took a selfie while marching downtown. As he passed by the big church, the mayor snagged another selfie at the iconic location. With a full belly and worn-down shoes, the mayor was determined to finish his cross-town selfie tour, even with the students taking over town. Now at the center of downtown, the mayor was in the calm of the storm in the empty dining district. The restaurants were closing their patio spaces, and the streets were quiet. The mayor walked several blocks in silence until he finally saw a man on a corner with a bicycle. He approached him slowly, worried that he might be part of the Yiga clan. "Good day," said the mayor as he got within earshot. "Yo, brother, do you like my ride?" the man replied as he pointed to his three-wheeled bike. $100, and it's yours." The mayor chuckled at the offer and snapped back with, "Hey, $50 is all I got." The man replied, $50 will do, as he dismounted the bike and walked forward. The mayor wasn't serious about the deal until he recognized who he was talking to. It was the off-leash dog puncher. The mayor didn't want to mess with him, so he bought the bike anyways for $50. He thanked the man and he took a selfie to mark the deal. The man did the best he could to hide his face in the photo. The mayor got his new hot bike and pedals his way south towards university for his next selfie shot. The mayor barely made it up Gordon Street Hill as the university's ivory tower appeared on the horizon. He biked through Johnson Green and onto the heart of move-in day. Luckily, he ran into his old pal Mike of the Shriners, who was also taking selfies on campus for move-in day. The mayor snagged a selfie with Mike and more students as he headed south through the student crowd. But the mayor wasn't out of the woods yet. The growing student crowd from the north was nearing his location again. A large dust cloud was glowing on the horizon as Mike of the Shriners pointed it out. "Look, climate change!" he screamed as he packed up and ran towards his car. The mayor knew this was his chance to get out and asked for a ride from Mike. He agreed as they headed out. In the rush, the mayor forgot his new bike in the racks on campus, but he didn't care. It took them an hour to get across town due to the construction and Mike of the Shriner getting distracted by climate change, but they eventually made it there. Mike of the Shriner pulled up to the mayor's house and he exited the car quickly. The mayor arrived at home at 10:30 p.m., tuckered out from the adventure. His wife greeted him as he walked in the door and started asking him about the obvious. "What happened to you, Cam? Where's the car?" The mayor chuckled as he pulled out his phone and said, "Well, honey, I've got one hell of a story to tell you." Can't Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And did the mayor complete his cross-town selfie tour on time? Stay tuned here to see. Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the mayor searching for his car after the student invasion. The wall of zombie phone watchers slowly disappeared this week as the new students settled into their expensive housing or living in their cars. The mayor took the opportunity to search for his abandoned car in the north end of the Shire before his comfortable week of watching Zoom meetings. Can't Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the Shire's housing cost crisis? And will the mayor find his car? On Wednesday morning, the mayor woke up to the aftermath of this year's student housing invasion. His car was still missing in the north end of the Shire, and his wife was nagging him about it for an entire day. Her and the kids were taking Ubers to get around town, but the mayor's wife didn't like being driven around by some dog. The mayor planned to solve the problem by next morning by getting up early to take the bus across town to get the car. He could add in a drink with his fat cat friends at the university for lunch, and then drive home in time for his evening Zoom meeting. If all went according to plan, the mayor could enjoy the rest of his week with his pajamas as he had originally planned before the student housing invasion. The mayor walked to the nearest bus stop that morning to get to the north end of town with a handful of change. But there was already a group of students waiting at the bus stop, so he stood in line behind them. The group of international students didn't recognize the mayor, so they left him alone until the bus arrived. They all boarded the bus together, and the mayor squished into the aisle seat. He didn't know which bus he took, but the mayor figured it didn't matter. He remembered from the last time he took the Shire's bus that they all went downtown or to the university, and those were the places he wanted to go anyways. He opened up his Game Boy to check his European-inspired SimCity while he took the bus across the Shire. But the bus trip took way longer than the mayor expected as he got full of road rage. His SimCity save file was stuck on the loading screen with all the new immigrants the Lord of the Liberals allowed into the Shire. The mayor muttered, "We do need a revolution when it comes to parking," at his Game Boy's loading screen. He looked up and noticed the traffic jams happening at every intersection around him. From all the extra drivers in the Shire, the mayor's bus was slowing down until it stopped and idled. While sitting in traffic, the mayor got riled up from road rage. If only there was a way to have less cars, the mayor thought. As he slowly approached his first destination, the mayor skimmed through his emails. He noticed a bunch of emails about the same news articles from his friends he met at the Big Blue Orc's daughter's wedding. They were all warning the mayor about how they didn't like the terrible news that the corporation of the Shire was proposing a lobbyist registry on September 26. The Shire's Sunshine Listers want to create a municipal lobbyist registry in order to establish accountability and transparency regarding efforts to influence elected officials and municipal staff. Lobbyist registries typically include information such as the name and address of the business, name of the lobbyist, details about the matter at issue, who is to be lobbied, and the length of each lobbying session. They didn't like all that news and wanted the mayor to use his strong mayor powers against it. The mayor reflected on ways to solve these problems for his property developer friends without flexing his strong powers. He pondered for pricing solutions to the housing cost crisis, but he had already committed to the Big Blue Orc's quantity-based solution. He promised the Big Blue Orc that he would complete the 18,000 homes pledge to get extra funds from the creatures of the province. With the Big Blue Orc's promise to make them whole somehow, or else the mayor would be out millions of dollars otherwise. The mayor didn't want to cut residential taxes to cut housing costs directly, so instead he tweeted for a policy change instead of a financial change to deal with the pricing problem. I want to house people, not cars. Why no parking minimums? The mayor road raged on Twitter. The mayor's bus arrived at its destination when he heard Jeff the bus driver yell, "University Center, next stop." He put his phone and Game Boy away and departed the bus to meet his fat cat friends at the university's 5th floor. They wined and dined while celebrating a $20.4 million cash bailout from the Lord of the Liberals. This bailout will keep the fat cats afloat with their financial targets of multi-year deficits until the year 2027. They are also using the money for extra infrastructure and safety costs. The mayor was joined by Carl Stevenson, a professor in the Department of Physics, who got $6.5 million over the next 3 years. One of his projects, looking at how matter came to be, requires special equipment to look at tiny particles. It's hard to imagine just how small the nucleus of an atom is when the atom itself is so tiny, Stevenson said over lunch. The university also spent part of their money on safety measures. A university worker was injured while unloading a pallet of soil in 2021, leading to a conviction under the Occupational Health and Safety Act this week. They were found guilty of failing to take every precaution reasonable to prevent the worker's injury and was fined $50,000. The fat cats joked at the relatively small fine and didn't want to risk it again, so they spent $50 extra on safety measures for the mayor to take an Uber to get his car to the north end of town. The mayor was relieved, since he had forgotten which bus he had taken earlier. After lunch, the Uber pulled up to campus and the mayor got inside. "Where to, bud?" asked the driver. The mayor pulled out his phone and showed the driver a picture of his car. "So, could you, drive me to my car? It's somewhere in the north end," he said. The driver sighed, took a deep breath, then laughed. "Sure thing, bud. I know exactly where that car is," he said as he pulled into gear. The mayor sat back in comfort and then asked the Uber driver how he saw his car. "I know the smell of that car from last night," the driver said. "I pissed on that car's driver's seat after my shift." Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the Shire's housing cost crisis? And will the mayor drive his piss-soaked car home? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with broken speed cameras and the return of the off-leash dog puncher. The mayor finally returned home after finding his lost car from the student invasion. He avoided the broken speed cameras downtown and the new off-leash dog puncher in the west end of the Shire as he arrived just in time for his next meeting. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will anyone catch the off-leash dog puncher? The mayor drove home as fast as he could in his piss-soaked car. The vehicle was trashed and spray-painted from the student housing invasion last week. As he sped home, he rolled down the windows to cover the smell of the sterile Domino's pizza and broken rubbers in the back seat. Luckily, the mayor didn't get caught for speeding in the Shire, like a chick from Brampton did the other day. She got clocked doing 136 kilometers per hour in a 60 zone, and the police took her car. Another guy got ticketed hundreds of dollars by the new speed cameras in the Shire, but he took his revenge. He took a hammer to the speed camera in front of St. Ignatius Catholic School. Thanks to him, the mayor didn't get any speeding tickets that night. The next day, the mayor woke up looking forward to the relaxing day. He planned to sit at home, read the newspaper, and then snore through some stupid meeting he had that evening. With his house coat on and dad bod hanging out, the mayor confidently walked to the end of his driveway to collect the newspaper. But it wasn't there. He searched all around the sidewalk and looked up and down the street. No one had newspapers anywhere. The mayor was pissed. What an inconvenience to his perfect day. He decided to fix his first world problem by flexing his strong mayor powers and called 911. 911, what's your emergency? This is the mayor, and someone stole my newspaper. I want you on this now. The mayor screamed into his phone. Oh, hi Cam, the police dispatcher calmly replied. We're kind of busy right now with another off-leash dog puncher, but I can send an officer over soon. The mayor calmed down a little as the dispatcher explained the situation. This time, the off-leash dog attack happened at a park near Dovercliff Road. A man reported he was involved with a yelling match between a woman over her dog's off-leash behavior. He said he was bit by the dog and then the woman attacked him. As he tried to distance himself, he was allegedly punched twice in the neck and had his shirt ripped by the woman. The police were busy chasing the off-leash dog puncher, which is becoming a weekly trend in the Shire. As for his stolen newspaper, the police dispatcher calmly explained to the mayor the situation. His newspaper wasn't stolen, it was cancelled. Metroland Media Group, the operator of the mayor's favorite newspaper, filed bankruptcy protection and stopped printing their community newspapers across the lands of Ontario. They're also laying off 605 people, which is nearly 2/3 of their workforce. The mayor was disappointed at first, but it was a first world problem, so he went inside to play European-inspired SimCity on his Game Boy instead. Before he could hang up his phone on the emergency line, the dispatcher made sure to cover their wallet. So, are we still good for homecoming, Cam? She asked him in reference to the big event next week. The police love cashing in on homecoming with the overtime pay they collect from responding to the street party in Edinburgh Village. The cost of the event has been going up each year in the Shire. It reached 6 figures last year, hitting $125,000. Of that, $113,000 was attributed to additional police. The other money was for increased bylaw enforcement and fire service. 30 minutes later, the mayor hung up his phone after the nice chat with the police officer on the emergency call line. Later that day, the mayor returned to the Council of Elders chambers for his evening meeting. He was hoping it would only last a few hours since he wanted to get back to his week off. While waiting for the meeting to start, the mayor took to Twitter to praise the Lord of the Liberals. He's helping the property developer orcs across the nation by removing the GST from new rental construction. The mayor tweeted "Yimby Yimby Yimby" in response to the profitable policy for his orcish friends. The meeting dragged on and on for 6 hours. It was a lengthy review and gap analysis of housing, mental health, and substance abuse services for people experiencing homelessness in the Shire. The mayor got bored with the 200-page report and pretended like the information was a surprise. In the past 5 years, average income in the Shire increased by 31%, whereas house prices increased by 59% for new buildings and 79% for old ones. This loss of purchasing power was the main reason for people suffering homelessness, mental health issues, and substance problems. The mayor acted like this was a surprise to him in his Twitter post after the meeting. He didn't understand how 5 years of consistent residential tax increase, plus the new carbon tax on utilities, would cause such a big increase in house prices. That is just crazy, he said. Yet the mayor continued to push a quantity-based solution to the housing cost crisis to support his YIMBY friends. If only he could cut residential taxes in the Shire, then he could actually do something for everyone in the Shire, not just property developers. But he missed out on all that useful information because the mayor's still playing version 1.0 of European-inspired SimCity on the Game Boy he bought at a garage sale. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will anyone catch the off-leash dog puncher? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the million-person march for protecting the children and the mayor going to New York City to avoid homecoming. He split town just in time as both events drew huge hangry crowds to the Shire. Yelling matches and protest signs filled the streets as the Elder Elves tried to intervene. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And did the protest complete its goal? The mayor knew homecoming was scheduled at his usual time this year, so he planned to split town before the shitstorm hit the Shire. He booked a grand trip over the border to New York City for a climate action vacay conference. Along with other mayors, he hoped to wine and dine on the most succulent of climate actions. Bringing along his favorite suit and sneakers, he took a dog Uber to the Shire's airport to catch his direct flight to the Empire State. The airplane departed as the mayor got comfortable in his first-class seat. He made sure to book a window seat so he could watch the Shire from above. It gave a bird's-eye view of the crowd at homecoming that he was avoiding. The plane banked southward as the mayor could see the south end of the Shire and the mass of people gathered there. The mayor watched the huge crowd from homecoming in the student ghetto from the air. And what looked like a pile of ants spilling into the streets, it was a multicolored crowd of red, gold, and black. The crowd had a yellow perimeter where the cops were cashing in on their overtime pay. The police said they didn't want the partying students to get into any shenanigans, like egging people's houses. But in reality, they were there watching the students hang out and searching for revenue-generating infractions. The police weren't wrong about egging shenanigans being an issue in the Shire. Recently, 2 eggs were left on someone's front porch with a threatening letter. The letter read, "Put your dumb cunt on a leash," written in a big black marker. The Shire's police were busy investigating the source of the letter as they were suspicious it came from the off-leash dog puncher. The mayor enjoyed the view of the new $1 million police station as he flew away from the Shire. As the plane rose, he could see the big parking lot downtown, that he was anticipating going full YIMBY mode on over next month. The parking lot the mayor was looking at was the big Baker Street parking lot. Historically a graveyard, the location has plans for two 15-story mixed-use buildings, along with potential for stacked townhouses. A total of 174 residential units is proposed for the southernmost tower, with ground floor commercial units. The mayor had plans to celebrate the solid double-digit tower saurons with his orcish friends at Windmill Developments. As the property developers for the lot, they said they're, quote, committed to a target of 12% affordable housing units for the combined total of the private component of the project. But a 12% affordable rate implies an 88% unaffordable rate, which is what the property developer orcs were really hoping for. They could go YIMBY, YIMBY, YIMBY all the way to the bank as they collect inflated rent and condo fees. All they have to do is get through the public consultation in October before they can drink the NIMBY tears of their opponents. A public meeting is set to take place during the Council of Elders planning meeting next month on October 17th. In order to speak at the meeting, the deadline to register or provide written comments is 10 a.m. on October 13th. The mayor's flight was almost out of the Shire as another huge crowd caught his eye. "Whoa, that's crazy," he said honestly, unlike when he said that last week about the housing cost crisis. There was another huge crowd downtown that the mayor didn't know about. He missed out on the news with the cancellation of the Guelph Mercury newspaper. He opened his phone and went to Twitter to see what was going on, and luckily he found a live stream thanks to a good Guelph citizen. The huge crowd the mayor saw downtown was the 1 million March for Protecting the Children. With a crowd size rivaling that of Homecoming, it looked like a mass of rainbow-colored people in the center of town. The mayor could see a hard line through the middle of the crowd and protest signs waving overhead. The general purpose of the protest was to protect the children, particularly in and on the way to school. One group was there to express concern about sex education, a lack of parental input in the school system, and the belief that Canada's educators are indoctrinating kids. They marched down Gordon Street screaming, "Leave our kids alone." The second part of the crowd was also there to protect the children on the way to school instead of at school. They were counter-protesting to express concern over children skipping over the rainbow crosswalk as they walked to school. They insisted that rainbow crosswalks were the best for children as they waved their protest signs and yelled with their masks on. The fat cats in the university's ivory tower could also see the protest from their viewpoint, and they commented about it on Twitter. They restated their commitment to protecting their students with their diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the room was empty and dark. It echoed from the loud noises of the protest going on outside, which is where the rest of the council was. They were busy in the streets acting on a local level instead of traveling globally like the mayor was doing. The elder Elves, Carly of Klassen, and Aaron of Caton were all downtown dealing with the chaos. Caton was focusing on protecting the children and the rainbow crosswalk. She was concerned about the off-leash dog punchers showing up and the protest getting violent. Whereas the elder Elves and Carly of Klassen attempted to bring a peaceful resolution to the protest. They tried to talk to people calmly and separate them into their appropriate groups based on their color of the rainbow. The elder Elves agreed to protect the children first, instead of getting distracted by all the other topics dogpiled into the chaos. Meanwhile, the mayor's flight arrived in New York City and he took his limousine to the hotel. He checked in, and the hotel staff reminded him that he had a gift waiting for him in his room from the conference. The mayor said "Yimby Yimby" as he took the elevator to his room. He opened the door and saw the surprise. It was a custom drinking cup of his favorite thing, drinking NIMBY tears. The mayor felt at home as he unpacked his bag and ordered room service. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And did the protest complete its goal? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the mayor traveling abroad to find his European inspiration. He flew all the way to Copenhagen in Denmark to attend a week-long vacay conference on healthy urban planning with his YIMBY friends. The mayor returned home with a report of his 10 points of European inspiration to help bring his YIMBY dreams to the Shire. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And did the mayor learn anything useful in Copenhagen? After his stay in New York City, the mayor journeyed to the second stage of his vacation. He took a direct flight to Copenhagen in Denmark for 6 days of another vacay conference. This time, he was there to learn about healthy urban planning. The conference's goal was to push YIMBY policies to help the mayor's property developer friends sustain healthy profits from collecting inflated rent and condo fees. The mayor took serious notes and compiled a list of his top 10 takeaways from the vacay conference. He hoped to implement some of them in the Shire upon his return. After taking selfies in the airport, the mayor returned home from his extended vacation. He was hoping to run into the Lord of the Liberals at the baggage collection like last time he traveled, but he instead stood there alone. He looked around the Shire's airport for a newspaper to read, but he couldn't find anything thanks to the Guelph Mercury getting defunded. So he took out his phone and went through the first world inconvenience of Googling his own news. The mayor stumbled upon a website called Rental Registry. It was an online platform where tenants can list their monthly rent, which is then visualized on an interactive map for public scrutiny. The website was a joint effort between the Angus Reid Institute, the University of Toronto, and others. It had over 6,000 posts, with 50 of them being in the Shire. The mayor chuckled at the 34% increase in rent over the past year in the Angus Reid data, which was an obvious outcome of the housing cost crisis. He figured he could simply play the blame game again and get the big blue orc to front the bill. This was the same strategy he was taking with the cost of the damage to the historical stone wall on the OR. The next day in the Council of Elders chambers, the mayor showed everyone his selfies from his vacay conference. He summoned the entire council for a 2-hour-long meeting to watch his slideshow of vacation photos. The Elder Elves, Carly of Klassen, and Aaron of Keaton dozed off as the mayor rambled on about his 10 points of European inspiration. "I want to fight for this," the mayor said, as he pushed the council to vote on immediately implementing these changes. After 90 minutes, the mayor finally finished his slideshow. There were 3 of his 10 inspirational points that he wanted to implement right away. The first one was his 10th point about parking. The mayor was inspired by the small streets and speedy mass transit in Denmark. He wanted to reimagine people living without the need for cars, which could free up the parking spaces for housing. But the elder elves knew this was a bad idea with the current state of the Shire. Several minimum wage earners and students are already living in their cars, so the conversion from parking to housing has already happened. There's no need to eliminate parking minimums to encourage that change. The mayor's proposal to entirely eliminate parking minimums downtown was shot down with a vote of 10 to 3. But freshly inspired by his vacay conference, the mayor connected the topic at hand to climate change. If you take the climate crisis seriously, if you take the affordability issue seriously, if you want to try to help people move, this is the way to go, the mayor argued. He bargained it down to 0.85 parking spaces per unit from 1 per unit, which the elder elves accepted with a vote of 11 to 2. Now the mayor's orcish friends can build 15% less parking spaces as people in the Shire battle with living in their cars. The second change the mayor wanted to see from his European inspiration was improving public transit. He finally received the report from the Sunshine Listers on the impact of offering free bus rides to high school students and seniors. They cautioned the council about the financial cost of free rides, with an anticipated loss of $950,000 in annual fare revenue. There would also be over $1 million in extra yearly operating expenses. They instead recommended expanding the existing affordable bus pass program and introducing fare capping for more users. The mayor was annoyed by the report, as it didn't give him another reason to cut parking minimums. The meeting dragged on past its 2-hour limit as the mayor rambled on about his European inspiration. The elder elves were getting annoyed, and Aaron of Caton had fallen asleep. After another 30 minutes, the meeting finally ended, and most of the council left the room. They left Caton alone in the empty council chambers as she dreamed of bringing back masks and drooled rainbows. The Council of Elders didn't want to sit through another of the mayor's boring vacation slideshows, so they directed the Sunshine Listers to find ways to restrict his strong mayor powers. Based on the mayor's 9th point of European inspiration, the Council of Elders proposed a lobbyist registry to bring accountability and transparency to the mayor's strong powers. The registry would include information such as the name and address of the business, name of the lobbyist, details about the matter at issue, who is to be lobbied, and the length of each lobbying session. The mayor currently delegated his main strong powers to the Chief Accountability Officer, but he can change that at a whim or for any future mayor. Carly of Klassen was also annoyed by the mayor's lengthy meeting. Instead of falling asleep like Aaron of Caton did, Carly wrote a letter about the mayor's YIMBY approach. She argued that the council's approval process for housing, such as the Heritage Committee, is not, quote, getting in the way of development, as the property developers allege. All the property orcs have to do is simply follow the rule of the ward. If they go full YIMBY mode, like the mayor wants, then they will face administrative delays or denials. A community-centered approach can still be a profitable one, Carly wrote. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And did the mayor learn anything useful in Copenhagen? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the mayor giving thanks to his YIMBY friends. He returned to the Shire from his inspirational trip in Europe just in time for Thanksgiving dinner. The ride home took longer than expected due to construction season, But the mayor didn't mind, since he was inspired to go full YIMBY mode with the East End development and the proposed student housing project. He prayed to the Lord of the Liberals before his dinner in hopes of achieving his YIMBY dreams. Can Carly of Klassen and the elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor have his YIMBY prayers answered? The mayor flew first class on his direct flight home to the Shire. He walked out of the gate to see a big surprise waiting for him. His best friends, the property developer orcs, were there to pick him up with a limousine. The mayor fist-pumped them as they rode in style back to his place. The 15-minute ride ended up taking more than an hour, thanks to the construction on the Speedvale Bridge, but the mayor and his buds didn't mind, since they had plenty of champagne and caviar. The mayor arrived home and was greeted by his wife and family. There was a grand buffet waiting for him, catered by the same company that the mayor recognized from the Big Blue Orc's daughter's wedding. He was thankful for his YIMBY friends and all their gifts he'd received over the years as mayor of the Shire. They also invited Micah the Shriners, but he didn't show since he had a climate change emergency to deal with. The mayor took his seat at the head of the table as they dined on their Thanksgiving turducken dinner. There were two main orcs representing the property developers at the table, and each one had their own plans to profit from their YIMBY agenda. They wanted to meet with the mayor in secret before any lobbyist registry was created and convince him to allow them to break the rule of the ward on both projects. They didn't want to miss anything on their wish list, unlike the Shire's police force, which did with the $26 million they wanted for an indoor shooting range and building upgrades. The mayor prayed to the Lord of the Liberals over Thanksgiving meal. He asked for help with the two upcoming housing projects that his orcish friends were anticipating going full YIMBY mode over. They wanted to break the rule of the ward for both projects, which required divine intervention. The mayor hoped that would be enough to achieve his European-inspired dreams. The first orc was from Dotty Lake Retreats. He was there to push his plans to demolish the plaza at Leacock Avenue and Upton Crescent and replace it with 24 stacked townhouses. A public meeting for a previous version of the proposal, also featuring 24 stacked townhouses, was held back in December, during which about a dozen nearby residents raised concerns with the plan, including the potential safety impact of increased on-street parking. The property developer orc is hoping for a favorable settlement with this project by wintertime. The second orc was wearing a cloak and hiding in the shadows. Identifying as a numbered company, they had plans to build a 6 to 11-story student residence at the corner of Stone Road and Gordon. Known for being the busiest and most dangerous intersection in the Shire, the cloaked orc is wanting to break the rule of the ward to achieve their YIMBY dreams there. They plan to go full YIMBY mode by building 532 residential units with 1,150 individual bedrooms collectively. The Council of Elders is scheduled to discuss for this proposal during their October 17th planning meeting. Whereas the rest of the orcs at the table were gloating about the success of their current projects. Last year, they went full YIMBY mode by increasing rent and jacking condo fees without any repercussions. There was practically no oversight over the enforcement of the Residential Tenancies Act, according to documents obtained by the Trillium through Freedom of Information requests. The documents reported the Rental Housing and Enforcement Unit received 1,600 calls last year. Of those, they solved 1,400 issues, aka 9%, and only 21 were prosecuted with 17 convictions. Between 2019 and 2022, just one corporate landlord paid more than $10,000 in fines, and only a few paid more than $2,000. The property developer orcs laughed at the low conviction rates and fines as they sipped on their wine at dinner and strived towards their YIMBY dreams. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor achieve his YIMBY dreams? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the mayor playing the blame game at the Council of Elders budget workshop. He ranted on Twitter about the big blue orc breaking his promise to make them whole after cutting development charges for his property developer friends. The Corporation of the Shire's chief financial officer gave the grave news as a $227 million shortfall looms on the multi-year horizon. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And did the mayor break the budget by trusting in the big blue orc? The mayor returned to his office after his long vacation with his family and YIMBY friends. He had a full week of boring meetings scheduled that he couldn't miss, including the big budget workshop. With a looming $227 million shortfall, thanks to the big blue orc, the mayor dreaded the potential loss to his European-inspired SimCity. He sat quietly through his first meeting, the Housing Summit 3.0 Zoom committee, as Olivia of Chow rambled on about the growing homeless camps in the swamps of Toronto. The mayor wished he got paid more to sit through these boring meetings. So instead, he brainstormed ways to play the blame game at the upcoming budget workshop at the Council of Elders. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the mayor joined the Elder Elves and Carly of Klassen for the annual budget workshop. Hosted by the Corporation of the Shire's chief financial officer, Tara Baker, it lasted 3.5 hours. As a well-dressed sunshine lister, Tara wore the perfect attire for the occasion. Wearing all black, with a full button-up shirt, she looked like someone at a funeral, which is exactly what the workshop sounded like. The budget workshop started with a dire tone as Tara Baker reviewed the Shire's budget structure and capital concepts. Legislative changes from the Bleak Blue Orc and the mayor's new strong veto powers were the new threats looming on the multi-year financial horizon. She counted the millions of dollars lost in development charges thanks to the Big Blue Orc's Bill 23 that accumulate into a $227 million shortfall over 10 years. If the Big Blue Orc doesn't make them whole, as he promised, then the mayor will have to cut back severely on his European-inspired dreams. Knowing this news would disturb the mayor and the Council of Elders, Tara Baker followed the bad news with some good news. Deep within the reserves, the council's compensation is scheduled for an increase next year. The mayor smirked at the tax levy impact that will end up in his pocket. He took the opportunity to distract the room from the compensation increase and started playing the blame game for the tight budget. He pointed out the increase in cement and glass commodity prices last year and blamed that for the spending increase. After the meeting, the mayor was pissed off. If the $227 million shortfall occurs, then his European-inspired SimCity will deteriorate. This would impact some of his favorite inspirational projects, such as Kids Ride Free and the seasonal patio program. The mayor sat in his car and shouted into his phone with a video on Twitter. He was pissed off that the Big Blue Orc wasn't sticking to his word and ignoring the strategic plan for the Shire. The mayor couldn't go full YIMBY mode without a solid multi-year budget plan. He begged for any creature of the province who was listening to please give him a date for when the Shire would be made whole for the $227 million shortfall. But no one was listening. The mayor's plea fell on deaf ears in the swamps of Toronto. The big blue orc and his creatures of the province weren't around as they were busy abandoning ship from the Greenbelt scandal. Monty of McNaughton, the Minister of Labour and Immigration, resigned from his job. He's the third cabinet minister the big blue orc lost recently. Steve Clark, former housing minister, and Khalid Rashid, former Minister of Public and Business Service Delivery, also resigned from the Greenbelt scandal. Additionally, Ryan of Amato, Clark's former chief of staff, resigned in August, and Jay of Truesdale, former director of housing policy, also resigned last month. The big blue orc faced an empty room as he hid from the mayor's calls over making him whole. In the meantime, a $227 million shortfall threatens to ruin any strategic plans the mayor has for his European-inspired SimCity. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And did the mayor break the budget by trusting in the big blue orc? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the anti-hate protests bringing the heat to the housing cost crisis. But that wasn't the only thing on fire this week, as Turtle Jacks and the homeless encampment off Watson Road competed against the Albion for being the biggest dumpster fire in town. Meanwhile, the mayor celebrated his birthday in style, and he wished for more tiny houses in his European-inspired SimCity. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And did the protests achieve their goal? The Shire's firefighters were working hard this week, tackling 2 suspicious fires. For the past year, the Albion was known as being the biggest dumpster fire in town, but these 2 fires stepped up to compete. The first fire occurred at one of the growing tent encampments in the woods. 22 firefighters were dispatched to contain the blaze as it spread across the forest near York and Watson Road. Luckily, none of the minimum wage earners living in the tents were hurt. The second fire happened at another business in the Shire competing against the Albion for being the biggest dumpster fire in town. Known for their bland pasta and raw burgers, Turtle Jack's was set ablaze with smoke billowing from its rooftop. Firefighters arrived and extinguished the blaze within 20 minutes, according to their chief, Stephen of Good. Luckily, Turtle Jack's had no customers at the time, and the skeleton crew of 2 employees were not harmed. The fire department is investigating the fires, but couldn't say whether they were connected to other things. Meanwhile, the Shire's police were busy too with the growing crowds downtown. Initially, there was only one group of 12 people or so, but then it transformed into hundreds across 2 separate groups. Each group was there to protest or counter-protest something. The police tried to separate people into their groups to keep the peace, but it was a big task. The first group was downtown for the million-person 2.0 protest for protecting the children. They were concerned about sex education, a lack of parental input in the school system, and the belief that Canada's educators are indoctrinating kids. The police could easily identify people in this group as they marched down Gordon Street, mask-free, screaming, "Leave our kids alone." The second group there was to counter-protest the first. Led by Erin of Caton, she gathered her friends to rally against the hate for sexualizing and indoctrinating children. Requiring masks to be worn, the police could easily identify people in this group as they waved their protest signs and yelled with their masks on. While breaking a sweat dealing with the Karens in the crowds, the police wished they were assigned to an easier job in the south end of the Shire that day. At the south end of the Shire, a few lucky policemen were standing around instead of breaking a sweat downtown. They were lucky enough to be assigned security detail for the grand opening of the South End Community Center. Costing $115 million, the new community center will help serve the homeless students living in their cars as a place to shower and mooch Wi-Fi. The police officers cashed in on the overtimes hour as they babysat adults, just like at homecoming. They were also some of the 59 officers whose overtime pay was part of the $97,000 bill for homecoming. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves dealt with the housing cost crisis. Their weekly meeting was delayed thanks to the mayor flexing his strong mayor powers on his birthday. He ordered the Sunshine Listers to form a birthday cake committee to order a cake and find a choir to sing him happy birthday. They cheaped out instead and quickly bought a cake at Costco and found some local kids to serenade the mayor. The Council of Elders watched the mayor blow out his birthday candles as the children sang happy birthday. Sadly, Erin of Caton didn't get any cake, since she couldn't eat anything while wearing a mask. The mayor made a wish as he blew out his candles. He wished that he could go full-out Yimby mode on his European-inspired SimCity without worrying about the corporation of the Shire's budget. While the Shire burned outside, the mayor prayed that his quantity-based solution to a pricing problem would work in a market failure. With the Lord of the Liberals importing new immigrant voters in the millions, and the Big Blue Orc encouraging the monopolization of the housing market, the mayor can't figure out how to use his fiscal policy tools to directly address the pricing issue. The Council of Elders sat through the lengthy meeting as the mayor pushed his quantity-based solution to the housing cost crisis. They unanimously approved a 17-point plan aimed at addressing housing affordability and homelessness issues in the Shire, including calling on upper-tier governments for a new deal for municipal funding in order to pay for it. If the Big Blue Orc breaks his promise to make them whole, then the corporation of the Shire would be out $227 million over 10 years. The number of tent encampments has also doubled in the past year in the Shire, even with the recent fire this week. I get a ton of emails from residents who are very concerned about encampments and people living in them, said Carly of Klassen. The Council of Elders unanimously called for ideas to be discussed during the upcoming housing symposium. They want to look into creating a bylaw that would allow for up to 4 units on residential properties if sewage and water capacity already exists. The mayor was also inspired by the nearby homeless encampments in Kitchener and was pushing the idea of tiny homes. He compared the cost of the ongoing temporary supportive housing project at 65 Delhi Street, which is estimated at $7.5 to $8 million for 28 units, to the projected $1 million cost for 50 tiny homes. He suggested that either a private landowner might offer a suitable location, or the encampment could be situated on the corporation of the Shire's land. With the recent fire at the tent encampments, the mayor figured that tiny homes would be a convenient solution to the lost housing. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And did the protests achieve their goal? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the Big Blue Orc hunting for the left-wing lunatics in the Shire. From the swamps of Toronto, he declared the entire Council of Elders a bunch of left-wing lunatics when questioned by Mike of the Shriners. The hunt began as several candidates stepped up by questioning their sanity. Meanwhile, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves were getting trolled on Twitter for supporting the idea of guaranteed basic income. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the Big Blue Orc find the Shire's left-wing lunatics? The Big Blue Orc chuckled with his cabinet buddies after their meeting at Queen Lizard's Park. They couldn't get enough of his left-wing lunatic insult and wanted to go see more of the lunacy themselves. With the RCMP hot on their tails from the Greenbelt investigation, they devised a plan to get out of town for the weekend. The Big Blue Orc was reluctant to go at first, but his buddies convinced him with a quick Google search. "Check this out," the Big Blue Orc's buddy said as he showed him the search results on his phone. According to their local mental health association, there's so many left-wing lunatics in the Shire that 4,000 people are currently on the wait list for mental health care. Also, in a poll caught in Guelph, 68% of 2,700 people surveyed agreed with the Big Blue Orc's statement about the lunacy. His buddies explained that apparently it's a thing in the Shire to let the left-wing lunatics run wild with the dogs at the off-leash dog parks. They wanted to see it firsthand, and the Big Blue Orc agreed to go since the RCMP was hot on his tail. The Big Blue Orc and his buddies arrived at the Shire's airport and hailed a cab. "Take us to the left-wing lunatics," they joked at the dog Uber as they dogpiled into the back seat. The dog driver didn't get the joke, but did understand enough of local politics and alliteration to know where to go. It drove them to Lloyd's of Longfield's office downtown, as the left-wing lunatics tend to lounge there. The Big Blue Orc paid the dog Uber an exact fare and entered the drab and dusty office. In the back corner sat Lloyd of the Longfields and Mike of the Shriners. Lloyd was there collecting his pickleball racket and gathering his personal belongings as he prepared for retirement, whereas Mike of the Shriners was there monitoring climate change. The Big Blue Orc and his buddies chuckled as they were getting closer in their hunt. The dog had brought them halfway there as they were looking for people who were both left-wing lunatics and on the Council of Elders. That's when the Big Blue Orc remembered the results of his buddy's earlier Google search. It should be easy to find the 4,000 people on the mental health care wait list, and one of those could be the left-wing lunatics on the Council of Elders. He called another dog Uber and told it to drive them to the local hospital where those waiting for mental health care should be. But when they arrived at the hospital, it was nearly empty, and the few staff there were in hazmat suits. "What's going on here?" the Big Blue Orc asked an overworked nurse wearing a biohazard suit. She explained how the hospital was doing a mock exercise aimed at testing its readiness for large-scale emergencies, specifically one for chemical decontamination. None of the 4,000 people on the mental health care waitlist were there that day due to the mock exercise. There was only one person sitting in the corner, waiting to get their next corona jab. It was Aaron of Caton. The Big Blue Orc and his buddies didn't bother Caton as she looked sick and stressed out. They didn't recognize her with her mailbox mask on as she buried her head into her phone. While she waited to get her next corona jab, like the CBC told her to do, she forwarded the Corporation of the Shire's microgrant application to her friends. It was the last day to apply, and she wanted to guarantee the best people for the grants were awarded. While the microgrants were open to everyone, people identifying as Black, Indigenous, or part of the LGBTQ community will be prioritized for funding. Disappointed in their failed attempt to find someone who was both a left-wing lunatic and on the Council of Elders, the Big Blue Orc and his buddies called another dog Uber back to the airport. They missed their opportunity at the hospital and simply gave up on their hunt. They had already wasted enough time to dodge questions from the RCMP, so they sat quietly and listened to the radio on the way back to the airport. But that's when the Big Blue Orc caught a bit of luck with his hunt. Coincidentally, the song playing on the radio was the #1 hit, Crybaby Caravan by James of the Gordon. As the Shire's artist-in-residence, his anti-convoy song was the type of left-wing lunacy the Big Blue Orc was hunting for. His buddies Googled the artist's band tour and noticed Gordon was a past member of the Council of Elders and currently on tour in Alberta. Luckily, the next stop on the artist-in-residence tour was back in the swamps of Toronto. As the Big Blue Orc and his buddies waited for their flight home to Toronto, they booked tickets for the upcoming concert. They chuckled in anticipation of catching the live event. Maybe they could sneak backstage and ask James of the Gordon personally if he knew any left-wing lunatics currently on the Shire's Council of Elders. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves were undisturbed by the Big Blue Orc's insults. They ignored him and instead focused on something that could possibly help with the housing cost crisis. Carly tabled a motion to have the council vote on supporting a federal-level guaranteed basic income. She won the vote 10-3, but received pushback from the mayor and Dan of the Gibsons. The mayor didn't fully support basic income since it didn't solely benefit property developers, and Gibson questioned the effectiveness of voting municipally to support a federal-level policy. Carly celebrated her successful council vote on Twitter along with a link to all the research she had done on the topic. The trolls on Twitter came out of the woodwork to criticize Carly's research and her definition of basic income. They called her fascist, communist, and all the other names as they raised red flags over the execution risk of basic income. In Carly's research, she wasn't clear enough about the necessary conditions of universal and unconditional on basic income needed to implement it properly. The trolls on Twitter were concerned that basic income would be used to enslave the people, like the United Nations wants to do, instead of using it to free the people from economic slavery. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And did the Big Blue Orc find the Shire's left-wing lunatics? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the corporation of the Shire's budget facing the inflationary pressure of broken promises. With both housing and utility costs rising across the nation, the Lord of the Liberals and the Mayor faced tough budget decisions. The Lord of the Liberals was getting pressured by the Bank of the Land to cut his carbon tax, whereas the Mayor didn't know what to do with his municipal fiscal policy tools to combat the housing cost crisis. Instead of proposing a deflationary tax policy, he wants to do the opposite with a 10% increase to the budget. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the proposed tax increase break your budget? In the nation's capital, the Lord of the Liberals was facing pushback while he played population politics on his national level risk board. He was getting heat over the inflationary cost of his beloved carbon tax. Tiff of Maclam, the governor of the Bank of the Land, applied basic macroeconomic principles to calculate the impact on inflation from cutting the carbon tax. He said it would cause a one-time drop in the inflation rate of 0.6 percentage points from 3.8% to 3.2%. But the Lord of the Liberals ignored this sound economic advice and instead focused on importing new voters. Next year, he plans to import 485,000 new immigrants, and then a cool 500,000 each year afterwards. Meanwhile, in the swamps of Toronto, the Big Blue Orc returned home from his hunt for the left-wing lunatics. He missed out on the lunacy, but some of the left-wing people he ran into followed him home. For once, Mike of the Shriners had his head out of the clouds and talked about something other than climate change. He grilled the Big Blue Orc on prioritizing land grabs so a handful of wealthy, well-connected government insiders could cash in on a minimum of $8.3 billion. Even with the RCMP investigating the Greenbelt scandal, the Big Blue Orc chuckled as he yet again delayed his promise for making the Shire whole. This was causing more problems with the budget uncertainty looming ahead from Bill 23. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the financial deadline for approving this year's multi-year budget loomed on the horizon. Thanks to the Big Blue Orc's delay in his promise to make the Shire whole with Bill 23, the Council of Elders has to now deal with a projected $227 million loss on the books. They sat through a lengthy presentation on the numbers as the mayor pushed through another counterintuitive solution to the housing cost crisis. For the past 2 years, the council approved residential tax increases of 4% each year, and yet the mayor wondered why the housing cost crisis got worse. If you think the cost of rent in the Shire is bad now, just imagine how bad it will be with the proposed multi-year tax increases. The mayor blamed the Big Blue Orc as he tried to push through nearly double-digit tax increases for the upcoming years. It could have been much lower if the province has done what they promised to do a year ago, Guthrie gawked. The presentation broke down the proposed budget into 3 categories for the mayor to play the blame game. There's things that the Council of Elders can control, accounting for 4.97 percentage points of the tax increase, and the things they can't control, such as the police and library budgets, with a 1.98%. The mayor played the blame game for the substantial 3.38 percentage point increase coming from the Big Blue Orc's broken promise. The largest part of the budget's expenditures, at 49%, was for salaries, wages, and benefits. The proposed budget wants to add 25 more Sunshine Listers to the Shire, with 5 going to the new library. With the way the proposed budget stands, the housing cost crisis will worsen as it inflates the cost of living in the Shire, both directly and indirectly. Not only are they planning to inflate housing costs directly through residential taxes, there's also additional inflated fees for living in the Shire. Bus day passes and cash fare prices are proposed to increase by 5% and 8% respectively, and wastewater rates will go up by $7.39 to $9.48 per month. There's also a new fee for fire department responses to elevator entrapment calls for anyone who lives in an apartment building. The people of the Shire didn't want yet another inflationary tax policy that would perpetuate the housing cost crisis, so they looked for places to cut back on to avoid the large tax increase. Some people took to Twitter and pointed out the mayor's personal salary as a good place to start, whereas others wanted to cut back on superfluous construction projects. Some people simply looked into moving out of the Shire. The people knew that it wasn't sustainable to fund large projects based on broken promises and didn't want to see the housing cost crisis get worse. Now the entire Council of Elders must deal with the fallout of the Big Blue Orc's broken promise. They face the tough decision of having to implement an inflationary tax policy to make up for the $227 million loss. Each member of council was paired up by ward to brainstorm ideas at upcoming town hall meetings. They are looking for advice, and these meetings will provide the people with an opportunity to discuss their disappointment with the mayor and yell at their elected officials. Each town hall meeting will be catered to the needs of each specific ward. In the ward of the Elder Elves, they will have a civil discussion about the budget and search for ways to cut extra programs. Carly of Klassen teamed up with Rodrigo of Gawler in Ward 2, but he may or may not show up, as Rodrigo's still lost in the Northern Forest. In Aaron of Caton's ward, they're taking extra safety precautions at the meeting by asking people to wear masks when they speak. Whereas the mayor's town hall meeting has yet to be scheduled. He's using an online survey and playing the blame game instead of listening to sound economic advice or the people's complaints. Tiff of Maclam, the governor of the Bank of the Land, has given both the mayor and the Lord of the Liberals a fiscal policy solution to their inflationary pricing problem. If only the mayor would listen to him and cut property taxes, then maybe he could help people with the housing cost crisis instead of making it worse. But in the meantime, he will continue to play European-inspired SimCity on a Game Boy he bought at a garage sale. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the proposed tax increase break your budget? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the mayor pitching an inflationary tax to cover the Big Blue Orc's broken promise. While hiding from the RCMP, the Big Blue Orc left the Corporation of the Shire with a looming $227 million loss in their budget. The mayor prepared his best speech as town hall meetings were booked in each of the Shire's wards and across the nation. He hoped these meetings would help convince the people to cover the $1 million loss created by the Big Blue Orc's broken promise. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the Big Blue Orc ever make them whole? Taking a page from the Lord of the Liberals playbook, the Big Blue Orc was laying low and avoiding the RCMP investigating him. Mayors from across the province were also hounding him as they faced tightening budget deadlines. The Big Blue Orc has yet to make them whole, as he promised in Bill 23, and now the Corporation of the Shire faces a $227 million shortfall in their multi-year budget. The mayor lacked expertise with his municipal fiscal policy toolkit, so he booked town hall meetings across the Shire to sell the inflationary idea of a 10% tax increase to cover the shortfall. The first town hall meeting spared no expense. Hosted by the fat cats at the Shire's Chamber of Commerce, the mayor delivered his budget breakfast presentation to a room of 150 well-fed people. He repeated his talking points and separated the 10% proposed tax increase into 3 categories. There's the things the Council of Elders can control, accounting for 4.97%, and then there's the 1.98% increase going towards the new library. The mayor played the blame game when he showed the last category, accounting for a 3.38% increase coming from the $227 million shortfall due to the Big Blue Orc's broken promise. The mayor did his best to sell a 10% tax increase, even though it would worsen the Shire's housing cost crisis. Even the fat cats in the room were against the extra cost of living in the Shire and the possibility of another 9% tax increase next year. They pointed to the new library as the place to cut down on the spending. But the mayor knew that was a bad idea at this point, since the shovels were already in the graveyard. "I think it would be detrimental to the city," he explained. "The reality today is that it's already started. That project is gone. It's already being built. If you want to get mad at us on the 4.97%. Guthrie gawked at the critics. Meanwhile, in the less expensive parts of the Shire, the Council of Elders prepared their own town hall meetings. Paired up by ward, the elders in Ward 6 and 3 volunteered to go first. In Ward 6, Ken of Chews and Dominique of O'Rourke booked the auditorium at Bishop Mac High School. A few dozen seniors showed up to watch their presentation. It was an exact repeat of the mayor's pitch as they played the blame game for the proposed inflationary tax increase. But at least they had a better turnout than in Ward 3. In another part of the Shire, Phil of the Alts and Michelle of Richardson prepared their town hall meeting for Ward 3. Their attendance was dismal, with only 10 people showing up. Luckily, a good Guelph citizen was one of the few people there and reported on the meeting's outcome. Just like expected, the town hall meeting was more of a presentation on tough times ahead, instead of being used to find ways to cut the Shire's budget and avoid worsening the housing cost crisis. The remaining elders on the council wondered where all the people were and if their upcoming town hall meetings would also flop. Up next will be the Elder Elves in Ward 5 later this week, and they expect a couple dozen people to attend. Whereas Carly of Klassen hopes to do at least as well as in Ward 6. Unfortunately, she's paired up with Rodrigo of Gawler, who's still lost in the Northern Forest, and he may or may not show up to his own town hall meeting. But where were all the people of the Shire? Why weren't they at these important town hall meetings? The Shire's town hall meetings were empty since there was something more important going on that people had to deal with. They were instead busy with planning 15-plus minute drives outside of town next week to attend other town hall meetings that weren't advertised locally in the Main Street news. These meetings were about the looming threat of 15-minute cities, funded by your friends at the World Economic Forum, such as those in the Shire Smart Cities office. People plan to go all the way to the shires of Kitchener, Peterborough, and even the prairies of Saskatchewan to attend these meetings. They'd rather travel that far for a town hall meeting on 15-minute cities instead of listening to yet another repeat presentation from the Corporation of the Shire. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the Big Blue Orc ever make them whole? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with the Town Hall attendance games. From Peterborough to the Shire, the Big Blue Orc's broken promise has ransacked municipal budgets. He's left the Corporation of the Shire with a $227 million multi-year budget shortfall for the Council of Elders to clean up. Town hall meetings were booked in each of the Shire's wards as the council competed in the attendance games. But the mayor wanted to increase taxes by 10% to fill the gap and also boot the homeless people out of town with a new bylaw. Meanwhile, Mike of the Shriners monitored climate change as the parking wars loomed on the horizon. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis, and will the Big Blue Orc ever make them whole? The Big Blue Orc ransacked the province this week, leaving financial gaps in municipal budgets. From north of 7 in Peterborough to south of the Hanlon in the Shire, the housing cost crisis forced people into the streets as their local councils dealt with the outcry. The corporations of Peterborough and the Shire both proposed 10% tax increases to cover their multi-year million-dollar losses thanks to the Big Blue Orc's broken promise. But unlike the Shire, the mayor of Peterborough has been building tiny homes to help instead of trying to kick the homeless people out of town. From the view of the mayor's big office, the housing cost crisis has finally come into plain sight. Located in the garden in front of City Hall, some homeless minimum wage earners had to set up camp on the corporation of the Shire's precious land. With all the spots full in Riverside Park and under the Hanlon Bridge, these new homeless people had nowhere else to go, so they pitched a tent on the mayor's front lawn. This pissed off the mayor, since the tents ruined the nice view from his office window, so he proposed a new bylaw to kick them out. We need help, and to date, the help has not come, the mayor said ironically while proposing to make things worse. He directed the Sunshine Listers to draft a bylaw as soon as possible to fix the obstructed view from his office window. If passed, the bylaw would prohibit erecting temporary or permanent shelters without permission on downtown lands owned or occupied by the corporation of the Shire. It would also prevent illegal, dangerous, or flammable items that may cause damage or injury from being brought into the downtown core. My motion isn't about eviction only, it's about options for relocation, explained Guthrie as he got pushback for his inhumane bylaw proposal. Phil of the Alts immediately pointed out his concerns with the possibly illegal bylaw, and even Erin of Caton showed some humanity and said she would vote against it. Earlier this year, a similar situation happened in Waterloo, and the Ontario Superior Court had to step in. Justice M.J. Valente rejected the Corporation of Waterloo's application to evict homeless campers on their property due to them being in breach of a local bylaw prohibiting such actions. Even though the eviction bylaw was determined to be illegal in Waterloo, it didn't stop the mayor from proposing his own here in the Shire. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the elders in wards 5, 2, and 1 took their turns at the town hall attendance games. The elder elves in Ward 5 hosted their meeting at Hardcount Memorial United Church with pictures of Jesus and rainbow flags in the background. Both the mayor and those with the biggest stake in the budget attended the town hall meeting. The mayor showed up too, but he got bored with the budget presentation he's already seen a dozen times, so he live tweeted the event on Twitter instead. The couple dozen people who attended the town hall meeting were concerned about the 10% proposed tax increase breaking their budget. Any increase in residential taxes will exacerbate the housing cost crisis, so the people wanted to axe projects with a chainsaw to get tax change to zero. This included the tax levy for the new library and the $38 million estimated cost for protected bike lanes on Aramosa, Gordon, and College Avenue. But not all the people at the town hall meeting wanted to cut taxes to alleviate the housing cost crisis. Some people, such as the Shire's chief of police, were there to serve and protect their own interests in the tax increase. The Shire's police love cashing in on overtime pay, with almost 40,000 hours of overtime worked so far this year, projected to hit 50,000 by the end of the year. By the end of September, the Shire's police banked and paid overtime's hours was up by 6,200 hours. That was mainly from events such as protests, Project Safe Semester, and, of course, homecoming. The chief of police repeated his talking points from the mayor's budget breakfast. He warned about the extra violence in the Shire this year, with 4 homicide investigations in 1 year being unprecedented for our city. Later in the week, the elders in Ward 1 and 2 took their turns at the town hall attendance games. In Ward 1, Dan of Gibson had to team up with Aaron of Caton for their town hall meeting. Hosted at the Victoria Road Rec Center, only a few people bothered to show up. The meeting was a complete flop from the start due to the lack of participation, but Aaron of Caton didn't understand why. She made sure her town hall meeting was a safe space beforehand by blocking any comments or questions that she determined were anti-trans. Whereas in Ward 2, Carly of Klassen had a more successful town hall meeting with Rodrigo of Gawler. Thanks to the grit and determination of Bruce the Bold, Rodrigo was actually able to attend the meeting virtually from the Lost Forest. Carly of Klassen filled the room in City Hall with a gathering of local real estate agents and cyclists. Both of these groups were concerned about the impact of the residential tax increase and cutting programs. Micah the Shriner said he would be there too, but he got distracted by climate change and missed out again. The real estate agents were concerned about the tax increase making housing less affordable in the Shire and impacting their sales commission. They already had to deal with the mayor's European-inspired idea to lower parking minimums to 0.85 per unit instead of the standard 1 per unit. Most people drive in the Shire, unlike the committed cyclists who were also at the meeting. Led by the Transit Alliance of Guelph and Xena the Winter Road Warrior Princess, the cyclists in Ward 2 expressed their concerns over the unsafe cycling conditions in the Shire. One cyclist is actually suing the corporation of the Shire to get compensation for injuries she sustained after her bicycle tripped over a downtown pothole on Arthur Street. Seeking a $2 million payout, her lawsuit dogpiled onto the corporation of the Shire's broken budget. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the Big Blue Orc ever make them whole? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the mayor backing off from booting the homeless out of town. The housing cost crisis expanded across the Shire thanks to the $227 million budget shortfall left by the Big Blue Orc's broken promise. Last week, the Council of Elders played the Town Hall attendance games to find ways to cut the proposed 10% tax increase to a more acceptable 9.9%. Meanwhile, the mayor took another vacay conference in the swamps of Toronto at the 2023 Housing Forum with his YIMBY friends. They want to build 4 new Tower of Saurons in the heart of Guelphissauga to rent out to the homeless people downtown. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis, and will the proposed tax increase make it worse? In the swamps of Toronto, the Big Blue Orc spent the week dodging the RCMP's investigation into the Greenbelt scandal. While scheming with his YIMBY friends on his burner cell phones, he's left the corporation of the Shire with a $227 million budget shortfall. Thanks to his broken promise to make them whole, the Council of Elders must now deal with a 10% proposed residential tax increase to fill the gap. They played the Town Hall attendance games with varying success to brainstorm ideas to cut programs instead of exasperating the housing cost crisis with more taxes. The Town Hall attendance games were a pass-fail event, so participation was the only thing required to succeed. The Elder Elves in Ward 5 and Carly of Klassen in Ward 2 filled their town hall meetings with concerned citizens, whereas the elders in Wards 1 and 6 faced tougher challenges. In Ward 1, Dan of Gibson got stuck teaming up with Aaron of Caton. She made sure her event was a safe space by blocking any comments or questions that she determined were anti-trans. In Ward 6, Dominique of O'Rourke and Ken of Chew had a more productive meeting by brainstorming ideas on how to cut back on superfluous government spending. The Council of Elders reconvened to summarize the results of the Town Hall attendance games. Their special meeting on Wednesday evening was formatted as a workshop, meaning the Sunshine Listers could answer questions, but community comments and written submissions weren't allowed. Erin of Caton was relieved to hear that, since she was the only one in the room to fail the Town Hall attendance games, and she didn't want that news coming out of the closet. On the other hand, the productive elders in the room produced a wish list of cutbacks to lower the proposed 10% tax increase. Dominique of the O'Rourke reapplied her best lipstick and started the brainstorming. She proposed reducing funds for the Affordable Housing Reserve. It currently sits at a cool $500,000, and last year, the entire reserve was granted to one project. Rodrigo of Gawler showed up too, and even he put in more effort than Aaron of Caton by suggesting to lower the $451,000 for the Shire's bicentennial celebration in 2027 to $200,000. However, Dan of Gibson had to cover Aaron of Caton's butt, which is something no one wants to do. Like a group project in school where one person does all the work, Dan of Gibson did his homework and proposed 2 places to cut back. He suggested delaying new hires of Sunshine Listers until later next year or limit new hires in the future. His second idea was to change the Shire's commitment of becoming 100% dependent on renewable energy by 2050. After the town hall meeting and all the wasted time, the Council of Elders managed to reduce the 10% proposed tax increase down to a more reasonable 9.9%. It's followed by a 9.38% increase in 2025, 8.67% in 2026, and 6.67% in 2027. Part of that lowered increase comes from a higher than anticipated increase in assessment values, with the rest coming from a reduced funding increase request from the County of Wellington for social services. But the people of the Shire were not pleased with only reducing the 10% tax increase to 9.9%. The housing cost crisis is a pricing issue, and they needed tax cuts, not tax increases, to alleviate the tension in their wallets. They were looking for major cutbacks, such as the new library, to cover the $227 million multi-year shortfall. Another major project that people were looking to cut back on was the new operations campus planned for the south end of the Shire. The construction of the Shire's transit and fleet building is proposed on the property adjacent to the Waste Resource Innovation Center near Stone Road East and Watson Parkway. It will cost $201 million over multiple years, or just $26 million short of the entire budget shortfall. Eliminating that major project, along with the earlier proposed cuts from town hall meetings, could bring some hope to cutting down the proposed tax increase to a reasonable level. But this gift of increased taxes will remain unopened until Christmas Day, as whatever the result is, the Corporation of the Shire's budget will become official on December 25th. Meanwhile, in the heart of the housing cost crisis downtown, the mayor backed off from booting the homeless out of town. Last week, he ordered the Sunshine Listers to draft a bylaw to boot the homeless minimum wage earners camping outside his office window. In response to this motion, 41 people signed up to provide comments to the Council of Elders ahead of the vote. The mayor immediately backed off from his plans as he saw flashbacks to the time he tried to change the off-leash dog parks and the same number of Karens showed up to protest. To make sure the discussions at council are constructive and not rushed, I'm removing my motions, Guthrie posted with his tail between his legs. He said he changed his mind after being recently informed of court rulings in Kingston and Waterloo where similar bylaws were stopped. Happening way back in the summer, the mayor apparently just heard about this news, and that's what changed his mind. But he needed a break from all the hate, so he decided to split town to hang out with his Yimby friends. The mayor took a dog Uber to the 2023 Housing Forum in the swamps of Toronto to play drinking games with the Big Blue Orc and his property developer friends. They were celebrating their next plan of attack on the Shire in the heart of Guelphissauga. Back at the Council of Elders chambers, the property developer orcs from First Capital staged their next attack on the Shire. They want to build 4 Tower of Saurons in the Pergola Commons next to the movie theater and beer store. With absolutely no respect for the rule of the ward, they're proposing 10 to 14-story buildings in the heart of Guelphissauga in Ward 6. Currently, the property is zoned for a community shopping center, but a revised citywide zoning bylaw that's under appeal could see it redesignated for mixed use. More information is available on First Capital's website for those interested in living in a parking lot. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the proposed tax increase make it worse? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with preparations for a climate change Christmas. Across the Shire, people made plans for Christmas, climate change, or both. Thanks to the finalized 8.52% tax increase by the Corporation of the Shire, the housing cost crisis worsened as it took the shirts off people's backs. They were left standing in the cold as the mayor and his dubious business associates ignored the growing homeless encampments downtown. But the mayor didn't want to deal with all the hate, so he took flight to Dubai for finding Middle Eastern inspiration at a climate change vacay conference. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor have a good climate change Christmas? In the Council of Elders chambers, the final nail in the coffin was put into next year's residential tax increase. Finalized at 8.52%, the council voted to worsen the housing cost crisis next year. 2.69 percentage points came from the Big Blue Orc's broken promise, which the council had no control over as creatures of the province. But they did manage to cut down the parts they could control to 3.96 percentage points. With all these numbers getting thrown around, the mayor got confused and oversold the results on Twitter. It's basically bang on the rate of inflation right now, the mayor exclaimed, as if it was some kind of achievement. He saw the 3.96% part and noticed it was similar to current inflation around 3%, so he oversold the result as a win. This mistake riled up the trolls on Twitter as they have the calculator app on hand and can do the math. They called out the mayor for his misinterpretation of the numbers, and he had to post an apology on Twitter to clarify his mistake. Even with this apology, trolls will be trolls, and they continued hammering the mayor over the other numbers he missed too. They pointed out the future planned tax increases with 9.97% in 2025, 8.03% in 2026, and 7.33% in 2027. The number the mayor should have celebrated was the small cut made to the total tax increase that was originally proposed at 10.3%. And the elder doing the celebrated should have been Dan of Gibson instead of the mayor. He led the motion to cut hires of sunshine listers throughout the 4-year plan, taking $2.4 million out of the budget for 2024. Gibson also stepped up to cut $257,000 from the budget for the new library downtown. Rodrigo of Gawler tried to help out too, by proposing to increase the affordable housing contribution to $1.5 million, but that idea was defeated in a 10-3 vote since it didn't help. "This has been really tough," said the mayor as he waved his strong mayor powers to implement a tax cut instead of a tax increase in the final vote. The council approved the inflationary 8.52% tax increase and set the start date on December 25th for a nice Christmas gift for everyone in the Shire. Meanwhile, in the heart of the housing cost crisis downtown, 2 mysteries appeared beside the fountain encampment. A collection of wooden huts that looked like towny houses was placed in front of the tents, and there was also a naked man standing on the corner, shivering in the rain. The concerned and curious people in the Shire immediately questioned what he was doing. No one should end up shirtless from the 8.52% tax increase, with Sir Edward of Bench clothing the homeless a few blocks away. He must have been doing it on purpose. Speculative gossip spread across the Shire over who this man was and why he was standing naked and not keeping warm in the wooden huts behind him. Luckily, like most things caught in Guelph, Ty of the Max showed up to clarify the details and minimize the speculation. It was Gregles of Dorval, and he was standing naked in the cold to bring awareness to the housing cost crisis and support the Royal City mission. Ty of the Max helped solve the first mystery, but the second mystery of the wooden huts remained. The curious people in the Shire turned their investigation towards the mystery of the wooden huts. They emailed the mayor and Lloyd of the Longfields to see if they knew what they were. They didn't hear back from the mayor, but Lloyd of the Longfields did reply. He didn't know exactly what the huts were for, so he guessed they were a result of the $2 million of federal funding recently given to 38 local organizations. Several churches and charities received thousands of dollars in funding, and maybe one of them purchased tiny homes for the homeless, Lloyd Fields speculated. But the mystery of the wooden huts ended up solving itself over the weekend. The minimum wage earners living in the tents downtown watched as Christmas vendors filled the wooden huts with trinkets and glittering lights. Festive music started playing while crowds of seniors and families filled the streets to watch the Santa Claus parade and hear the mayor's holiday speech. However, the mayor was a no-show, and Dan of the Gibson had to step up to deliver the traditional speech. It was an ironic situation downtown, with all the holiday cheer happening right next to the homeless encampment. The view is almost too ironic that it is some kind of sick joke, Bill of Barrett wrote in a public letter. I can say the sick juxtaposition of huts for commerce versus huts for people reveals a fresh canker in the face of our humanity, he pointed out to the mayor. However, the mayor didn't reply, again, and Bill wondered why. Where was the mayor? He should have been there to give the speech. He loves garage sales too, so it's weird that he wasn't at the holiday market to hunt for good deals. The mayor was receiving the earlier emails people sent him, but he ghosted everyone in the Shire after getting one particular email. It wasn't all the hate emails he got over the 8.52% tax increase, or the questions about the wooden huts downtown. It was one lonely email from the Corporation of the Shire's legal department. This email linked to a news article about the finalization of the National Citizens Inquiry, which caught the mayor's attention. The National Citizens Inquiry is a citizen-led and citizen-funded effort to examine Canada's response to COVID-19. Containing the testimony of over 300 witnesses, some of who are now deceased, the report's recommendations freaked out the mayor. Kenneth Drysdale, the chairman of the inquiry, outlined the findings and included recommendations for institutions to face criminal and civil penalties for their actions. Canada's federal, provincial, and municipal government responses to COVID-19 are unprecedented, he declared in a press conference. After reading the recommendation in the final report, the mayor called a dog Uber to get out of town. The RCMP was already investigating both the Big Blue Orc and the Lord of the Liberals, and the mayor didn't want any trouble coming his way. Luckily, he knew exactly where to go to keep away from the heat. The mayor booked a flight to Dubai to attend a climate change vacay conference. He figured he could stay away from the heat of the Citizens Inquiry on the other side of the world in the heat of the desert. The conference was attended by all of the mayor's best globalist friends from 62 countries, including the Lord of the Liberals. He took selfies and drank Kool-Aid with his friends that he hadn't seen since the WEF's Smart City Summit in Colorado this summer. The mayor did his best to stay awake during the boring meetings until lobster was served for lunch. After lunch, he gave a rambling presentation about the Corporation of the Shire's enabling of multi-level climate action. The mayor claimed the trip around the world was worth it for all the inspirational ideas he collected. He got some European inspiration by meeting the mayor of Kakay, which is the only town in Europe to have free city buses. While taking in the views of the enormous skyscrapers in the center of Dubai, the mayor also got Middle Eastern inspired by 160-story buildings with no parking minimums. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor have a good climate change Christmas? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the mayor coming home to an outbreak of lunacy. The housing cost crisis was declared an outbreak as the looming 8.52% tax increase was used as an excuse for landlords to increase their rent next year. The minimum wage earners, who already couldn't afford to live in the Shire, settled in for the winter in the encampments downtown. Meanwhile, the mayor dodged any responsibility due to climate change, and Dominique of O'Rourke was inspired to go red. But her career plans might fall short with all the lunacy collapsing the public sector. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will Dominique of O'Rourke go red? The housing cost crisis worsened this week as more people joined the downtown encampment from the 8.52% residential tax increase. It caused an inflationary outbreak in the Shire's housing market as the orchid landlords used the tax as an excuse to increase next year's rent. The outbreak caught the attention of Jeff of Wilson, the president of Novometrics. Novometrics is a Pushlands-based, for-profit enterprise that generates revenue through government and corporate grants while conducting research on important social issues. They've established a leadership team to look into the causes of the housing cost crisis from a community level. The team includes social workers, epidemiologists, downtown business representatives, and 1 or 2 homeless people. We wanted to show that you can bring an entire community together as a network to solve wicked problems, said Wilson about the team being tasked with identifying the root causes of the housing cost crisis and tackling them head on. With the Lord of the Liberals opening the floodgates for immigrant voters on the demand side, and the orcish landlords monopolizing the supply side, this community-based team will investigate the issue of supply-side policies not working in a market failure. We're planning to use outbreak response methodology to manage the outbreak of homelessness. This is perfect for the outbreak response, said Wilson, who has doctorates in pathology and epidemiology, but not economics. Meanwhile, in the Council of Elders chambers, the mayor and his orcish friends continue to push their quantity-based solution to the housing cost crisis. This time, the property developer orcs at Home Opportunities took their turn at breaking the rule of the ward. In the heart of Guelphissauga on Clare Road, they're proposing to build more than 1,000 housing units across 2 12 to 20-story apartment buildings and 247 townhouses. Our intention is to try to fulfill Guelph's need for affordable housing. We're trying to help people, said Mike Vlade, the founder of Home Opportunities. His company plans to help with down payments and arranging loans that don't need to be repaid until the property is resold. Your carrying costs are half the cost of the home, he said. That's what allows us to reach as low as $35,000 income for some of the houses. But the elder elves were weary of the property developer's sales pitch. How could Home Opportunities suddenly have the ability to build hundreds of affordable housing units when other developers could not? It sounded too good to be true. What trick were they playing? The elder elves discovered what trick the orcs were playing in the unit size details hidden deep within the proposal. The property developers were casting a shrinkflation spell to trick the elders into believing their housing units were affordable. By shrinking apartment sizes down to 500 square feet, or the same size as the shack in Rodrigo Galler's backyard, these super tiny shoebox apartments were now considered affordable according to their market-based measure. This was another example of their flawed quantity-based solution to the housing cost crisis. If these units were actually affordable, then we would see regular-sized apartments at affordable prices instead of shoebox-sized units. Back at the Shire's airport, the mayor returned home from his climate change vacay conference in Dubai. He was Middle Eastern inspired by the 100-story buildings, no parking minimums, and the lobster. However, he laid low as he called a dog Uber home. The mayor was avoiding the recommendations in the National Citizens Inquiry's final report for institutions to face criminal and civil penalties for their actions. The RCMP was already investigating both the Big Blue Orc and the Lord of the Liberals, and the mayor didn't want any trouble coming his way. If only the mayor had run into the Lord of the Liberals at the airport, like at another vacay conference, then he could have asked him for advice. The Lord of the Liberals was facing a public inquiry into foreign interference in federal electoral processes and democratic institution, and yet he's not worried about it. Somehow, he got the Governor General to assign him as the minister overseeing the investigation into himself. The mayor wanted to know how to do that trick in case he faced any investigations, similar to the mayor of Chestermere, Alberta. The mayor of Chestermere, along with its chief accountability officer and other elected officials, were fired by the Corporation of Alberta for failing to adhere to the directives in their municipal inspection. The Shire's mayor laid low since he didn't want that happening to him too. He cleared his meeting schedule except for one meeting at the Ivory Tower with the president of Conestoga College. The president was meeting with the mayor to discuss the new Conestoga campus being built downtown and the housing options for its hundreds of students. The mayor tried to convince him that there was plenty of space in the encampments downtown, under the Hanlon Bridge, and in Riverside Park. After the serious part of the meeting, they joked about all the lunacy going on at other universities and colleges. Funded by the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion, several universities are facing tough financial constraints. Conestoga College, like other places, are using their ridiculous tuition fees collected from international students to fill the gap, but even they are facing challenges. Conestoga's president explained to the mayor how his college had to change their graduation ceremony format to match the needs of their international students. They used to order their college graduates by last name, but now they have to go by first name, since 90% of their students have the last name Singh. The mayor laughed and headed back to his office after the meeting. On the way there, he passed Dominique of O'Rourke in the hallway, and she welcomed him back from his vacay conference. Sporting a new red jacket, the mayor noticed something was different with O'Rourke, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He returned to his office to ponder it and order some takeout from the dining district for lunch. By the time his lunch arrived 30 minutes later, he had it figured out. The mayor eventually realized that O'Rourke didn't look like April O'Neil like she normally does, since she was wearing a red jacket instead of a yellow one. She switched to a red jacket to declare her intentions to run for Lloyd of the Longfield spot on the Liberal Party as he retires in glory as the biggest tool in town. But O'Rourke faces a tough decision in a red jacket, as going red does come with a raise, but also comes with a loss of freedom. She might have to give up her freedom to walk in public, like other Liberal Party members experience on a daily basis. Both the Lord of the Liberals and Christia Freeland can't walk in public anymore without a security escort. Mike of the Shriners also experienced that loss of freedom when he was tempted to go red a while back, and he couldn't skate in public one weekend. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will Dominique of O'Rourke go red? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues with a blacklist calamity at Conestoga College. Next week, the Corporation of the Shire will give everyone their Christmas presents with the 8.52% residential tax increase. This pissed off people so much that they stood with protest signs in the streets as they joined the tent encampments downtown. They set up camp next to the minimum wage earners, international students from Conestoga College, and Guelph Mercury reporters. The mayor ignored their numbers and instead spent the day entertaining local seniors with Christmas carols and pretend drumming. He couldn't handle the pressure, so he prayed to the Big Blue Orc and the Lord of the Liberals for help. The Big Blue Orc replied by casting a distraction spell with his commitment to buck a beer and honoring his brother. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis, and will Conestoga College survive its blacklist calamity? The housing cost crisis worsened this week with the 8.52% residential tax increase ruining people's holidays. Along with the planned 9.79, 8.03, and 7.33% tax increase over the next several years, they compounded into a total 38% increase by 2027. This pissed off the people in the Shire who were paying attention and can do math. One man took to the streets with a protest sign on the corner of Grange and Victoria, calling out the mayor for making the housing cost crisis even worse. With rent already at unaffordable levels, the minimum wage earners in the Shire are living in the tents downtown and under the Hanlon Bridge. They were joined by the Guelph Mercury reporters and Conestoga College's international students, since they couldn't find any jobs. Several people noticed the man's protest sign and wrote about it. Phil of the Alts expressed his concern on his website, and Kate of Tenier and Murray of Taylor wrote open letters. Elder Alt addressed the problem with policing the growing tent encampments. The issues that need to be addressed relate to the following: the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, recent court decisions permitting encampments, and the incapacity of municipalities to police our way out of mass homelessness and mental illness, he explained. Kate of Tenier added her voice with an open letter about the encampments downtown. I'm adding my voice to the growing chorus of those who know that while we need far more shelter for the unhoused, tent encampments in the downtown core is not a sustainable solution for anyone. Not for those living in them, for the businesses and other residents nearby, nor for the city in general, she wrote. Murray of Taylor joined Kate with his open letter about the tension downtown. He supported the bylaw to remove the encampments if it involved some effort from the mayor and council. These few downtown streets belong to us too, he said. Please keep them safe and secure for the shops and services we would love to support again. If passing a bylaw will get some of your council and bureaucrats off their collective arses at City Hall to get this done, please keep it a priority until you do get it done. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office downtown, he got off his arse to set his priorities straight. His first priority was to get a haircut and wash all the sand out of his hair from his climate change vacay conference in Dubai. Instead of getting a free haircut at Sir Edward's bench downtown, like the minimum wage earners have to do now, the mayor booked an appointment at a spa recommended to him by the Big Blue Orc. He browsed through Twitter while getting his new due and attempted to correct the math on the man's protest sign. The mayor's background is in marketing and not mathematics, so he knows how to sell the numbers, but not calculate them. He tried to correct the man's protest sign since the future tax increases simply add up to around 34% instead of 38%. However, some random guy standing on the corner had better math skills than the mayor, since he understands that tax increases compound on each other instead of simply add up. The mayor scrolled past the correct calculation and played the blame game for the current 8.52% tax increase. He tried to sell the numbers by saying the Shire's 3.96% part of the total increase was in line with inflation, which was a claim the mayors of Kitchener and Erin can make, but he could not. The trolls on Twitter relentlessly attacked the mayor for his bad sales pitch and miscalculations. He wanted to get away from the pressure, so he decided to go sing Christmas carols with his wife to old folks at Schlegel Village. But just like most things the mayor does with his wife, she ended up doing most of the work. She outperformed the mayor by playing the guitar, the piano, and singing at the same time. All the mayor could do was sit on a speaker and pretend to be a little drummer boy. During his offbeat drumming, the mayor prayed to the Lord of the Liberals and Big Blue Orc for help with a distraction for the trolls. Back at Conestoga College's ivory tower, its president returned to his spacious office after meeting with the mayor last week. The housing cost crisis resulted from a market failure in the real estate market, and Conestoga College appears to be the center of the calamity. On the demand side, Conestoga was riding the wave of immigrant voters the Lord of the Liberals imported to win the next election. Whereas on the supply side, the hundreds of students who were caught cheating on Conestoga's real estate licensing exams encouraged the monopolization of housing as BlackRock and Vanguard barred up our neighborhoods. The president of Conestoga College sat in his office while working hard to earn his $400,000 yearly paycheck. He reviewed Conestoga's financial report to make sure the numbers were correct, unlike the mayor. The report showed that Conestoga's revenue from tuition fees this year was $389 million, up over $100 million from the previous year. This was a huge increase in revenue since a decade ago they were only earning $52 million. The extra hundreds of millions of dollars they collected in tuition comes from the influx of students, especially international students. This year, Conestoga has 42,000 full-time students, more than double the amount from 2020. They've also brought in 30,000 international students in only 16 months. Since 2014, their international student enrollment has increased by 1,579%, whereas the University of Waterloo and Laurier only increased it by 60% in that time frame. However, after years of cashing in on international student fees, Conestoga College's gravy train might be coming to an end. The people of the Shire, particularly the hiring managers, were catching on to Conestoga's diploma mill business model. They're talking openly with the apes of Reddit about how they've blacklisted job applicants from Conestoga College, and it's Conestoga's fault. I work for one of the big four as a manager in management consulting, and let me tell you that our HR absolutely does not allow any Conestoga resume to come anywhere near the hiring process, one hiring manager declared. They were joined by another person in a similar situation. I work as a manager in a mid-sized company in the finance sector. I personally have been blacklisting Conestoga grads since COVID. I think that's when the quality really went downhill. The newer grads lack English communication skills and professionalism, they stated. If anyone, anywhere in the world is reading this post and is considering Conestoga, think again. Well, some Conestoga students were reading Reddit and reconsidered their study plans. You need to leave Conestoga before the reckoning. This is the harsh reality, one student exclaimed. Conestoga's international students faced the harsh reality of living in the tent encampments downtown while they attempted to work off their ridiculous tuition fees. This was not the Canadian dream the Apply Board recruiters had sold them. I'm going to graduate soon, and all the talk about blacklisting employers is giving me cold feet, one student said, as they put on extra socks and zipped up their sleeping bag in their tent downtown. Meanwhile, at Queen Lizard's Park in the swamps of Toronto, the Big Blue Orc replied to the mayor's prayer. He granted his wish and cast a distraction spell to divert attention away from the housing cost crisis. With the help of workers at Deco Signs, he set up a podium and a fake liquor store to announce his recommitment to Buck a Beer and honoring his brother. Starting in 2026, people will be able to buy a variety of alcohol products at convenience and grocery stores, plus big box stores. The pack limit size on beers will also be removed, whereas hard liquor will continue to be sold at the LCBO, Mr. Leahy. The second part of the Big Blue Orc's announcement was to honor his beloved brother, Rob Ford. by putting the Coke back into Toba Coke, he's proposing to name a stadium after him to honor his memory. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will Conestoga College survive its calamity? Stay tuned here to see. The Fellowship of Guelphissauga continues, with the Corporation of the Shire celebrating the holidays with tax and fee increases. People question the mayor's intent as this year's 8.52% residential tax increase worsened the housing cost crisis exactly on Christmas Day. More people joined the tent encampments downtown while they watched the captain abandon his sinking ship. The trolls on Twitter and the rainbow flag wavers teamed up against the mayor as they argued over whether he was evil, a demon, or the puppet of the World Economic Forum and United Nations. Meanwhile, in the South and the Shire, a legacy news reporter got roughed up and had his camera taken by the police. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor's true intent get revealed? 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the Shire, not a NIMBY was stirring, not even the mayor. For he lay in his bed with his feet all warm, while the homeless minimum wage earners shivered out in the cold. The mayor was dreaming of his Christmas gift to everyone in the Shire, which he was giving out the next day. Scheduled right on Christmas Day, the 8.52% residential tax increase was officially no longer delayed. The mayor wanted to play Santa Claus and personally deliver the inflationary effects of the tax increase to everyone in the Shire, whether directly to homeowners or indirectly to home renters. And as an extra bonus gift to those living downtown, the monthly parking permit fees were increased by 5% for most parking lots, along with other fees to surrender. The homeowners of the Shire welcomed Santa Claus on Christmas Day, but not the mayor, by lighting up their wards at night. In Ward 2, the Morris family placed 400 candles on Waverly Road to illuminate Santa's runway for the third year straight. On Wagoner's Trail in the South End, another homeowner lit up their ward with dozens of bright yellow minions awaiting Santa's arrival. Whereas out in Costco land, Kirkita's Kitchen lit up people's stomachs by giving out 150 free meals for Christmas Day survival. But even with all the generosity and Christmas cheers, the 8.52% residential tax increase left the homeless people living in the encampments downtown in tears. They now had even less chance of being a homeowner or home renter, with the inflationary effect of the tax increase spreading across the Shire like wildfire. Sir Edward of Bench called his entire team for help, and like they always do, everyone showed up to feed the growing homeless encampments, including the Banana Guy and the Muffin Man. Each week this year, the Banana Guy has battled against the World Economic Forum in the nutritious food battle downtown, and Christmas Day was no exception. Teaming up with the Muffin Man, they made sure no one in the tent encampments had to eat Z-bugs for nutrition. They handed out bananas and muffins while Christmas carolers sang Joy to the World to the minimum wage earners standing in line. Like the sinking of the Titanic, they wondered what the captain of the ship, aka the mayor, was doing to fix the housing cost crisis. Why was he not going down with the ship and living in the encampments downtown? They opened their Nokia brick phones and took to Twitter to find out. The minimum wage earners quickly learned that they weren't the only ones questioning the mayor's intent. The trolls on Twitter were already triggered and calling the mayor evil, and in a rare alliance, they were joined by the rainbow flag wavers, who were also claiming the mayor was demonic. His inhumane actions during the housing cost crisis, increasing residential taxes exactly on Christmas Day, and singing mask-free to seniors must have some malevolent intent behind it. Each group presented their evidence from their investigation into the mayor's actions. The trolls were extra triggered and nominated the mayor for Santa's naughty list due to his evil deeds. But according to taxpayer.com, the mayor wasn't evil enough to make the list. Catherine of Tate, the president of the CBC, claimed the top spot on the taxpayers' naughty list, since she deserves a Christmas gift of getting defunded this year. The mayors of Calgary and Quebec made the list too, and somehow the Lord of the Liberals got outranked in second place. The Shire's mayor frequently hangs out with these evil people, so the trolls had enough evidence to attack him. Sometimes, a greater threat emerges that causes mortal enemies to unite. Like when He-Man teamed up with Skeletor, and Professor X teamed up with Magneto, the rainbow flag wavers joined the trolls on Twitter. They were claiming the mayor wasn't just evil, but was also demonic with his inhumane maskless actions. Without any pictures or videos of the mayor with cat eyes, horns, or drinking blood, they had a tough time supporting their claims with their comrades. But similar to the trolls, the rainbow flag wavers did have some evidence, as the mayor was known for visiting demonic places and hanging out with demonic people. Back in the summer, lots of photographic and video evidence emerged of the mayor attending demonic events and pushing their evil agenda. Along with the Shire Smart City Office Manager, Dave Messe, the mayor attended the WEF's Smart City Conference this summer in Denver, Colorado, and visited their demonic overlords who live underneath its airport. The Corporation of the Shire has since spent $10 million of the WEF's money pushing their agenda to implement a carbon credit digital currency in the Shire. It was these type of actions that united the mortal enemies on Twitter against the mayor. If only they had stronger evidence to support their claims. Luckily, that strong evidence does exist, as it was being compiled this year by the National Citizens Inquiry. The National Citizens Inquiry was a citizen-led and citizen-funded effort to examine Canada's response to COVID-19. Containing the testimony of over 300 witnesses, some of who are now deceased, the report's recommendations mentioned the mayor. Kenneth Drysdale, the chairman of the inquiry, outlined the findings and included recommendations for institutions to face criminal and civil penalties for their actions. Canada's federal, provincial, and municipal government responses to COVID-19 are unprecedented, he declared in a press conference. However, the mayor didn't budge from his holiday slumber. He lay in his bed with his feet all warm, while the homeless minimum wage earners shivered out in the cold. He wasn't concerned about the police coming after him just yet, as they're busy dealing with the looming public sector collapse. At the federal level, the head of the RCMP's Management Advisory Board, Kent Roach, resigned with regrets after pointing out his frustration with the federal government. At the provincial level, a pissed-off police officer roughed up a Guelph Today news reporter and took his camera instead of investigating the mayor. Can Carly of Klassen and the Elder Elves do anything about the housing cost crisis? And will the mayor's true intent get revealed? Stay tuned here to see. This video is brought to you by brighttutoring.ca. Don't let school get in the way of your education. Book a tutoring session today at brighttutoring.ca.